Another unit that, of course, we've seen a little bit, but it's the Red Marksman together. Grim going to bring them one of the units, of course, that then suddenly does get a little bit more priority in terms of range units. We would definitely see a lot of triple purple, something that we've always seen a lot in CBL. The gold, of course, strong units, amazing units, especially like Queen's Knight, Orchi, of course, we're seeing them now. Modao, always a favorite as well. The Phalanx units and the Iron Reapers are actually banned also for this match. So that means that 2 of the meta units not going to be played.
I think they might be doing a siege defense then here if they're running that triple tier 4. But we'll see. Because historically on this map, like I say, it's very fast paced. We see a lot of teams that will just run double gold for the defense so that they can just trade and try and buy as much time as possible on A and B and hold it there. But the triple tier 4 setup is going to be a lot harder to maintain that. They won't have cav to come and clear or fast units to come back. So definitely interesting to see how they pull off this defense.
Yep, absolutely. I already see a trap coming out as well. That was a bit earlier maybe. We can also see the mortars being placed, and we've got Argonautes actually pushing on the left side already. Going to slowly get that ramp to the gate. One guy defending for leftovers on the other side, but it's going to be a main push around A surely. And there's a lot of mortars here at Temple.
And a lot of defensive artillery going down already. I don't like the grape shot slam on the front gate for the defenders because that can be killed before the enemy team pushes. So we can see the mortars outside for the attackers here of Argonauts. They should be able to spot those grape shots above the gate and be able to kill that before they push.
Yeah, definitely a little bit early. You can already see a couple mortars there being hit on those grape shots. Going to be taking those out quickly, I'm sure. The Wu Wei Mansion Guard, it's the unit that we have to talk about. We've been seeing it a lot in group stage. It's usually disruptive in fights. What are good counters to the unit now that we have the Phalanx and also the Iron Reapers out of it?
Yeah, I mean, what we need to look at as well for people in chat is there are no doctrines right on here. So the units are very different in CBR games as opposed to in normal games. So units tend to be squishier, and some of those high damage units like Wu Wei's that don't really rely on their doctrines that much can have a lot more strength in these games. But also, there is still mastery in CBR now. They've brought that in for this version of CBR. So things like the Halberd Sergeants are very good at clearing Wu Wei's. Like you say, the Reapers and the Phalanx are out, so they can't be used those because the Reapers are a good counter to them as well if played properly. But yeah, so we see Halberd Sergeants not being used. Obviously, Cav as well will run through them quite easily. Palace Guards can trade against them. I'm not sure on the exact trade in CBL because I haven't seen that matchup very much, but on live they do trade decently into them. So but to see people pull out. We see a lot of Palace Guards being played here because we see both teams running a lot of triple tier 4 setups, so we should see some good matchups there. But they're just a very punishing, fast-moving unit that can clear a lot when not being paid attention to. So that's why a lot of teams take them, and they're cheap, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see, right? We got the Palace Guards, Imp Shield as well, strong on the front line, backed up by the Wu Wei, and the Queen's Knight seems to be the staples for this on the side of leftovers. We got similar setup over on Argonautes, of course. So it's good to see the Queen's Knight coming back up a little bit. We haven't seen them that much during group stage. Going to the artillery, we can see only 5 pieces of artillery left for leftovers, and all the grape shots that were being placed are taken out, and they're actually building a new one. There's also a ballista in front of the gate at A, as Argonauts is actually trying to make a move here. Adudor leading it, he's getting his horse getting shut down.
You see a snipe from that grape shot, no one's firing it. Is he going to get someone? No, he fires and misses. But this we see with Argonauts, right? When they want to push, they have a very fast, aggressive push. We see them going straight in for that, as we would normally expect from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
More of a sort of
going on both sides. To see.
Breach. Yeah, Breach is falling for Argonauts at the moment. They are losing that fight there, but they are winning the main fight on the side at the moment. They're getting control of point. Can leftover squad come back from this breach and wipe them off? They should be able to with the units they've got left. But I feel like they're committing a bit too hard on the game.
Here comes Drowse with the Caps 1. Oh, this Trebuchet, not that good. They're in a perfect position still, though, Argonauts. Actually sitting on a point. Lanarocki trying to get it on a true perfection, doing a good job delaying the point.
Freebus really holding off a lot of members on that gate side as well, so they're still holding a lot of leftover squad on that point, allowing Argonauts to take more control over of the A point. But leftover squad are now starting to turn that fight round. They've wiped those guys on the front. They're starting to push back towards point. They should be able to turn this back. But the key here on this map, attackers spawn really close and they can rush back in. Defenders need to try and rotate and get some more units. And what we see is Argonauts have actually capped the supply of the defenders. So how are they going to come back and get control of this point? But with Argonauts all dying now quite late, they should be able to get control again before Argonauts push. It depends how quickly they can clean off this supply. Yeah, it's a Maul trying to delay them over there, which is not the best hero to be delaying on a supply, but Oriathor doing the best he can.
Yep. So good job by Leftovers actually taking it. There's 4 guys sitting in their supply. They want to get new units. They can start doing that right now. But we can see Argonauts already spawning with the Cav in front of the gate, also bringing the Zweihanders as well. Also, Harp Sergeant's ready. So there's a couple guys on leftover squad that don't have units now or are really weak units sitting at the A point. And Trap already coming in as well. So maybe a good hit here on the Imperial Pikes.
Argonauts squad are coming back with a lot of units, but will Argonauts push before they get here? Argonauts need to try and take the space and get a couple of kills before the rest of leftover squad comes back onto position. Really good mortar usage from leftover squad here as well, completely punishing that setup as they're pushing in, getting a lot of damage down. Argonauts now pushing onto point, but do they have the number of units and the control to get in before the cav coming in from leftover squad? Can it do much? Doesn't seem to have much of an impact. Land space already goes down for leftover squad. Can Argonauts try and snowball this through?
Yep, Flame of
Anger good units on point
around as well with the cav, but it looks like there's a lot of anti-cav right now on the point sitting for Argonauts. You got 2 for Brachos, another Imperial Pike advance going right now as well.
Nana going down as well. We do see Derevny trying to flank with some Wues here. They might be able to clear this point from the bottom.
Flame of Anchor from the side coming in. That's a huge swipe there.
Really good Yanidao damage coming through, not killing a massive amount, but damaging enough that these Wues might be able to clear. But it's not looking good for leftover squad here. They've lost most of their units.
Also, their heroes
need to try and get some hero kills, snowballing through. Argonauts are starting to now get control of this point and push forwards. We see leftover squad trying to push back in, and this is a mistake a lot of teams will make now. They're going to start suiciding another 30, 40, 50 units in here trying to stall this.
Yeah, leftover's actually slightly in the lead in terms of units, so losing these palace guards from land space may be something that they don't want right now, but still they seem like they want to get the point.
There's 2 sets of Wues coming in, but all the heroes are dying now. Rocky dies. So they did have some Wues trying to clear from that bridge side from B coming over, which were doing some good work, but then the heroes got picked off. They are actually still stalling for now.
Yeah, they might be doing
need
it,
to just kill 1 or 2 heroes.
It's 2 minutes right now, and actually looks like Leftover is fully in control right now of the point. They got the more units there. Argonauts using the cav earlier, of course, don't have the cav anymore to get back to the point quickly. These are red empikements, and they're good in delaying fights, but they're not going to get back on the point with just
the difference in the setup now as well is leftover squad coming in with some tier 5 units here. They came in with the Queen's Knights and the Medaus to clean up from that bottom side to buy time then for the rest of the team to come back. Argonauts still on point with tier 1 and tier 2 units here. Argonauts do have time to push. They only need 1 second on that point to take it. So if they can regroup and get 1 solid push in, but do they have the units left to do it?
Exactly.
We see Argonauts spawning blue halberds. They've got some Demesna shields. They do have some Rattans coming in, but they've got Rattan pikes, healers, 2 sets of blue halberds. I don't know if they've got the damage to be able to clear this point. You see leftover squad with a lot of tier 4 and tier 5 left on this. They're going to try and take the aggressive plays, but can Argonauts try and get a clear here?
Argonauts are well grouped right now, and they do have 13 pieces of artillery left. If they bring out
Rattan marksman from Grim, though, we're going to be doing a lot of work here. You see Rattan marks on that bottom bridge below A. They're going to be farming a lot of this. They don't really have much frontline here. Any shield units for Argonauts. We've got those Demesna shields, but I don't think they're going to hold enough. Really solid defense here, recovering from leftover squad. Argonauts trying to brute force with some cav there, but there's just so much anti-cav at this point. So many blue halberds make it so difficult to get in. We see leftover squad now with their scout cavalry on the point, just cleaning up all those heroes.
These triple quadruple from leftovers definitely holding strong on the point. They're even charging now, trying to clean up what's remaining of Argonauts. Of course, 25 seconds on the clock. They only need 1 second to capture, but with only 4 heroes alive for Argonauts, it seems like
and only 100 units left. It seems to be what it is. Grimm's Rattan marksman there on that backside, farming so many hero kills there. Because obviously they do have runes in this, so they have the rune to save you from death. But those marksmen will burn through that because obviously it's poison.
Already 9 heroes on Grim, as you said. That's insane. Also, Rastin with the 5 heroes. Huge plays by them. And leftovers definitely swinging out really hard right here. This is a map that was picked by Argonauts, remember.
Yeah, really good recovery from them. You know, Argonauts did get control of that point, but because they couldn't block that supply long enough, it bought enough time for leftover squad to come back in. And even though they did lose, especially now in this matchup, a lot of halberds. We see some 4 Brachios, some Medaus as well. Can they get the use out of that companion cav this game?
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the units. Like, it's almost all of the guys on leftover squad actually bringing halbs in pikes, or even or the Wu-Wei. Like, there's so many anti-cav right now, and I think like 5 or 6 have the frontline units and backed up by a couple of Queen's Knights. So it's gonna be hard for Argonauts to make the plays with the cav, perhaps. But if they can do it, it's gonna be huge for them. I wonder if we'll be seeing a little bit of rotations around B and A point. Of course, we were only fighting around the A point in the first game, so we're gonna find out if leftovers want to play around a little bit more than what Argonauts did, but to be honest, it doesn't look like it. Derevny already running from B to A, clearly stating that they want to go to that A point and make a good fight around it.
Yeah, definitely. And this is one of those maps that is very different as well to a lot of others, because when you're spawning in, both sides can see where the enemy is spawning. You know, defenders can see where the attackers are spawning, attackers can see where defenders are spawning, so you can rotate very quickly from one side to the other if you need to. When you see where the enemy's going. So we do see a lot of teams will do that split spawn at the start and then just rotate wherever the enemy team is, because we do see a lot of teams will try and full rush one side as opposed to the other.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see again on the defender side putting down those mortars 3 all the way in the back, close to the harbor. Pretty hard place to trap to look at least. Once you get there, of course, you can throw them down.
Yeah,
Also,
pretty impossible to kill them.
very similar setup. Yeah.
I think it's quite a low damage setup, though. You know, we've got a lot of palace guards in here. Even defenders with a couple of Medaus as well already out when the attackers don't have any cabs, so they could struggle in the melee fight with that setup. But we'll see how it goes. They do have the Zycanian hiding around the back of the moment. If they can get a good throw from that, they should be able to do a lot. We see Leftovers squad going in for the very fast, aggressive
they're
push
aggressive here. They're very aggressive. Also, keep an eye out on the Grey Knights. Something special that the Leftovers brought. As we already started engaging, Palace Guard versus Palace Guard, strong frontline unit, of course. We've seen a lot. Argonauts trying to flank around.
You see the Imp Shield from Leftover Squad as well, but Argonauts with his flank on the back could be very damaging. That is a Wu-Wei and a Queen's Guard coming in, and then the Halberd and Palace Guards to back it up. So we see these Zycanian getting any good damage in.
The getting also quickly taken down, but here comes the Cav from Drowish. That's a huge flank, I think, but looks like Leftovers definitely gaining a little bit of ground there with their Wu-Wei or Wu-Shay.
Leftovers holding for now. But Argonauts coming in from this backside push. This flank has taken that space. It's cleaned that top side. They're now going to push in and be able to wipe this. This is very good for Argonauts. And Leftover Squad are not blocking that back supply. So we saw Argonauts send someone over there to delay. Leftover Squad have not done that. So these Argonaut Squad have completely won this first fight. They should now be able to stall this and hold the units they've got while the rest are rotating to grab fresh units and coming back. See how fast they're going. They're already coming back with fresh cav. Going back with fresh, fast units to get back into this position, while the remainders of their units are fighting on the front and holding the reinforcements so that Leftover Squad can't snowball in. So really solid defense there from Argonauts. That flank doing wonders there. But Leftover Squad still, I like they're building arty, so we got a few grape shots getting thrown down as they pushed. But they were just lacking a bit of damage there. I feel like the Zycanian throw from Argonauts may not have killed a massive amount, but it did enough damage to weaken their team enough, and then with the burn on top of that as well. But here comes Grim with his Rattan Marksman. Can he get as much use of them this time as he did last game? Because obviously we do have 3 muskets and a longbow here for Argonauts. So as soon as they spot those, I'd like to see those marksmen dying very quickly.
Yeah, and looks like Leftovers not even giving us time to talk about the matches. We could see Suliang and Alco Freebus making huge numbers with their units in that first fight. But Leftovers are already back on it. We saw that Argonaut is also quick to get to the resupply and they're already in position. But this trap is already coming in strong.
These mortars, though, from Argonauts doing a lot of work here.
Leftovers trying to build the grape shots. They're making sure that they put down the early here, but like you said, the mortars starting to find the shots here, I think.
Yeah, but Argonauts keep getting their heroes picked off here. Ooh, Banana goes down. I think that was a mortar shot that picked him off there, wasn't it?
Suliang already sitting on a quad kill. He's doing a great job with his dual blade and units as well. Ooh, another kill. There's so many guys getting killed right before the fight, so this is going to be close. It's going to be 14 versus 13. We can see Aaron trying to play around with his musket. Palace Guards going to the front, once again the usual. Adru just sitting on the side with his monastics. New cav unit that we haven't seen that much before.
Yeah, Leftover Squad definitely just taking the space here, and Argonauts aren't really doing much to stop this. We can see they're waiting for that flank to come in from behind again to start picking up this backside. But Argonauts losing a lot of heroes here.
Yeah, the top side though, not that strong protected.
They should be able to wipe this off. We see these Yanidaos coming on the bottom side, and that flank is doing a lot of work in the gate. Big goof coming in here.
Yeah, here comes the top.
Guards now on point stalling. They should be able to buy enough time for the rest of the team to then rotate in again. This is a very broken and split fight, but it looks like it's going in Argonauts' favor at the moment now. They are starting to kill the Leftover Squad heroes, but this Treb on point can be huge. It's also trebbing Leftover Squad's last big unit of shields here. Ooh, big lot of friendly damage, but that should kill a few of Argonauts' units there as well. Can Leftover Squad try and snowball in there? They still have 5 units. They still got
I don't think there's anything. Ooh, that was a huge charge from Grim, actually. There was no anti-cav on the side of Argonauts.
Great charge in there. We see some grape shots now going down for Leftover Squad as well. Starting to pick off Argonauts again. They're starting to turn this fight around now. Can Argonauts come back with fresh units? We have a lot of the companion cav now coming out for Argonauts. We've got the halberds coming in from the bottom side to buy some time. We see 2 companion cav coming across from B. They're also coming across with 2 imp pikes and another cav as well. Another companion cav from C. There's a lot of units coming back for Argonauts here. I don't know if Leftover Squad have the momentum to keep this going, but they are still coming in. They're building a lot of siege in that front gate. Argonauts don't have much to hold here. They have 1 halberd. The rest is all cav right now until these imp pikes get back in here.
I really like that Leftovers actually turned out the gate when they saw that Argonauts were just strong on the point. They're waiting for the reinforcements to come in. They have a lot of halbs actually still.
Yeah, there's still enough time here to take. There's double Rattan pikes here for Argonauts. And they do have 1 Queens though that's going to try and flank again. But Argonauts have no frontline here. There's a lot of cav, and we see a lot of anti-cav for Leftover Squad here. So this could go either way. Really nice musket bomb there on the bottom from Aaron to get his cav through, trying to clear as much as he can. But that's all going down now to these halberds.
It's all about the cav right now for Argonauts. There's very little frontline.
So many other sergeants here for Leftover Squad. I don't think Argonauts can push back in here. They have nothing that can really push in. These queens are going to do some work, but they should fall pretty quickly too. Yeah, those Queen's Knights are already going down. There's a lot of halberds here, and they only have cav. We see there's Kalen coming back in as well. Maybe they can get a throw on, but with 2 minutes left to try and assault on this point, I don't think Argonauts can hold this at this moment in time. This cav doing a lot of work here, but there's still so many halberds around.
Yeah, or can they? I think they made a huge play with their heroes. They are disrupting the halbs, and the cav actually managed to clean up together with the Zakalian militia from Drowse, it looks like. Now they're also starting to push through the front, but the trebuchet coming in, and also pellets. Guards.
Drones on 3 deaths either. It's still 2 deaths is the highest across the board. So there's still enough for 1 fight left, but if too many heroes die here, this will be over. 150 units each. Can Argonauts maybe fall back and hold another fight? Or it looks like they're going to try and commit to this, but for another minute and 40, it's going to be a lot of hard work. We see a men-at-arms trying to come in here for Suliang. Can he do enough work with these men-at-arms to clear this point?
It's going to come to a deathmatch maybe. It's only 1.5 minutes left. 8 point is half captured right now. We get short.
Did a great job of stalling this, getting 1 hero on at time to stall so they don't all die at the same time. They're doing a really good job. Suliang is starting to pick up quite a lot on the front, but he is now getting dove by a lot of heroes. It's 1 minute and 20 left. Can Argonauts hold this? They have a lot of short swords now. They might be able to buy enough time. This is going to go right down to the wire here. All of Argonauts holding short swords now. They want to full commit to this point. They know they have to win this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many units right now, almost sitting on a point for leftovers. But
great job from Argonauts, just bouncing it, going in 1 by 1, calling out when the person dies to go in again. They're cancelling the artillery, building in the gate for leftover squad as well. So really well done by Argonauts here on this defense. They've got some Surge units. Suliang still with those men at arms trying to clear
Suliang with the men at arms in huge place. They're sitting on the side. He's always pushing off our leftovers from all sides. Now also going for the grape shot, maybe even.
Leftover squad still trying to snowball this, but it's 15 heroes to 9 right now for Argonauts. But Argonauts are still holding on. They're still getting some picks here and there. Suliang getting some picks on the back now with his dual blade. Takes out one. He's going to take down Lorcar shortly as well. There he goes. Can he also get true perfection next? He's slowly cleaning with these men at arms. Suliang is doing so much work on the side here, while these short swords are buying the world on this point. What an incredible stalling tactic here from Argonauts, managing to rotate this 1 by 1 going in. 20 seconds left. I don't think they've got enough time to take this. This looks like it's going to go towards Argonauts.
Absolutely, it's going to be
many short swords left. That was looking so bad for Argonauts with the amount of halberds there, but they managed to pull back, cleared enough of it, and Suliang with those men at arms putting in a lot of work on this point here, and then those short swords just delaying for the world to hold this. That was just incredible work there from Argonauts. Really, really well done. Such a tight matchup so far. Both games going down to the wire so far, so this is really exciting. They did really well.
Absolutely. They're tying up the score 1-1 on the map that they chose. Now we get to go to White Oak for
the filler to fill up that spot. I mean, if you didn't take that, what would you take instead, right?
Yeah.
I mean, potentially you could fit in blue halberds maybe, but then you don't have any frontline, whereas this will help them deal with those marksmen. But we see a lot of Zykalian from the leftover squad side, so it looks like I would imagine they're going to just do a push up on the top wall, do a slow pressure with their mortars, and then just take that space on point. We see a lot of Queen's Guards for them. We see the double imp shields as well, actually, which is interesting. We haven't seen a lot of imp shields so far in this tournament on the European side. We saw a lot more in the American side, but European side, I think we had 1 from leftover squad last game, but starting with 2 of them this time. Interesting to see what they're going to do with that.
Yeah, definitely.
We do see a few kept out from the start from Argonauts. But again, it's great with that, because as a defender, you can just start with the cav and it threatens a sally. Whether you're going to go out or not, you can just change them easily on a supply inside. But it means that the attackers have to go, oh crap, they might sally with this cav, we've got to be wary for that. We see the muskets already running straight to the front from leftover squad to try and take down this artillery as quick as they can. Those ballistas on the front can pick off hero kills, obviously. They can pick off key units at the start, so you want to try and kill them as quick as possible. Looks like they are taking down both breaches as well. Actually, at the moment, they're not shooting the left one.
Yeah, taking it slow for now. Tower's not even being all pushed right now. The middle tower still needs pushing on the side of leftovers. We see shots being fired at the battering ram. It doesn't look like there's going to be enough artillery on the side of the defenders right now, at least, to open it up. They might open a gate even, right, to take down the battering ram, shoot a couple of corpsens through it.
Potentially, yeah, they can waste a little bit of time with it, yeah. I think attacks at the moment, they're just waiting for that last artillery to die on the front, and then they'll start pushing this tower, because they're just conscious they don't want to lose any units for free while pushing these towers. Because especially in CBL, obviously you've got to try and get the best loadout possible. A lot of the time you don't have room for serfs to be able to push these towers, so you don't want to use your key units and then lose them to artillery for free on the walls. As we see, it is now being pushed once that cannon falls down. But the one Hawatcha still on the far right hand side, picking off, or trying to pick off some of these Queen's Knights. Hasn't taken any out yet. Those muskets being there now should be able to clean this up. I imagine some of these muskets from leftover squad should change off to other classes, but maybe they stay on musket actually. I see banana and also true perfection on musket at the moment. They will normally change off to other things, but they might keep them for now when they get up on the top wall, just to have that bombardment of muskets from the top can be very devastating into, especially when we see a lot of things like halberds for the defenders. So Oriath, though, with his halberd sergeants at the moment, could have that whole unit wiped by those 4 muskets all bombing at the same time, which could be quite fun to watch. His left tower is very close to hitting. We've got some people stacked there ready to go up. They will probably wait for all 3 towers to hit before they really push, though. Argonauts setting up in sort of the standard places, I would say, for an A defense on this map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I like that they're opening the gate as well. We see a lot of guys from my laptop already rushing to it. They want to take advantage of the opening the gate early. Even bring in a unit now as well. Queen's Knight maybe picked up a little bit. No.
Just trying to see if they can pick up any key units there. It's going to be great to see what arty spots left of the squad use here and how Argonauts react to that, because neither team has built any artillery yet. There are some very good spots on the far right-hand side of the map that the left of the squad can use to punish them. But obviously a lot
more there right
just
now. The rest are getting Aqua free balls, and Grim is also there with the spear. They have the damage to kill him if they are quick enough. But no, we're small retreat there.
There's too many units there. They can't really take that risk. But they have still left up this left breach. It is full health, so it looks like they have no interest of taking that down. So we might see a left rotation here, which would look like what we're going to have at the moment. They're looking like they're going to rotate to this left side and probably get some artillery up on the front to support it. But let's see where they rotate now.
A unit that we
defenders. Sorry,
a unit that we've not seen during group stage are the YeahBuddies as well. They're coming back a little bit, it seems, in this match at least. Looking forward to seeing that unit more. It's quite a diverse unit as well. That can do a lot of damage sitting in that front line as well.
Yeah, obviously it can basically dodge an entire attack, right? So
exactly.
It's a very good unit, and also having it braced, it can get a lot of health back. We see a lot of artillery being slammed down now by leftover squad. Almost all of them placing mortars at the same time there. So really good coordination there. Yeah, defenders have obviously key advantage on this point of having that close supply, right? So we see a lot of teams will prioritize that, either pushing it or having someone block it while they push the point. So it looks like what they're trying to do is force Argonauts away from that position by just having a metric butt ton of mortars over here.
Yeah, just remember the 1234 in defense for Argonauts right now sitting at the top. That's the units that they have right now, but it may be changing quickly with all those mortars being slammed down.
11 mortars already going down.
And we see a fight as well.
But,
also,
like you said, can they hit them?
Yep.
We see a lot of Argonauts units over on the right-hand side of the map in a safe spot. I would love to see leftover squad rotating 1 or 2 guys over there to build mortars to punish that as well, because those Argonauts units are completely safe right now.
Yep, absolutely.
Like I said, they haven't lost any unit so far to these mortars.
Yep. Except the 2 units that Suliang just lost to the Trebuchet. Of course, the Trebuchet can now hit the A point. It wasn't true like last. I think last CBL, the map wasn't like this, right? The A point being safer to Trebuchet, you wouldn't be able to hit anything.
Yeah, I think it was after last CBL, but you can see now basically both sides of the map. There's Trebs now that can come in from the sides, apart from just from the front. So there's those 3 on that left side can hit A. Depending where you Treb, obviously there's the 3 on the right can potentially hit as well. So like on the supply side here, we see a lot of mortars going in there. We've seen 6 more units falling now for Argonauts. They should lose a few more to these Trebs, and mortars landing now. See another 2 going down. But it's not a massive amount of units they're losing here, right? And this is taking a lot of time for leftover squad.
Actually, as I said, we started 12 to the 4.
That Treb might hit their own units on the wall here as well. They need to be careful there. That was a dangerous Treb that we just saw being called in.
Got a couple hits to the breach as well, so we'll see if they take it down eventually. Looks like Kiel not losing any units.
Yeah, big hit in there, but it hasn't killed anything yet. And I see a couple of mortars coming out from Argonauts as well, trying to counter, but they're not doing a massive amount here. But like I said, this is wasting a lot of time for leftover squad. So are they getting enough value out of this for when they push? Yeah. One of the key thinkings is, if we can kill 3 or 4 of the units in each of their squads, we have the number of advantage when we push. But obviously there's the supply close there, and they're not killing that many units so far. Yep. It's only been, what, 9 units going down so far to this?
Yeah, exactly 9. Yep, exactly. We started 12 to the 4. Now down to 12-25. We do see our leftovers definitely winning the artillery game here. Of course, double artillery compared to Argonauts sitting on a defense. All these artillery pieces around the A point are being taken out. But Argonauts is doing a good job just running around, getting new units.
It's really good movement from Argonauts as well.
There are 11 of 12 right now. And there are enough muskets on the side of leftovers to take a shot at those Sicilians. But look at the right side. It's definitely Suliang. Oh, Grim.
Grim getting a pick off there. Really well done.
That was a really good job swinging by against Suliang there.
Leftover squad might take that as an opportunity to push now with 1 dying. There's gathering up on this left stairs here. They might push. But Argonauts have done a really good job of constantly moving around and dodging all of these mortars. So they haven't really lost much before this fight. It's going to. I think that supply is going to be key here. Whether they can get fresh units out and whether someone can block it. We can see instantly some grape shots going down on point to try and get some control here.
Really good job here.
Argonauts deciding whether they want to go in. They might not even take the fight here. They're very split off. They're going to let them cap a lot of this point before they go in.
But Argonaut is now going to come in from 3 flanks. I love our leftovers actually being really patient with Grim, sitting on the red marksman on the stairs there. They're going to be bringing the damage.
Yeah, but a lot of good flanks from Argonauts here. They've got a lot of Queen's Knights in here as well that should be able to do some damage. This bottom side of the point to the right of the gate, as we're looking at the attacker's point of view, is one already. Can they push across? See some cav coming in. But so far, leftover squad getting these kills. You know, Grim's Rattans again getting some hero kills. Vegeta has now gone up and cleared it, or most of them. But Argonauts still have that supply, but they are now being blocked on there by Rocky on short sword. So can Argonauts maintain this fight long enough? They do still have some Queen's Knights here. They've got 3 sets of Queen's Knights on this point. They don't have many units left in them. They are running low. One's only 7 units left. One is 1 unit. They've got a couple of 40s still here. Can they hold long enough to clean that supply and get back again? Land Rocky does now have some support there with Segner, but can they get on in time to block? They should be able to.
Here comes the reinforcement.
Argonauts are going to struggle. Can Argonauts delay this long enough again? We saw how well they delayed last time, but can they do it again now?
Yeah, good companion cap here. But here comes Silent Warrior with the cap as well. He's going to be patient though, I think, because there's already anti-cap sitting on Silent One there. He's going to move around. Silent Warrior, can he clean up the point for the infantry?
Yeah, but these 3 sets of Wu-Ways coming in with him should be enough to clean off this point for now. But that supply is still blocked by Segnor, doing a huge job over there. And Flame of Arnor now helping him as well, but the rest of the team is getting wiped on point. They should try and get out of there while they can.
Yeah, it's still a close fight. We've got 4.5 minutes, a little bit more than 4.5 minutes on the clock.
We do still see Leftover Squad is still committing to this. They're still going straight to that front gate. They've lost a lot of people here, but they're still setting up in there. Argonauts pushing in with their cav here, but there is anti-cav in that gate. You see Leftover Squad now coming in with their cav through the front gate as well, potentially. No, they've backed off now. Argonauts' supply is still blocked over there. Yeah. There is now 7 people on that supply. Segnor now does fall, but he did a huge job of stalling on that supply. Leftover Squads can still snowball this, but Argonauts are going to be coming back fast from that supply. TT on point is going to delay for a little bit with Mace down there as well. The rest of Argonauts need to hurry and get back in here. But we see a lot of cav coming back for Argonauts. We see 2 sets of YYDs and some decent units coming in. They've got another set of Zykaelin coming in. We've got those Vihanders coming in as well. We don't really see much anti-cav on point yet. There's 2 40s coming in from the side from Argonauts eventually, but it's going to be too late by that point. Can TT get back on there? He's back on that point now. He's delaying enough. Now we see this flank coming in from Argonauts from the side. Double 40s. We've got those Vihanders here as well. We've got the Palace Guards on point trying to hold, but that's a lot of Argonauts falling at the same time here. I don't know if they can stall this for 4 minutes like they did in the last matchup.
Oh, Flame of Anger once again with the flank there, coming in with the cap from the top side, cleaning up whatever was left there from the Heroes of Argonauts, and also the left flank being cleared completely after the pike advance. Or
Argonauts have to drop this now.
Suliang's gonna have to run here.
Trying to run out. Suliang's going to try and run. Maybe he tries to get a kill and just stays there to delay as much time as possible because most of his team is dead. It looks like, yeah, Leftover Squad are trying to snowball this. They're going to try and snowball this straight through to the base point. This could be risky for them, but there is only 1 Forte Brachio trying to hold them at the moment. They should be able to get space on this point, but are they getting too aggressive here?
As long as
I'd like to see one of them running straight to the point as much as they can already. There we go. No Longbows Few already getting on. We don't see the best units coming from Argonauts, but we see a couple of Halberd Sergeants and some more cav coming through. And they're already on point to delay this, so that tread could be pretty big here. But it's only onto those green shields that are just there to delay time anyway. It's the rest coming in behind that's going to be a problem here, potentially, for Leftover Squad. But it's mostly Halberds. That's not great for pushing in. It needs something to take that front space for them so they can get that space themselves.
Yeah, but the cav just walking right into those halbs, and that works perfectly for them.
Yeah, but they are still delaying. We do see Excalibur coming in with some Rattan Marksman now. If he can get those in a good position, he can start clearing. Suliang is now flanking with his Wu-Ways as well.
200 unit lead for leftovers right now. They do have the stronger grasp on this game. Non Trebuchet going to come in, but Argonauts doing a good job walking around
on this base point though. Argonauts got a good setup of their halberds there. They're holding a position on point now with these halberds spread out, not all grouped up together on one spot. So it's going to be harder to clear them. And those marksmen are going to be doing a lot of work now from the side. They are massively behind on units though. So this is looking in the favor of Leftover Squad. But Argonauts putting in a big fight until the end here.
Yeah, it's still 6 minutes, so it's a lot of time. There's 13 heroes left alive for Argonauts, 14 on the side of leftovers. They're bringing in the damage. They also Zikali Militia, they will be making... Oh, no, Zikali Militia killed. Tutti still holding strong and bringing out the short swords once again. But as you said, 6 minutes, maybe a little bit too long.
Leftover Squad are finally going for these marksmen. They left them there a long time, but we see Landspace and Derevni both going for them, Lorcar going as well. With those dying, that should be it now. That was the last hope for Argonauts there, I feel. They were doing a lot of damage there, but it was not enough. They did clear a lot of those halberds though. But I feel 5.5 minutes with 137 units left. This is not looking good for Argonauts at all.
All of Argonaut is still able to come back, only dying twice, most of them. Not anyone is fully out, but only Keel sitting on the point right now is also going to go down. Capture certainly going quickly on the way now. Drought's trying to get back, Silent Warrior also. But we see no units coming in, and the leftovers now with the Imperial Pikes and all the harps, all the anti-cav actually being able to hold strong. Also, Uncooked
Suliang
Banana.
with his men at arms coming in though, can he do some work with those again? I'm going to say probably not with the number of units running towards him right now. That's Queen's Knights, Wu Wei's, a lot coming in.
He may be getting a good score at the end of the game, Suliang, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to save the game here for his Argonautes team. Leftover squad pushing out, making sure that the capture point stays safe, and it will bring them to a 2-1 lead here in the series on White Oak Fort. They do take their first attack win on the map that they chose.
Fantastic play from them. And I've really got to give MVP firstly over to...
They will be going to their semifinals. Argonautes will be out of the tournament, so it's do or die for Argonautes right now.
Point quite easily as well, so I think Rajin's going to be key here for cleaning that off. Trying to keep it as clear as possible, because it's a very hard supply to keep clean because you can block it quite easily. There's a wall you can stand on that can block it. You can jump onto the top of the supply and block. Like when you jump up and down from it, so there's a lot of good ways you can block it where you can't be killed that easily. So yeah, definitely key for Rajin on that chain dart to be able to clean it, because we saw how Argonauts struggled last game to keep that clear.
Yeah, absolutely. And with how close these fights all have been, it's going to be like decided in the end by the little plays that teams make as well, since these two teams are so close. We see Flame of Aenor also a unique unit pick, being the gray hairs. He also brought them out in the first games. It's going to be interesting to see if we can catch what he's doing with it, because it's a unit that almost no teams are bringing out in any of the matches, really.
Yeah, again, I think what part of the reason for it is just because their leadership cost, right? Historically, they're a unit that takes a lot of skill to play well. They've been very weak for a long time. They got a little buffed, didn't they, a couple of months ago? But with how many buffs happened on other units, things like Wu-Wei's and things coming out since, they just haven't had that much use. But we have seen a few people playing them, like you said. Let's see if they can get enough use out of them, because they can be quite tanky. They can do the damage on these heroes as well. Because remember, heroes are a lot squishier in this than they are on live, because everyone has a base set of armor that doesn't have all the reforge bonuses. They don't have the epic schematic sets, so heroes are a lot squishier here than they are on live.
Yep, absolutely right. Of course, again, we're not going to be seeing a tower game. Actually, we don't get to see those in this first match, so it's more fun if they start fighting right away. No.
You see, difference this time though. Argonauts taking out the left breach, but not the right one.
Yep, exactly. Slightly different.
See a much different play this time.
And also, nothing at the gate right now, so it looks like Leftovers not going to play around with the gate. They're just going to leave Argonautes their room to open it up. We do see Trebuchets already coming in. Let's see if they can hit something. I think they got a pretty good angle there. Sitting on top of the tower, perhaps. No, didn't get any shots in, though. Oh, they did. Yeah, got 5 of the Wu-Wei there.
It's a pretty big pick off. Even though there's only 5 unit kills, that can make a big difference.
Yep, absolutely. True perfection losing these.
Unit-wise, do Argonauts have any cav out at the moment? They do have one out on air at the moment. I want to see them use this breach to get a good cav flank in while they're having that melee fight on the point.
Yeah, perhaps.
Because the breach is down. It doesn't look like it when you're far away because there's a visual bug, but it is actually down.
It is down. It was at first, now it's close, but I'm pretty sure. There we go. Yep.
When we get the right breach as well, so we should see a lot of cav flanks here. So it'd be interesting. Now they're taking out the right breach as well. Will they go for a full right side rotation to that back right resupply that we have seen teams do in the past, to try and get a push from behind to get control of the resupply before going to A? Because that is a standard strat on this map as well. And with the other breach going down, it means their rejoiners that die can come in from behind, from that left side, to punish from the front side of the supply while you're pushing the back side. So looks like they are rotating to the right side mostly at the moment. Well, still a few on the left. Just going to go take wall control. Where will they rotate? Obviously, with both breaches being down, it is hardest to rotate here. But they do have that tower on the right side. They could rotate down and go through to the right breach as well. What they're likely to do is probably send Suliang through to that back right supply.
Yep. We do see the attacks, of course, sitting on the longbow there, trying to snipe off a couple of units there. He's already got True Perfections Wu-Wei down to 18, so he's losing another one again. Now Razine is under fire. It's going to be hard for... oh, and also the Alchemist down to 4, so then Attack's doing a good job with the longbow, sniping a couple of the units already before the fight starts.
Yeah, but you see these mortars now going down for Argonauts as well. Let's see if Leftover Squad can be as good with their rotations to stop getting units picked off, because Argonauts did an incredible job of dodging most of those mortar shots.
And again, we're going to keep track. 1163 sitting at the top right now for the defenders. Let's find out how many they will lose in a couple of minutes. It's 10 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to be using these artillery pieces.
See more and more going down for the attackers. They've now placed 9, 10 going down, 11th one going down now as well.
Right supply is being captured, this time by Silent Warrior from Argonautes, so that's good. Let's see if Leftovers actually want to put resources to the right supply as well.
Look at all those mortar shots firing all at the same time. That looks pretty sick, seeing all of them firing all at once. We see Leftover Squad just doing the thing where they just fall back, though. They're just leaving the point. I would like to see one or two of Argonauts trying to pressure the point a little bit here just to threaten them to bring their units back, because this is one of the things that teams will do, right? You'll sit here, you'll build all the artillery, defenders just walk back. You're not pressuring them, you're not trying to cap points. They have no reason to actually stay there.
Exactly right.
As long as they're scouting so they can see when you push, then that's all they need to do, really. We are seeing, I would say, more units dying this time than died in the previous matchup, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Down to 11. What did you say the number was when we started?
1163, I think it was. So losing the 6 already.
57 at the moment.
Yep. Not that many yet, but definitely every single unit or model counts, of course. It's gonna be good to see. And as you said, currently, there we go. Kuma actually moving on a point. He's been listening to you as well. Like we all have been in these first 4 games, of course. And taking that first capture. We've seen how it can be important, right? To get those
but we see
off the point.
The mistake from Leftover Squad now, their entire team has now run forwards.
Yep.
Pretty much. And so now they're just getting hit by these mortars. Can Argonauts land some shots here to actually do some damage?
And definitely working there. You can see already
some big hits going in there.
Yep.
The Palace Guard's already losing 7 from that unit.
Yep. Also the
Halberd Sergeants are already losing.
Yep.
And this is one of the spots I was talking about, right? So if you look at behind the A point on that back right side, you see the 2 Palace Guards and the Halberd. That's where a lot of teams will stack. So as an attacker, you can go on the far right side above where the tower is, and you can build a mortar there to shoot directly into them. But it doesn't look like Argonauts have seen that spot.
It's gonna be good to see.
Argonauts now looking like they're going to try and take this push. They have killed more units with that mortar setup, so a lot of these units coming in for Leftover Squad are going to be injured. We see that Cav flanking from behind as well.
Yeah, the trap also hitting you.
Don't know if it's going to do enough there, though. It's going to Queen's Guards and the Grey Hair Garrisons. It hasn't killed any yet with those Yanni Daos, so not a great exchange from behind there. Hero falling instantly and the Yanni Daos dying, so that's 1 unit down, but they are now going to push it from the side. We see Argonauts taking the initial trade of those heroes, but there's a good flank coming in here from Leftover Squad. They might be able to turn this back still. Argonauts rejoiners coming from that left side. We see a Cav coming in from that left side.
Adru trying to capture, to go to the supply as well. He's in time. OP and Lorkhart not going to get new units now.
Yeah, but no one's there now, though. They need to get someone else running to that supply. We see that it's a very even fight on point at the moment, but Argonauts are going to start losing this just because of the sheer number of Wu-Weis here for the defenders. It is slowly going towards Leftover Squad's favor, and now that that supply is unblocked, they got more units out. Now it's being blocked again, but they already got 2 units out before that. So can Argonauts keep this snowball going? We see that we do have den attacks up on the wall using those mortars as well to try and shoot their rejoiners come back in, but pretty clean hold there by Leftover Squad. Argonauts now blocking that supply, like you said, doing a good job there. But can they actually respawn and get in quick enough when Leftover Squad still have units there? You see they're trying to send some of the units out into the gate to delay as long as possible to stop the rejoiners come back in again.
Yeah, no, very close fight
is still blocked.
On both sides, 6 and 5 heroes dying actually. Finally, 4 heroes from Leftovers now cleaning up that supply. They're going to be bringing out new units. Argonautes having to respawn. Looks like they're actually moving to the towers. They don't want to rush through the gate right now. Kills still coming in. That was a bloody fight for sure. Looking at the top, units really close. 855 still left for Argonauts. 835 left for Leftovers. Adridu does get dropped here. Suliang trying to make a play with the trebuchet. Maybe effective here. This is gonna be, it's gonna be in a little bit here, I think. Ooh, OP going to go down. And all these
good
kills
aggressive play by OP, though. He's killing a few heroes, and these hero kills are so important in CBL. He's actually getting his Queen's Knights back out while he's down on the ground, so he's managed to control back to supply. So really well played by OP there. He does trade his life for that, though. And is that going to be important later on in the game? Obviously, we do only have 3 lives maximum in the CBL. Ajido has now died twice, though. Silent Warrior has now died twice. So really well played by OP, trading his first death for 2 extra deaths from the Argonaut side.
Yeah.
So definitely puts them in favor later on in this game.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to see a pretty similar setup again. Looking at this, Argonauts putting a few ballistas down this time, but they need to try and count these mortars. We see Leftover Squad fully quitting. Look at all the mortars they are now placing down to try and waste some time and bombard here, because they know if they can waste an extra minute or 2 here, it's going to be 1 fight and the game's over, and they are in a position of control at the moment.
Yeah, and I feel like Leftovers are doing a really good job with their actually. They still got 3 left. They're placing all of them right now. But just before they start placing artillery, Argonauts had 14 left and Leftovers 7. So that's something that you wouldn't expect this far into the game. 4 minutes left. So Argonauts are going to have to be fast now on their second fight if they want to make use of all their units or make one really good push.
I think Argonauts were listening because they've now gone and built a ballista on that far right-hand side. They're starting to kill a few of these units on the back here. Because ballistas can be good in CBL because you get 2 guaranteed kills with every shot, basically.
Yeah, if you aim it well, of course, that is. We do see units dropping quite fast now. I think on the side of leftovers, we started with 835 and now they're down to 817. So definitely a couple of guys on the Argonaut side using their aim well. We see unit of Modal here sitting at 15. Unit of Queen's Knight sitting at 19 from OP. So definitely weak.
Really good job. But at the same time, Leftover Squad have bought a lot of time now with this. Argonauts are going to have one push essentially to take this point now if they don't push soon. And that's not going to be in their favor. They need to be able to have a second push with rejoiners coming in if they need to. And with this time left, it's going to be hard to get that in. We see they're starting to take position now. I would like to see some grape shots going down for Argonauts as well.
Quick from Suliang there, cleaning up the...
Nice, Yanni taking out those shields.
Really good job there.
Argonauts have got complete control at this point. They need to get these halberds braced on the back to cover this flank. But that is an Impike Wu-Wei flank, which could be quite devastating here. The Argonauts doing that flank well. They're pushing across the point, which is what I love to see. They're holding the defenders out so they can't get on the point to delay. But can they win this fight? There's a good cav coming in from the flank here from Leftover Squad. That supply is not blocked, so Leftover Squad are going to be able to pull fresh units out. This could be the decider here. Argonauts again not blocking that left supply. They saw how punishing it was against them.
Yeah, and also Flame of Anger actually being able to get a scav into the back.
So many units.
Not as falling.
We see 2 Palace Guards, a Queen's Guard, a Halberd, and a Companion Cav all being pulled out by Leftover Squad.
And the 8 points actually being captured almost. So if Argonauts are quick enough with the cleanup here, the reinforcements from Leftovers may not be...
There's a lot of units going for Leftover Squad. Is this too much? Argonauts can stall this now.
Land space actually getting on the point just in time. Quick Bananas now also, and here comes Grim with his scav.
They've got the damage here, but they don't have enough heroes though. There's only 4 heroes left alive for Leftover Squad. Argonauts, if they play around with their heroes here, can still stop all of these units. They've got enough units on point here.
Oh, not
They've got a Queen's Guard. They cap the supply, and they're coming with fresh units themselves from behind. Leftover Squad just have no heroes left. Argonauts snowballing this now. They should be able to stop all these units that are going to die now for Leftover Squad. This is not looking good for Leftover Squad here. Argonauts should be able to snowball this and catch as many units as they can. They might be able to snowball straight to base point. There's only 2 halberds left there for Leftover Squad, and those are 1 halberd sergeant and 1 normal halberd. This cav going won't be able to stop it, but the amount of heroes coming in behind, they should be able to snowball and get control. We do see units spawning now for Leftover Squad. It's not the best mix, but it's something. Palace Guards, we've got the grey hair garrison, we've got the companion cav, we've got some healers there, but we see the cav from
Suliang
trying to go in and delay, but he has now died.
He's dropping quickly though, so maybe actually
and their team snowball the front though. We see that Argonauts did split up. Half them went supply, half went in the front. That could be costing them this fight. But if they can come in faster, they can flank from behind, they can completely wipe this. It's still looking like it's going to go in Argonauts' favor at the moment with the units they have here.
Yeah, they have a double lead. Need to not waste any of the units, right?
They're going to try and snowball this fight at the front and then go back to the point after, which is good. They're not trying to overcommit. They're just going to deal with the units they've got. They know they have the unit advantage. Completely collapse on these units on the front for Leftover Squad and then back to point afterwards. We see the halberds getting braced now. It's going to be hard for Leftover Squad to get back in here with their mass halberds as well.
Argonauts sitting on the brink of the barrier. They may be going to grassland still. They're fighting with everything they got. They got a clear unit lead now. Double the amount of units and already 5 minutes still left. We see
we see some 3 deaths already coming in. Banana is down on 3 deaths. Segner is down on 3 deaths as well. So we see some people out of this fight. This is not looking good for Leftover Squad. I can't see them being able to pull this back out.
We are going to go to grasslands
1 Lorca, 3 deaths. This is going to grasslands. What an exciting matchup here. That looked so bad for Argonauts, but they managed to snowball and get the hero kills on that point long enough that the rejoiners from Leftover Squad couldn't do anything, and then they got snowballed from that. So really well played from Argonauts there. Really good hero commitment. We saw them struggle to get hero kills in a lot of these games, but that game they proved us wrong. They focused, they secured those hero kills on that point. Well played from Argonauts there towards the end after what looked like a shaky start, I would say. So definitely good job for them. But then, and they'll still get a lot of their damage off. But with it being no doctrines, are the Fortebrackers going to have enough damage to kill the cav here?
I'm looking at Rat and Marksman here, Silent One and Grim bringing both. And if anything can kill Fortebrackers, it is these Rat and Marksman.
Definitely. I would say the Argonauts have the advantage into that just because they have the longbow.
Should
be able to deal with those marksmen and triple muskets as well. So this is a very different setup for both teams.
And then, of course, the artillery. There may only be 1 piece for each player, but it's going to be hugely effective if you can find the right place with your most likely ballistas, which we will see, and also a couple mortars. Mostly mortars.
They have a squad with a lot more Queen's Knights though as well, so I'm interested to see whether they try and take this fast fight on B. It looks like they're going to. Looks like both teams going straight for B. So we could see an interesting fight. Actually, Leftover Squad pulling back. They're just going to let Argonauts take both, and just you see they've left Banana on base point. They're going to just take a more defensive setup. They're going to try and probably win the fight with artillery because what a lot of teams will mistake here, they'll cap B and then they'll leave the units on top of it. But I don't think
They
Argonaut's
delayed
going
it
to
though,
make a
delayed it. All right, so leftover still alive for the B point. A and C is going to be captured.
Good delay by Rocky there, but is he going to get picked off now? You see the Wu-Wei's coming in.
Yeah, Sekmur and Rocky, they've been delaying.
Good bait though, that mortar strike's doing some work. Hasn't killed anything yet, but that was a good mortar shot in. They could have built 1 or 2 more and got this fight, and they could have got some damage. We see a lot of cav here trying to flank from Argonauts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, if all this cav goes to base point right now, they could cap the base here. They're trying to threaten that at the moment, so...
Yeah, good run there. It's nice to see that players like Rocky and Sekmur clearly showing what their strategy is like, what their play is like, delaying points time and time again, but Yusp clear up here from Argonauts, I think, getting that cav that was going to the base point here. TT and Vegeta on the run, as fight on B is actually exploding as well.
Yeah, good fight going down on B here. Leftover squad do have the arty advantage, but Argonauts do have the Zycalian, although they have been hit by mortars, only 5 left. There's a lot of Queen's Knights in here, but Leftover squad already losing 2 heroes, 3 heroes going down for Leftover squad.
Ooh, here comes the cap as well on the back there.
Argonauts have won that fight in spawn as well. This is a huge fight for Argonauts. It's similar to their last matchup against YeahBuddy, completely dominating this first fight. They really split off, and they're capping the supply as well. Titty capping their supply here. This is the risk, obviously, with Leftover Squad's players. They have 1 unit AFK on A and a unit AFK on base point. Argonauts just have 1 unit AFK on C. So they have the number advantage on this point, and they snowballed that, and they completely dominated this fight. I want to see them pushing forwards and going for this resupply now if they can, but I think they're going to take it safe.
And also the A point, we can see, of course...
Actually, they got some cap going there.
Coming in here.
Every hero kill matters. Remember, there's still a 3-death limit on this. And so these hero kills they're potentially picking up on this supply could be huge for them. Another one going down. Like, yeah, they'll trade this cav, but this is their first units. They don't mind trading this cav for more hero kills here. The more they can kill here, the more time they waste. Their team is resetting on point with fresh units. This is a huge play from Argonauts here. Still picking up hero kills. They're completely outnumbered on the enemy supply, and they are wasting so much time here and picking up so many kills. They will fall eventually, but what a huge play here from Argonauts, buying time for their team to reset. Can Leftover Squad punish these deaths, though, and fast push onto this B point to try and get the number advantage while this is happening?
Exactly, that's the question here. They do have the supply, so they can quickly change units now. Argonauts not able to catch that supply. Still holding strong, of course, on the C point.
Still trying to chase true perfection here. Can he take him out in the base? He goes down.
That counter. There's the Suliang giving up his first death, but he got quite a few before that already. He got 4 kills total during those initial fights. Also Vegeta on the side of Argonauts doing great with 3 hero kills there. In terms of units, we see now that Argonauts actually have 800 sitting on the field and 1000 for leftovers, but I wonder if that's the quality of units as well. We see 240, is that right? Yeah, 240 I think, T5 left for leftovers, 111 T5 left for Argonauts, and then tons of, almost double the amount of purple units for Argonauts.
One thing I do want to call out, though, Argonauts really smart here. So they've swapped Excalibur now to go and sit AFK on C because the guy that was there first obviously hadn't lost a unit. Excalibur has. They've swapped him onto there, and the guy that hadn't lost his unit, I think it was Oriathor, has now come in to join the fight with Queen's Knights. So really smart rotation from them there. Whereas you see Leftover Squad still has Banana AFK on base point. So I would like to see them rotate that as well. They have rotated Popelex, I believe, was OP up there before, so they've rotated that, but Banana still by himself on that base point. Yeah, we see Terrell trying to go for that sneak play on their base as well, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything with Banana being there with Meadows.
Yeah, I shouldn't be able to. And we see the artillery fight now ensuing once again. Leftovers definitely strong with the mortars here. Vegeta and also Denatex countering with their mortars as well. And we saw Argonauts in the first fight using grape shots and ballistas to great effect, picking up so many kills there with it. Definitely turned the fight for them, aside from the unit play, of course. We're quickly burning through all artillery pieces here in these initial fights. Only 2 left on the side of leftovers. Argonauts owns also only with 2 left.
Yeah, what I do like though is this constant pressure on base point by Argonauts with Daryl going there. More than one person from Leftover Squad is committing to that. So we see no longbows for you. We saw Rocky going for it earlier as well. They tend to overcommit because they have to, right? If they lose base point, they lose the game. But they are not doing a good job of seeing who's going there and effectively rotating the equivalent numbers. So they need to be careful of that because that's how they lost that first fight, because they got a bit snowballed because they had the number advantage there on Argonaut's side. So.
Yep. And I do see Brunhild also sending his infantry unit even all the way to behind the...
I mean, if he can get those Wu-Weis in, he can clear those Meadows, right?
Especially with the cav right from Lucky Roll as well, they will just wipe it out instantly.
I've got to say the unit setup right now looks more in favor of Leftover Squad, though. They've got a lot of queens in there. So I see 3 sets of queens already in here, and they've got their marks in there as well. Whereas there's a lot of anti-cav for Argonauts. Are these Forter Brachio's going to be good enough in this melee fight? I don't know if they will.
Yeah. And the Alchemist also healing up all of
Argonauts might commit to base here, though. Look at this push going towards base. Sulan's going as well. They might try and go for a base cap and just drop B for it.
Might be risky, though. Argonaut is looking weaker on the field right now, for sure, but...
Rocky getting picked off, there was not a good start here. He had a unit of Wu Weis that's now not going to be in that fight.
Leftovers not wanting to pull the trigger. Yeah, the Raoul actually back with his cap.
All the way in the back there, trying to sneak through. I don't know if Leftover Squad have seen that.
No longbows with his cap, also sitting around that base point for Leftover, so he's definitely guarding it. Oh, sneaky here. You need a lot of time, of course, to be able to fully clear that base point. Here comes Leftovers, though. They're going to do a three-pronged attack here. It's going to be right top and left side here onto the base point.
But they're going in when Rocky hasn't respawned yet. This could be risky for them. But they're going to take out those Zycane on the back. Those need to throw quickly before they die. That Cav's going to get in. Ooh, the Medao's good position. The Zycane managed to run forwards, but they die to the other Cav coming through. This is not looking the best for Argonauts at the moment. With so much anti-Cav there, they're actually clearing a lot of this Cav here. Two of lost Leftover Squad going down. Brunhilde is now going for base against Banana as well. Leftover Squad starting to pull a few hero kills back on that point, but Argonauts still have control at the moment. Argonauts running back supply with 2 heroes. Brunhilde's trying to go for this base point. I'm going to zoom in on that while you watch the main fight.
Yeah, absolutely. The main fight definitely is taking control here. We even see units from Argonauts pulling back from that B point. They need to get new units, and also the ones that will be dying from Leftovers.
Brunhilde is winning this fight on base. There's only 5 Medaos left. If he can kill Banana here, they will start capping base point. We see Flame of Venor and no Longbows View coming for it as well. Brunhilde might be able to get a second cap. He does. He gets a second cap on the base point.
And it's 3 seconds before Ruffian will come back as well.
And he can still he can kill more people here. He can kill more people here. He has Wu Wei still on point. They have no units here. He might be able to get some more kills here if he's quick.
Algo Freeball's actually delaying the B point for long enough before Leftovers can take it back. We also see that Argonauts are now trying to get new units back, but Keel waiting off.
Argonauts don't need to commit now. Argonauts just need to hold their point and see. They capped 0.46 of that base. Brunhilde potentially carrying this victory for them. There's all on Leftover Squad shoulders now. Do they push for base or do they go for C? They've got to do something here because they cannot sit and wait now. With that
they go for C straight away. We see Landrock and
taken.
All running to that C point, but they don't have a lot of units left here. It's only 13 Queen's Knight and 15 of the Wu Wei, and we see Excalibur there with a full unit of Medal. Also, all the Cav from Argonauts running interruption there. So Argonauts seems like they're stabilizing after losing B point. Great play there.
I don't see a lot of anti-Cav left for Leftover Squad. Argonauts might be able to steamroll with their Cav here. Let's have a look at their unit setup.
Yeah, absolutely. Argonauts still do have a lot of blue hops here. Forte Brachio also, of course. Then we got the Companion Cavalry. Yeah, just full anti-Cav plus the Wu Wei Mansion Guard.
Leftover Squad have 3 sets of Medaos left in their units right now, so they could swap to them and still get a position on some of these points. And they have 1 set of halberds left, so they do still have some anti-Cav. But can Argonauts punish their lack of anti-Cav right now? You know, one of their Medaos is going to be AFK up on A the whole time. Though actually, no, he's moving now. They're leaving some impikes there instead.
Yeah, Leftovers need to take a risk now.
Maybe they can punish something here.
Of course, remember, Leftovers do now have 2 ways to attack this. They can either go for base point or for C point, so they can try and out-rotate Argonauts, but they're choosing a fight here in the center.
To take this fight. Argonauts are better position here. They could snowball this from Leftover Squad. This is a huge fight take from them.
More
They
Cav
can keep snowballing. Argonauts getting the Cav flank now. There's only the 1 halberd dead and 1 set of Medaos, so they can flank this Cav round. They can pick off these heroes here. Argonauts need to fully commit to this fight in the middle here with this Cav coming in, but they're just a bit out of position. We can see they're panicking a little bit. One of them is capping B back to waste some time, but Argonauts need to collapse on this now. There's only 5 heroes, so they've got to collapse before they lose too many units. Because Leftover Squad does have more units left. It's 712 to 535. Argonauts need to take the trades wherever they can here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see True Perfection and also a couple of other guys from Leftovers trying to look at that C point because they realize that the fight at the center maybe not going into their favor. Although, actually, Sulian picking up kills now
A lot of Leftover Squad are on 2 deaths now. If they die one time, this fight could be over. So this next fight is going to decide this game. Argonauts have to hold both C and their base, so Leftover Squad doing a big push here to this base point. There's not a lot here from Argonauts. Leftover Squad have the position here. They have the numbers here. They could potentially snowball this base point here.
Yeah, let's zoom in the base point.
The Alka Freebas goes down.
Truth be told, though, C point also under heavy fire. Only 2 guys from Argonauts there sitting against 2 from Leftovers as well.
Yeah, but with the Medaos there, I'd like to think they can hold this, but that's going to be close. But this base point, the Argonauts need to wipe this and then run to C as fast as they can. Their supplies now getting capped. Silent One goes down. Toddler goes down. Good clear on that point by Argonauts. They need to start rotating to C already because they're going to start potentially losing that if they're not careful.
Yeah, quick.
Base point. But there's still enough there. Grim still has some queens like that. Oh no, they're now down, so that should be over. Now base one should be over. Argonauts should be able to rotate to C and hold this, but if they're not there quick enough, they might be able to get through. No, there's not going to be enough units here for leftover squad. It looks like Argonauts are going to take this victory.
Argonauts also able to respawn, of course, around that C point, so quick reinforcements will be coming in even if they die. Looking at the death right now.
4, 5 of leftover squad already on 3 deaths. I don't think they can come back from this, but they've got to try.
They are definitely going to try. It's their last life here. They need to take this win. It's do or die for both teams, actually. But Argonauts definitely in the lead right now with that 0.46 percentage. Argonaut is cleaning up here against leftovers. Popelex also dying. We can see the rest
of things. Yeah.
Control.
It was a really good attempt from leftover squad to push towards that base point. Argonauts kind of let them take a lot of space there, but they had the units there, they had the numbers there, they managed to hold on.
Yeah, absolutely.
A really solid play from Argonauts there. But
Yeah,
solid attempt from leftover squad.
Oh, absolutely. We see Grim here and Lamb Rocky still fighting around that supply. Grim will be dropping. He was being the MVP for leftovers for me in this series for sure. Of course, Rocky also always fighting around these supplies. It's very fitting that he's still continuing to do so in these final 25 seconds for leftovers. Looks like it will be their final one because it's gonna be near impossible to take out 3 units on that base point.
Even with that unit advantage, they just didn't have the power to push in. They still have 400 units after 200. I imagine a lot of those units are on people that are dead now, but even with that unit advantage, they just couldn't maintain that. And I feel like part of that was just the rotations that were better from Argonauts there, right? We saw them, like I said, rotating people off the points that held for the first push to get the units in for the second fight, whereas we had poor little uncooked banana that was sat AFK on base point by himself the whole time.
Managing to take.
I like that YeahBuddy's going for them, and also the Falconetti to make sure the siege towers won't land. And I assume the attacking side, bringing a ton of Rattan pikemen, will... I don't know what that setup is for. I mean, they had a lot of purple with it, so not only gold and then the Rattan pikes. Yeah, exactly. And I think that this attack will take a long time to get the towers to the walls, because YeahBuddy already starting with the defense, Falconetti starting to shoot the middle siege tower, and the other ones will get shot by some culverines and everything. The defense will prepare for it. So yeah, attack already climbing with their Rattan pikes on the ladders on the right side. So this threat is interesting because the Rattan pikes are dealing great damage to units, but not with that low amount on the wall. So yeah, I'm interested. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff happening. The defense selling out with the companion calf, the attack climbing ladders with the Rattan pikes, and oh my god, the attackers got some palace guards and halberdiers on the wall there, sneaking up and taking some ground, and now having the traps in their favor, the tower will probably reach the wall. It's really healthy there. Yeah, definitely not. The javelins are just for taking down siege towers, and I mean, not your level starting here really, really great with attacking the city, getting the first siege tower already to the walls, and with that taking A in such a quick time. I didn't expect it, but they did it in a great way here. Yeah, exactly. And just a short information for you to the observer keys. You can now press G in the unit top screen and then you will cycle through. Yeah, I mean, great stuff. Yeah, defense also using some of the mortars, and they are not getting focused, which I think is really concerning because with your mortars you can almost shoot straight down, just angle them almost to the top, and then you can shoot everything that's under you. And this one mortar here on the bottom has only 5 shots in it and is not destroyed. So he will get another shot out, and those are dangerous. I mean, he's not hitting that much. Yeah, definitely. And I think Not Your Level is still doing a great job here, bombarding all of the units of YeahBuddy, because YeahBuddy will have to keep on their feet and trying to keep their units safe. I think the palace guards are spotted now and will be focused here. In a second, here we go, the mortars are raining in, and those palace guards will have to retreat even more. And I didn't even know about this corner they are in right now. And this gate, oh my god. Some new things about the map I learn here. Yeah. And now looking. Yeah, definitely. And they are setting up on the bottom of the stairs, not contested by the defense at all. And with that, we'll have a great time going towards the supply point where, first of all, the first fight will break out in a few seconds. Yeah, and the supply fight is looking dangerous for YeahBuddy. They are getting wiped, but the flank is coming in, and I'm not sure what Not Your Level has prepared for this flank, because they will get wiped from behind if they don't turn around, which they do. And with that, probably managing to get the supply, even though this back flank is really strong. They have still some Shenji with them, and if those Shenji will have the ability soon, which they have in a few seconds, then it will be difficult for YeahBuddy to hold on to this supply point. Yeah, not your level taking the left supply. Getting shut down by the pike just in time there to block it, but still, they are going for it, and their companion calf will maybe take out either the heroes on the supply or maybe also the Rattans and pikes on the back. We can see there. Yeah. Why? What? How?
Oh no.
Ah, interesting. There we go.
Okay.
Coming
it
through
was
now?
coming through before. I don't know why. It
Oh my
doesn't
god,
really-
I've been so good at casting, chat. You've missed every single thing. Oh my god, that's the best part of casting I've ever did my whole time, and you've all
Mark
missed it.
was
Sorry,
so
chat.
Yeah, sorry from
Sorry.
our side. I don't know why it came through before. I checked it and then no, it didn't.
There we go. We're back.
Yeah.
But NYL have managed to push themselves towards the B point here. They have got units of Phalanx, Iron Reapers, and are waiting on a push here coming in from YeahBuddy from the supply point side. The charge comes in. The Phalanx were not braced. They were not ready. They got flanked in the middle. There we go. B goes in favour of YeahBuddy here because they get a flank on both sides. And they've wiped out so many units here on these couple of pushes towards that supply point. And it looks like it's all in favour of YeahBuddy going forward. Kick mark,
Here
take
we
bird.
go.
Shut up, speed and power. Give me that shit. Sorry.
Not your level trying the gate push, but this one is always difficult to pull off. I mean, we see it here, YeahBuddy just wiping them from all sides, and with that, I don't think not your level will be able to enter the city if they don't find a way in here to not get thrown at by those Shenji all the time and getting shot at by the Rattan marksman. But at the moment, the shields are breaking through, and maybe they will manage to go to the range, but oh
Yeah,
my
but his
God, that
calf
is,
charge will say, no way, Jose. They go right through the shield units and right through the gateway. YeahBuddy taking the advantage here. 7 heroes alive for the attack, and NYL have literally no units left here to fight this one back. At the moment in time, they've got a unit of healers and a couple of units of Wu-Wei, maybe some Rotten Pikemen, but after that, that is it for NYL. YeahBuddy holding off in this B defense here. Fantastic effort from them. They still have good units left available as well for this push here, so if they wish, they can defend another time. So
yeah,
I think it's going to be all down to NYL's defense here on Hidden City. Will they be able to find that opportunity here and get the defense as strong as YeahBuddy? Because they had fantastic flanks, YeahBuddy. It looked at times NYL had the push, they had the momentum, they had the supply point, and we didn't manage to get the push going in. They managed to get flanked twice in both supply point pushes, and YeahBuddy definitely finding the use of all of these maps and using their ways around these roads.
Yeah, we see one musket of the attackers just getting some more value, but that's not enough to take the win home, and with that, I'm pretty sure we will go with a 1-0 victory for YeahBuddy here. Just some more Rattan Pikes and Wooby for the attackers, but that's all in only 1 minute 50 left. We see still Falconetti for the defense, and there's no chance.
There we go. Well done for YeahBuddy though. I actually think NYL had a very good start there. They got that Sage Tower up, which we didn't expect them to be doing, because YeahBuddy looked like they were set up ready to destroy all of these Siege Towers and not give them the option to get onto the A-Zone. But NYL did get the A-Zone, so that's a start. That was a very good push, a very good opportunity, and a very interesting strategy to use the Rat and Pike as their option as a distraction. They managed to get the unit of Palace Guards and Iron Reapers onto the wall, but YeahBuddy just prepared themselves better inside the city, found these different pathways around to find the flanks and pull them off exactly when they were needed to win these fights in the meantime. But YeahBuddy will take the win with 59 seconds still available on the clock, and a lot of heroes are just sitting back, relaxing, and ready for map number 2.
Yeah, exactly. And that's only 50 seconds left if not your level doesn't decide to leave it, where we would have even faster the next matchup for us. I mean, I really liked not your level strat, but maybe losing so many green units in the beginning wasn't the best decision. I thought it might be because landing the siege tower that early is just great to have, because you have so much more time for B. But time wasn't the problem. You see it here, 2 minutes of fighting in the end, but the units were the problem. So maybe the units sacrificed there in the beginning for YeahBuddy were able to. YeahBuddy could always bring new units, and I think with this taking this round, I'm interested because we have seen so much Phalanx the last 2 weeks, and now the people are not really bringing it anymore.
No, definitely not. Lots of woos for the attacking squad of YeahBuddy though.
Yeah.
So maybe they're looking to do a quick wall push with them and find their way into it that way, maybe. Instead of the whole rat and pikemen and using all of your grey, your leadership with green units and not able to bring as many high tier units. Because so far, YeahBuddy look like they have a good mix of gold and purple units as well as a few good, decent leveled blue ones. So that'll be that's where it's going to come down to, I think, just the unit choices.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, YeahBuddy is such an experienced team. I'm really sure they have a strat. They know what they will be doing. And as soon as the siege towers will land on the wall, I think they will start spamming artillery either on the ground to make sure the walls are cleared from defenders if not your level decides to defend the A point, or on the walls if not your level is going for the B point. And then YeahBuddy will probably aim for one of the 2 supply points, because that's just where you start your pushes from, and that was where not your level was struggling before. And I think YeahBuddy won't have the same issues there.
Yeah, exactly. Not your level though. They're going to use the artillery built up here, trying to take down the siege towers. Maybe put up some of their staff. We'll wait and see if they do. But yeah, the lot of muskets at the very bottom for YeahBuddy will be looking to destroy that artillery, along with some trebs going in as well to help that. And then if you do Alpha, just chuck up that that tab there, and then you can see all these units while we're in these phases, so people can just skip through and see what units they are bringing and what units are potentially getting hit by these mortars, because Sex Kebabs had a few units lost already. He's lost a few halberdiers in that fight here between some artillery uses. So yeah, definitely good to see what they're doing prior to it and whether they're dealing enough damage to any of the units that are on the wall or down below.
Yeah, I mean, towers looking to be destroyed in a few seconds. Here we go, right tower is down, left tower is down as well already, and the middle tower won't land on the walls. And I think Not Your Level is doing a great job here, not bringing Falconetti at all, but using their artillery, and they have still 7 pieces of artillery left. So yeah, that's a good start for them.
Yeah, very good start. YeahBuddy now getting to that option though, where they realise we're going to have to start setting up our artillery here, and they started putting up some mortars outside, and they'll be looking to take out the siege towers and these culverins that they have set up here for these siege towers.
Yeah. Not Your Level is still having some units on the walls. I think those will be retreated in a few seconds as the mortar starts shooting on them, and YeahBuddy is aiming for the artillery, but not quite making it.
But yeah, they got one of the culverins there. The other one's about to fall, I think, with that treb on the far left-hand side there. But there's still one set up at the top of the left-hand stairwell. That's not going to be enough to take out the siege tower, but it will do a good amount of work. But depending on their units, they don't really have anything to take down siege towers in the defense. So unit-wise, no javelins this time around. So
yeah. So
it'll all be down to the culverins.
Yeah. Siege towers.
Culverins are being
kinda
pinged
healthy.
constantly there, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Siege towers kinda healthy. Left siege tower will probably fall in a few seconds if Not Your Level has still 1 cool green or anything to shoot them. And this trap was definitely not planned like this. That was a missed trap there. Not hitting anything, so kind of sad for the attackers. They have only 11 traps left, which is not that much. in this stage of the map, but the siege towers will probably make it. I mean, the right siege tower is kind of healthy, concerning how far it went to the wall.
Yeah.
But we will see.
YeahBuddy eventually, after all of these mortar shots that they've used, they eventually take that left siege tower, like siege down the culverin eventually. But they have set up siege towers, siege culverin, sorry, up at the right hand side and took out the far right siege tower here. So that's good. Now their main focus is going to be this other middle siege tower here. And if they can take this out, because the culverin has just gone up on the top left hand stairwell, it has been targeted though from YeahBuddy, so they know it's there. And can they take that siege tower down is the question.
Yeah, Culverin is destroyed. They still have one piece of artillery left, but I don't think this will be enough to take down the middle siege tower, which would be great, but I don't think they will make it, because they have no units, like you said before, to take them down, and I don't see any Culverins shooting it, and nothing.
That left siege tower will bound to melt here, and this will be the option for YB to get up onto the walls, as do NYL. Look at bringing a few units up on the wall, but does get a few mortar shots on the back of it there as soon as the ISGs get onto the wall here. Here we go. This is where it starts now here. They can be mortared and they can be trebbed on top of this wall, NYL. So the Imperial Spears, as much as they can take a ton of damage, they won't take damage forever unless your longsword's keeping them healed up, and they're healing their units up as well as much as possible. But this is the opportunity now YB have been waiting for. The far right siege tower will eventually come up, and I'm sure that left siege tower will maybe make it as well, and that'll be all three of the siege towers to start push from to get up on towards A. But it's a good amount of time wasted here from NYL.
Also a good amount of artillery wasted. Attackers only left with 15 pieces of artillery, which is probably the I don't know how to say.
He's lost for words. Like they're lost for artillery pieces. That's what it is. They're very limited and used half and 5 of their traps so far. But YB know that they have the opportunity here when they get onto the A. Use a little bit more, because as soon as you get into the city, you are very much unlikely to use artillery unless you've got a couple of grape shots in the back pocket.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, attackers only left with 15 pieces. The push for the B and the end cap will be hard, definitely. And it seems like the attackers are going in now. Ping going in for the main gate. The 3-1 ping being used the first time I've seen it ever. And yeah, defense will have to group up there, because otherwise cavalry will go in. So many units are coming from the main gate, and YeahBuddy is hoping for overextend here. I think they have only like 4 or 5 units there, and the rest is aiming for the siege tower, and they are going up there, but still.
Left siege tower, yeah, put that up on screen as well there. I've got that there. I've got the top left siege tower. You can see them pushing up there as well as the gate push going in, and obviously YB trying to distract him as much as possible, get these trebs in and use these mortars down below to deal as much damage at the top of the wall as YB start to maneuver and gain some ground here up on the walls for their chance to go towards the A zone. With 4 minutes left on the clock, they are more likely going to capture the A zone here unless NYL have a decision whether they're going to go on the wall or not, or are they going to just leave it be and let them take the point.
Seems like Notch Level is still willing to fight the wall. They're coming with 2 pieces of Reapers and 2 Palace Guards. I'm not sure how healthy they are, but they are still going for the point, and it seems like this trap will hit a lot. Here we go. Reapers are getting hit by the trap, Palace Guards as well, and now YeahBuddy is moving up on the wall, and I'm not sure what they are able to bring here, but it still looks like a great defense from Not Your Level. They are getting focused on the bottom. 1 poleaxe of the attackers is in the bottom, and the traps are just so well placed here, probably hitting those units as well. And this halberdiers have no difficulties.
Actually, NYL is doing a fantastic job, if I'm honest. They've got halfway through, not even halfway through cap and YB, and they are struggling here at this point in time to try and find some momentum to go forward here. They're trying to find an option to open themselves up, and it looks like they're trying to cluster to themselves together with just under 3 minutes left on the clock. NYL, if they lose a push here on this wall, eventually it will be a snowball effect, I'm sure of it, because there'll be too many units and heroes dying. But if they can keep themselves alive, the hero this could be a very strong defense of A here for NYL as they start to push up left and right siege towers at the same time. We're going to look at their treb coming in here right on top of the halberdiers. That's a fantastic treb on that right side there as well.
Yeah, push is going in on both towers, and I think the middle tower will be good for the attackers. YeahBuddy breaking through, just one unit of phalanx here, and some Shenji grenadiers, and they will deal devastating damage. Here we go, we see a trap is coming in, but those Shenji have already dealt too much damage. But I think the A point is in the hands of YeahBuddy, and YeahBuddy doing a great job here with this push, supported by the traps and their own Shenji, winning this fight this time around.
NYL's not giving it up though here. They've came back up this far right hand siege tower here. They've got their units on the wall. He's trying to fight these phalanx units. Very difficult position, but a treb will be called here for YeahBuddy. And with 1 minute 58 seconds, it's either commit here fully or lose the A zone. It is entirely up to NYL, and they're going to start sending heroes in to that point to hold it off as much as possible. But YeahBuddy, within a matter of seconds here, will give them the extra lead here. Heroes are just committing their lives here, and this will be a snowball effect if they all die on this point, and that's what they can't afford to do if you're NYL in this defense, because it looks like they are about to die. 6 heroes alive, and now it's a full-on push here. YeahBuddy with the advantage, going forward straight down these walls, straight through the gates. I'm sure they're going to start pushing straight towards the B zone as quickly as possible here. What a fantastic push to leave it with seconds to spare.
One hero of the defense supported with Woowie, 2 heroes, Woowie and Reapers, are here on the bottom of the stairs to delay some of the momentum of YeahBuddy, but they will just be taken out so quickly. And with this, YeahBuddy will be about to take the lead in this matchup, and I think the B point is not long to be held. But here we go, Not Your Level bringing still new units to the B point. They are willing to fight on this point, and YeahBuddy, left with limited time and limited artillery, will have to push the point probably very soon.
Let's show chat the unit choices they've got available as well, because so far NYL defense, they've purple halberdiers, they've got some palace guards, but after that it is all blue harbs and wooies and 1 unit of phalanx. It's going to be a very difficult ask here of NYL to defend the likes of YeahBuddy here, who have the advantage going forward into this, and the advantage of the higher tier units pushing forward, but NYL stuck in the chokehold.
YeahBuddy bringing Falconetti, bringing Shenji, bringing 3 units of Rattan marksmen. They will be dealing so much damage with their range. Just Falconetti shooting in from close range. And now the push is coming in, and with this probably YeahBuddy taking the B point. So many Imperial Pikes. A little flank coming in with some palace guards from the side, but I don't think this will be enough for Not Your Level. 2 minutes 45 left, and the B point is about to fall here in a few seconds.
Yeah, it looks like it's a sea of red swarming over the B zone here. Heroes are dying on the side of NYL, and it's so far you've got Karnes and the Leos trying to fight for their lives, but Reynas does get taken out here by Yavamil, and you've got Warhawk, the Joeblade, trying to stay alive here on the B zone, along with Gerard Duck, but they are both going to fall here as well. Barbar getting God of War here. He is just killing. So is Sex Kebab getting a few good kills in the units wise, and it is 6 heroes alive left here for the defending side. It's going to be a very difficult ask here now going forward to defend the home zone. 2 minutes left, but that cap will push that timer back up to 5 minutes here as the home zone is not defended. No units, no heroes, nothing. It is a straight push onto the point. Home will be captured here very, very quickly, I'm sure of it. And YeahBuddy will take the 2-0 lead here because they have units left, and the defending side have nothing left to come back with. A couple of 3-star units potentially, but by the time they spawn back in, it is already going to be far too late. There's 2 trebs left, and that will just hold them off on the point. Fantastic YeahBuddy pushes. They left it very late, but they did it, and they are going to take this advantage going in to map number 3 here. Audacio for after getting the win here. But it took their time. They took their time.
Yeah, it took that time, but YeahBuddy taking the 2-0 lead here.
Yeah, a very is like almost half of the team have them, so it's going to be interesting. And Queen's Knights along with them as well. A few players of them on both sides as well, so they could be quite a crucial unit to be used on the pushes to start them off. But we are about to get underway. We're going to have both squads here looking to win this one here. If YeahBuddy win this one, that's a win in the books for them. That is them progressing to the semi-finals. And if NYL get the win here, they will take it to a map number 4 with that option to try and stay in the CBL as long as possible, and maybe even win the next matchup as well. 2 in a row would mean they would go to a grasslands and it would be all down to the final match. But we are yet to see a grasslands for the last few while. Actually, we've only seen twice. So was it twice or 3 times we've seen one? I think twice.
Twice. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll wait and see what happens here. Hopefully we get some good matches here, and NYL can manage to defend here against YeahBuddy to see a map number 4.
Yeah, and Sally out is coming here now, and there's the trap, but the Sally out is coming with infantry as well. What is this Sally? Oh my god, they're just throwing so much into the trap here, and the Sally out is coming through, so I will just quickly pull up your cam as well, so we have as much to see as we can. And yeah, they are fighting with units outside, which is so strange to see.
A very good delaying tactic. We've seen D's try this earlier in the series group stages, and yeah, it worked for them. They delayed the time a very amount of time, like a good amount of time on this match, but it wasn't on Dash 4. It was on the one that's very similar to this with the extra bit at the side, which is so slightly different, but also very similar at the same time. But YeahBuddy winning this one outright though. They have pretty much wiped the floor with the players of NYL here. All their units seem to be disappearing here into thin air as YeahBuddy winning the overall fights. If you can pull up the tab there for the chat to see, we can see exactly what units had fall from both sides here.
Yeah, and as we can see, the attackers lost some of the units, but some have still 20 more units left. I mean, the phalanx of Baba lost not a single unit there, and just cycling through, we have some units of the attackers not losing a single piece, and then the defense just getting wiped completely. And I don't think this Sally was worth it at all.
Yeah, I think NYL have lost too many valuable units here. You've got Queen's Knights, you've got Companion Cavalry, you have 2 units, like units of Madao. That, you know, it's not even like lower tier units, it is high tier quality units that you have lost. A couple of units of Companion Cavalry we mentioned already, Scout Cab, and then there's a few green units thrown in here as well. But not to mention the unit lives, it's the hero lives that they lost there. So many heroes losing their first life straight away, which is very difficult when you've got so much time on this map here. Eventually these siege towers will hit, but it's all about the culverin placements, because you've got plenty of back wall space to use culverins, you've got plenty of time to take out the siege towers, and that might be the option this whole time to defend A, is just take out as much artillery and take out as much of the siege towers as possible using a delaying tactic. But if YB get into the walls and into A, I think the map will just be a swift turnover, and YB will find that option through towards the home point.
Yeah, those slingers are just getting trapped here, and I think Notch Level is not doing a great job here on this map at the moment, and this is so important for them, because losing here would immediately cause them to get out of the CBL. They wouldn't be able to play any more matches, and YeahBuddy would continue to the semi-final, and this looks really like it. This looks like YeahBuddy continuing to the semi-finals. And the Falconetti are doing a great job here. The right siege tower in the picture right now will not make it to the walls, but I think that
siege tower is going down, the other one's gone down, and the other one's not even pushing. The far right siege tower, the attacking side, is not being pushed, so it's just the 2 center ones that they're looking to set up here, and they are falling down quite quickly with 6 minutes left on the clock. YB might have to try and make an option to go in through the gate and then have their options go up onto the wall, which does make it difficult for YB, but I'm sure if they work together as a squad, their option to go up them stairs and win these fights can happen. But it's all about what they start to do, or they use these ladders as the team are using outside here. If you put the second cam up, you can see these guys are moving up into the gate, but also moving up in the walls here, using the ladders on the right hand side here, and they're going to use that trap as much as possible here to deal as much damage.
But the push comes in through the main gate. Palace Guards not being braced at all, which is really concerning because you want those Palace Guards to be braced to make the most value as possible. And then the units come in and their defense of not your level is just getting wiped here on the bottom of the stairs. Some more Reapers are coming in to help out the Phalanx, and this will make the attackers lose at least the gate fight. But I think on the walls the ladder climb was enough, and they will take the A point here pretty soon if the defense
I mean,
will
what
not make it.
NYL are coming back at them with the Phalanx unit here. They've got the Iron Reapers and Wu Wei up here as well. So it's all about whether they can use that momentum here, trying to wipe them on the point. The Phalanx units, I imagine they just miss out on that trap, which is fantastic for them. They keep them alive and start pushing through the point here.
Yeah, but the first siege tower will land eventually in a few seconds here if the defense doesn't manage to break it down, and they do. Oh my god.
Look at that timing. It was about a second away as well.
Yeah,
That was the
Phalanx.
final shots.
Oh my god. The traps are just so on point.
YB
here for the
pushing
attack.
into the gateway though with so many units going in through there. Wu Wei, Hamsters, Phalanx units all looking to go in through the A gate here and having to find momentum and go forward from the stairwells. That might be their only option as they get falconetted from the bridge. A great position here, but that trap does come in to call on them and they will move their unit quickly enough to get out of the way.
Phalanx trying to fight on the stairs is never a great option because the Phalanx needs the range, and putting them on the staircase just limits the range so much. So only one Iron Reaper.
Saying that, YB have made so much ground with it and they have managed to push it up onto the point with nobody to defend it. Here now, 3 minutes left on the clock. The Falconettis are raining down once again onto the A here, but not going to be able to hold off the capping of the A zone here, and NYL are going to have to set back and get the units ready to defend A, well, B and C, because it's A will be taken.
Yeah, definitely. And we see a little fight going on in the bottom, but the defense is really struggling here. The Falconetti are helping out a lot though, because they are just raining down their shots once and again and again here into the units of the attackers and just throwing around everything. So Falconetti definitely good choice here for the defense, but they are losing still with their unit fights, and we see it down here, we just clearing those Reapers, and I think the push on the top is also going through here. So moving on to B and C defense now.
Yeah, exactly that. A few heroes falling there on NYL's units. 11 heroes alive left, and look at the tab because this is the wee chance to reset here. We get to see exactly what units have lost out on these battles. Now you've got plenty of units from NYL. High tier units, the Falconettis are gone as well, so no option to use them later in. But so far for the defense, they're struggling with units now. It is starting to get to this to the stages of the lower tier blue and green units that will be taken out. A few players lost everything else other than the green rat and pikes, etc. So yeah, it's going to be more in favor of YB here. They've still got higher tier units available because the majority of them take all purple units going forward into this. They're very clever with their unit selection. But B and C is still up for grabs here, and YB have to find an opportunity here using their artillery and their trebs. 15 artillery pieces left, 4 trebs available, and now they'll set up on the walls to use that artillery and try to find an opening here towards the supply point push.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at the artillery of YeahBuddy, they still have 13 pieces of artillery. Only 3 traps though. So traps won't be an option for long. But the pieces of artillery are just so strong. Here we see mortars just raining down onto the units on the supply point, and a grape shot being placed on top of the stairs and cancelled. But
not your level. We're actually stuck with only 14 players left though, because one has died outright completely, and that is Eghaku or Uhaku or Haku has lost all of his lives. And now YB have managed to take that supply point here now, giving themselves a wee platform to push from, and you can see NYL already retreating into the background here. You can't see it, but we'll see it in a second. But there we go. You can see them retreating in the background. They're looking to defend the home point here. They're not going to B or C defense. YB will go quickly towards C from the supply point, and then they'll send the player over right now. Adapt is actually the one to do that there over on the B zone. Now, NYL with limited strength have to try and hold off a very strong YB squad here. 315 4-star units they still have available, whereas the defense of NYL have 52, and they only have 146 of each 3-star and 2-star, and their units are getting trebbed on this point here, and you can just see a few of them just whittled down there as that treb called in. Put coming onto the supply point here though now from the C zone.
The defense is placing the last pieces of artillery here, trying to support as much as they can, and it looks kind of great here for the defense. They have a two-sided setup, they can go for the flank, and YeahBuddy is struggling to really get into it here, but I think they are kind of fine here. They have the Ruttans in the back, they have everything they need, but the push itself is struggling to break through, even though I think the Imperial Pikes and the Phalanx will soon make it through those gray, through those green and blue units, but we will see here in a few seconds.
YeahBuddy, you just have that superior unit choice here coming forward into the Rand Pikemen are playing against Phalanx and Halberdiers, I'm afraid to say it, and NYL are going to be in a difficult position here now with Dunko trying to take out the mortars here, which are dealing plenty of damage to the units, but so far so good here. 9 heroes are alive here for NYL. It's going to be a straight push here. 12 heroes alive on the attacking side, and they're trying to pick up even more heroes as they move forward towards the home zone. Too Lazy for Everything, Kublai and Socialist Hippie are pushing towards this home zone, trying to pick off some more heroes and block off their supply zone, which is a perfect position to get in and stop Warhawk and team as Socialist Hippie finds that kill there on the musket player.
Yeah, and Cap only protected by 2 heroes of the defense and 1 last Reaper. 3 heroes, 4 heroes for the defense, but that won't be enough if they don't manage to get anything done here. And looking at the units coming from YeahBuddy, I don't think Notch level will have a great time here defending the end cap. Reapers and Palace Guards are just getting murdered here. And also the heroes won't last for long. So end cap will be about to be kept in a few seconds. And here we go. Notch level start, YeahBuddy starting the end cap, and
5 heroes left. There's nothing you can hold off here. YeahBuddy looking strong here so far, as expected. Favorites going into this matchup. Favourites going into the series and the potential CBL here as well, and they are going to take their first matchup here in the quarterfinals. They will take a 3-0 win, and they will be heading towards that semi-finals. A fantastic effort from the boys, and like we says in chat, very difficult situation to be if you are NYL, but very well done to be here in the first place, making it through to the quarterfinals. But this is the end of the road.
Over, and YeahBuddy got the win.
Yeah, very, very.
By killing the units, because as soon as you hit one unit, it will knock it off. The ram stops getting pushed. There's a different type of ram where you can do that, and the ram will still keep pushing. So that's why we see it on Kurak. But yeah, a lot of Reapers we see here for Ruff Justice, which is an interesting pick. We haven't seen many, if any, Reapers so far. So.
Yeah. Absolutely, and what's even more interesting is that StoryEnjoyers actually saved the Reapers as a pick here for the fight, so they clearly intentionally chose it. Of course, you gotta wonder then, is it maybe...
Could also be a mind game as well, right?
Yeah, maybe a mind game, right? Yeah. We did see 2 Shenjis on the side of StoryEnjoyers here, 1 Shenji on the side of Ruff Justice. So we're seeing what they do with those. Shenjis,
I also like to point out
hugely effective, trying to get that going.
Definitely, you can get a lot of good positions there to punish the enemy specials or hold them in the towers. One thing to point out as well is Ruff Justice is playing 2 sets of Demesna Javelins. So these are javs that they can use that are a cheap filler unit, but they can do a lot of damage to these towers for them to do this wall hold. So how will StoryEnjoyers react to this? Will we see them climbing up and trying to get some trebs off from those towers? Because obviously they can climb to the top of these towers and treb quite effectively. Will we see them building mortars to counter with it? We can see that Ruff Justice are building a lot of their culverins on that back wall on base point, which is hard to treb because it's so far away that I'm not sure they can treb it from the towers, but we will soon see.
Out there. Ooh, great counter there from Jacked. Oh, that was nice. Yomi guy with the Nodachi. Interesting pick here. We'll talk more about it later, but he was trying to get up, destroy some of those girlfriends, but Jack just throwing him back down with the bomb from the musket there. Great counter.
And we see Robert
Being
disabled
used
here on the front, trying to climb up on that rocks, because you can climb up those rocks all the way to the top, but we see that the Rough Justice players are there in position to punish him down.
Absolutely. Already 2 traps being used. We saw the first one actually only taking out 1 curve run. Normally you take out 2 curve runs straight away, right, with that first trap. Just a little bit off there to the side. Second trap taking out another curve run here. But tower's already reaching, surprisingly.
It looks like they're letting one hit and killing the other, which is a smart play on this map. So they're killing the one on the very far left, but they're killing the one on the right, or trying to. It's getting quite close. I'm a bit concerned about this.
Really close there.
But they're trying to kill that one and let the other one hit so they can just hold them in one tower, not to worry about a flank. But if they don't kill this tower here, that is a huge misplay here from Ruff. It's all those culverins down, and they did not kill this tower.
There's 4
How did they
culverins
let that hit?
at the back. How did this happen? That was a huge mistake for sure, yeah.
Big misplay here from Rough Justice. That's their entire arty gone basically already. They only have 5 arty left, and they let that tower hit.
Also, of course,
Let's
those
see
2
how
units,
they
right? Those 2 javelins, you cannot switch them out anymore. Not as effective in the fight as well. So, Rough Justice, you can see them running to the supply. They need to get back. They need to get new units ASAP now.
Let's see how they can mentally recover from that, because that's going to be a big shock to them having that tower here. I imagine those comms are not going to be sounding good right now. So let's see how they can recover. They can still do their hold, but obviously it's going to be a lot harder having that second tower up.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, gate opened, of course, so the way to B is open, but you can see the units there sitting in the gate, the phalanx.
Yeah, phalanx and the halberd there on the gate being ready for it. We can still see these muskets doing work on the tower, but it is only some serfs pushing up. I just think when you're doing these kind of defenses, you know, we've had it historically myself, if that tower hits and you're trying to kill it, it's such a blow to mentality on the team. And this being a new team, can they maintain the mental now to actually follow out a defensive plan when their original plan has been ruined here, basically?
And looking at the units right now, Ruff is on the defense. Triple Iron Reapers,
Oh, let me see a
quadruple
gate
Iron
push
Reapers.
coming out from StoryEnjoyers here.
Yeah, through the gate. Oh, I think that they might be out-rotated here. Ruff just on the stop. This is very explosive for sure. Big push there from Ripcats and Pouncy sitting at the front, and the Shenji bombs throwing off.
Rough Justice do have the close supply though, but they're not really using it. So I would like to see people going back there. But
Oh,
there's
the
so many
flank onto
muskets
the
here
thing
for
there.
Rough Justice. StoryEnjoyers seem like they're taking this fight at the moment, but Rough Justice still have a lot of players here, and the supply is not blocked yet, but it will be soon. Sheppel standing up on the wall farming some serfs while his team's dying on the front. It's not what you want to see here. He needs to go clean off that supply so they can get some more units out. It's still not looking bad for Rough Justice. Those number of Reapers that they had, just the sheer number of Reapers just holding on and just slowly clearing this fight. All these Reapers are still basically full units here. Rough Justice just completely punishing StoryEnjoyers here. They need to get back up on this point and start snowballing these hero kills, because the hero kills are so important here. StoryEnjoyers so far haven't lost that many heroes. In fact, they've lost 1, 2 now. They need to be picking up all these hero kills to make this more punishing than it is. And they are now doing that, so
Yeah,
I'm not sure why we saw a gate push here. Gate pushes are never a good idea.
Yeah, there are 6, 7 guys now from StoryEnjoyers running back to their supply. They did almost half cap A point. Supply still being interrupted there by the longsword, but not going to be enough. There we go, it's being taken out.
I'm pretty sure this is what happened last time with Surf Slayers on this map, wasn't it? When they were back in Surf Slayers, they did a gate push and got punished there as well. So I'm surprised to see a gate push from StoryEnjoyers this time. Really well handled by Rough Justice there, but just the sheer number of Reapers just holding on and clearing that fight. So really well done.
And those Reapers
Nice
still
little
alive.
trap here coming in. Hey, you look at Pertinax, he's got 14 out of 18 Reapers left. There's another set in here, 15 out of 18. Blood Stories is a fresh one that's coming up.
They're already rushing. And you can see that a couple of units are being
Treb
picked
on
off.
point, that means Treb is down for a few seconds, they can push and punish this. So it's a really good aggressive play by Rough Justice. I like this aggressive play, but they've got to be fast, because that Treb will be off cooldown again soon, and they can come back in again and wipe this with the Trebs. They've got to be careful. We see
On
a
the
good
left side,
setup on this point.
waiting and waiting and waiting. They're putting up artillery, playing patiently here, but this right side of them actually being punished right now. Shenji's from Machuca not able to get up on that tower.
Yeah, Rough Justice trying to push down this tower, which could be a risky. That's going to get Treb now. They're not going to. They shouldn't lose too much here, because they're already falling back with most of it. It's going to be a couple of their Reapers and maybe one of the we were taken down. But actually, the Reapers
Yeah,
getting out
left
with
side
some
now.
of them.
Rough Justice also pushing up aggressively once again.
Yeah, they need to. They need to. I love this play from Rough Justice, really pushing up and taking this aggressive fight, trying to get in. Look at how much they're snowballing through this fight now. Behind them's getting pushed, though. So they've got to have one person holding the back while the rest is pushing forwards.
Yeah, it looks
That's
like
even-
StoryEnjoyers actually able to get it in the flank now. Ooh, this trap may be huge. They got the nice split up here. That's gonna hit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving the units here. We even see a Claymore coming out here for Junkroot. So really buffing his team in this fight as they're trying to take this aggressive fight here. They are now starting to lose this fight because of that Treb, though, but they have that close supply. They're going to come back with fresh units again. There's only 5 minutes left on the clock. There's not a massive amount of time. They need to delay this point now.
Ooh, yeah,
Some
and
units delaying at the moment. Toko's units delaying, and now the rest are going up on this point. But we see...
Entrance
see,
still open, so
someone coming in blocking supply.
Looks like the trap is pretty.
Can they get
huge
up
there.
here, though? Right, God King Asura's on. You got Eshegelter is on, so they should be able to snowball this back now. He's got some of StoryEnjoyers still staying on that back position. They
Here
can
come the
snowball this
Reapers.
point here from Rough Justice.
Here come the
We've
Reapers.
got Wu Wei's coming in again. We've got another set of Claymores coming in, which is a unit we haven't seen in the CBL so far, I'm pretty sure, the entire time. And that's going to be buffing those Reapers and making them even stronger. With that recent buff Reapers had, they are so strong right now. And with the Claymore buff on top, this is huge.
Definitely, but the units are going the way of StoryEnjoyers this time. They are slowly winning more and more of the fights, it looks like.
Just clearing this fight. I'm going to pick up a lot of units here. It's not looking that bad. It's pretty even across the board. But what units do StoryEnjoyers and Ruff Justice have left? Ruff Justice has that close supply. Master Flame's trying to block it, but he should fall down here shortly to Deja Vu with his Wu Weis here. He's trying to block and buy enough time for his team, but his team's not pushing right now. So really, I don't understand the play by Master Flames here.
Yeah, it looks like
his team is not pushing, and Ruff Justice are all set up on this point. So Ruff Justice have to full commit to this now. They know if they lose this point, they will probably lose the game because of momentum. So they need to full commit here. And they don't have any Reapers left that I can see right now. They've got some of those Javelins out, and StoryEnjoyers could take a minute here to Artie and just Treb and Artie and get some control. I would love to see Alejandro here going outside and trying to delay with his Cav, because that Cav is useless for an A-hold.
Yeah, and again, you can see Bloodstory and Jack and also Lufa posting aggressively on that right tower. This time you see StoryEnjoyers going back down. They're using artillery now. They have still 4 minutes.
We see Alejandro going out. He's going to try and catch units, try and waste some time. Even if he doesn't get any kills here, he's just buying time by sending these units out.
Yeah,
going for those serfs. Gotta love it. Farming some serfs there. Just look at the amount of heroes that have to commit to this. 5, 6 heroes delaying. Even if it's delaying 20, 30 seconds, that could be the difference between the game over or not. But this is really good play by Alejandro here.
Yeah,
I want to see if they've got any more cav that needs to go out now.
Alright, looks like the game's slowing down.
They don't have any more cav, that's fine.
But it will explode pretty soon once again. We've got 3 minutes left on the clock. Look at the amount of units left.
StoryEnjoyers have the artillery advantage here. Ruff Justice do have 2 arty left, but StoryEnjoyers have 15 left right now. They can afford to bomb for a minute or two and then go when units are weakened. Ruff Justice is trying to dodge all these mortars. I'd like to see some of them pushing maybe down the stairs to the right and going in a better position there. If they all stack on one side, those mortars are going to hurt them massively here. I'd also love to see these muskets of Ruff Justice getting more aggressive, throwing bombs on these units to punish them a bit. Because they're just sitting on point, dying to mortars for free right now.
Absolutely.
A good commitment of arty from Ruff Justice. From StoryEnjoyers, sorry. Ruff Justice with 2 arty. Are they going to place any grape shots or anything down when the fight happens? They have a lot of halberds there, which is going to be different pushing. There is a Shenji here on Machuca that could do a lot of work on this point. StoryEnjoyers starting to set up. They're going in with some serfs to try and base a little bit here. Ruff Justice can't get overconfident here. But they need to take this fight. They need to make sure no one caps point behind them. So we see them pushing up. They're going to be going in. Treb calling badly in behind here from Cursefly. Not a great Treb. Ruff Justice taking this fight to them, trying to take that space, not let them set up. Master Flame going down again. Alejandro's outside with his cav again, trying to pick off any people retreating back. We see Ruff Justice getting a good push here. Stockfish trying to stall on that point. One of StoryEnjoyers could run over to B and cap it here, but then they risk losing the game. So I think they're just going to full quit to A here. Such an intense fight going on. We see a lot of mortars going down for StoryEnjoyers here, but their heroes are falling. Ruff Justice don't have much left on this point, though. If they've got more units, they need to run and grab them now.
And it's
Ruff Justice still holding on for the moment, picking off these StoryEnjoyers heroes that are diving in. StoryEnjoyers are losing a lot of heroes here. Ruff Justice is now starting to fall a little bit as well. It's such a close fight, such an intense fight. StoryEnjoyers only have the 1 Shenji and some Demesna pikes on point. Ruff Justice have some halberds left, and they've got the healers there. Those healers from Eshegelta are probably doing a lot of work on this point here, keeping everyone alive. StoryEnjoyers going down again. Losing another hero with Ripcats here. Jabai should fall shortly as well. We did see a grape shot going down for Ruff Justice to try and help clear. Ruff Justice holding on. They have a minute and a half left. Alejandro's now going out to that supply to waste time and stop them from getting units out. It's a really good job from him there, delaying time outside. What an intense matchup we've got going on here. Ruff Justice still holding on. StoryEnjoyers now trying to kill Zarvan on the supply. He does fall. Ruff Justice coming back to point. StoryEnjoyers, do they have anything left? Alejandro's still blocking the supplies. They can't get units out. Ruff Justice look like they're going to be taking this first win in this matchup. What an exciting first game we've got here, CB.
Oh, absolutely. We see units coming back from Ruff Justice here, sitting on the point, but it's only a couple left. It's like 15 Queen's Knight. We got
B is now being capped, though. Pustoy has gone to B. Is anyone from Ruff Justice seeing this? They're going to get there in time.
Oh, yeah, there goes Pentanus. But now the question is
it's a dual blade there.
A as well, right? We see more guys from StoryEnjoyers rushing to A now. It's going to be a big fight sitting on that A point.
Ruff Justice overcommitting for B here. They're sending 3 heroes to deal with 1.
A little bit too much here. Also, the cap from Alejandro, of course, going there.
But they do have a whole unit of Wu Weis of Sheppel on point. This should be enough to win this because StoryEnjoyers don't really have anything here. StoryEnjoyers going in. We see 2, 3, 4 of them falling. Ezja going down. Pustoy going down. JJ getting knocked off the point. There should be enough stuff here. Cursefly now falling down as well. Zarvan Yomige also going. This is not looking good here for StoryEnjoyers. B has been dealt with as well. So this looks like it's going to be what an exciting surprise win, I would say, for Ruff Justice here. They had their tower defense hold. They didn't kill the tower, but they still managed to win. So really, really good play from Ruff Justice here. I loved that Claymore Reaper combo that just kept them alive so long that they could clear this. So really, really well done there. Alejandro with those 133.
Map was chosen by Ruff Justice, so it's definitely a map that they prepped really, really well. So we'll see what.
Not well enough to kill the first tower. Though.
Could be. Yeah,
we did see
true.
it. We did see it before, didn't we? In the matchup on Harbour City with Argonauts. You saw it there, but it's interesting he's going with a triple blue and then a Phalanx setup, which tells me they might not be holding A because Phalanx aren't going to be the best for trying to fight on there.
Except for
with that setup, but maybe. But with the number of muskets, they must be doing a tower defense here, right? They're all spawning with culverins. Well, most of them, they've got 5 muskets. They've got that green cab that's going to probably sally and waste time. How do Ruff Justice deal with that sally? Do they have people ready in time? Because this could be devastating and buy a lot of time for StoryEnjoyers here.
Absolutely. Well, it's 11 minutes on the clock. Anything can happen here. Ruff Justice on the attack this time.
Ruff Justice running straight to that gate, calling in a treb.
Instant trebuchet, but it's going to be too little, too late.
Or he's going to catch Ripcat's units a little bit. Only killed a couple, but... Oh, killed half his unit.
Oh, yeah, unlucky there. Oh.
Stockfish going to lose a lot of his unit there, though. Did not brace in time, so he loses half his units of the green cav there. Not what you want to see from Halberds dying to green cav there. We see Sicko, can he be as effective on this green cav as he was with the companion cav in his first matchup against Argonauts on Harbour City? Because he was devastating there, but he's already lost half his unit now. I think he's going to be picked off very quickly, but can he maybe snipe off Lufa here? I think he's just trying to run around and waste some time here, but it's not really wasting that much time. They're not delaying the towers. The towers are still pushing.
I'm not sure.
Actually, no, they're still pushing. Yeah, no, they've stopped pushing the towers.
They're still around it, so they're slowly dwindling down. The middle tower is sitting at 1/3 health right now.
They could still be pushing the towers. They're just not. And it looks like StoryEnjoyers is doing different setup now, right? So they're killing the middle tower, and Sicko does still pick up a kill there. So really well played from him. Still being used there, even only with half a cav unit, he still picks up a hero kill. But yeah, StoryEnjoyers killing the middle tower here, so they want to let the right one land potentially. Well, they're actually using mortars to kill the units pushing it, so...
The left tower also being protected, of course. No one's able to get there now with all the cav running around still. So it could only be the right tower, yeah.
Yeah, but they're actually killing it, but they're using mortars inside to shoot the units pushing it rather than using culverins. So a good adaptation here from them. They're using mortars to kill the tower that you can't treb and you can only counter with your own mortars. And it's also going to kill units pushing the tower at the same time. So lovely strat there from StoryEnjoyers. And all these towers, like that one on the left side is 1 health. I want to see the defenders shoot that, really. They do have a culverin on the back here that they could shoot that left tower to kill it before, so they don't have to waste time.
Idea is losing his cav now slowly. He's only got 8 left alive.
Sicko finally falling.
As well. So it looks like this sally is now going to come to a conclusion, although ADR still
I want to see Ruff Justice kill these towers, though, because StoryEnjoyers can wait for these to get closer and closer and waste another 30-40 seconds. Ruff Justice need to shoot these in the back and kill them. Looks like they should do the left one and the middle one in a second. The left one is 1 hit. I want to see them shoot that as well, because they can with that far left culverin. And the right one is also 1 hit, so we see them taking them down. But that far left tower is not being dealt with yet.
Nope.
So solid defense here from StoryEnjoyers. Are Ruff Justice going to be baited into a gate push here? We saw how badly it went last time for StoryEnjoyers and they did a gate push. Good counter mortar on the right-hand side here by Ruff Justice to try and counter some of that setup inside. If they can land some of these shots and clear these mortars, their next tower should be able to hit. Because this is the advantage the attackers have, right? Attackers have double the RT that the defenders have. He just needs to scope in on this shot. It doesn't look like he's very used to this shot, and these muskets should be able to kill it before he can fire again.
Absolutely. Something we haven't been able to show is, of course, the Psylocke Slingers. You can see them throwing their rocks once again at the unit, but they've surely been doing something because Mass Flames has lost 17 already out of the 28 there. But strong tower defense here from StoryEnjoyers so far. Of course, it's going to come down to a fight eventually. But this is a good start for them, actually being able to destroy all 3 towers.
Ruff Justice is doing a good job with these mortars inside. There's a lot of big hits going down on these units. They're not really killing much yet, but if 1 or 2 more shots land, they're going to start killing some of these units, which is going to be key for them. And this right tower should land here now as well. It's still full health. Middle tower is probably going to fall, though, because look at all these muskets just constantly bombing. But this right tower is full health, so I think StoryEnjoyers is definitely committing to the middle tower and saying, if you can kill the right tower once, why not? But we're probably not going to commit to it. That's what it looks like. Whereas that middle tower, they know they want to take it down. And this is kind of what Ruff Justice was trying to do last round, right? Trying to let 1 tower hit, so they only have to push up 1, they only have to defend 1.
Absolutely. Just look at
interesting to see that they let this one land.
Yeah. Alright, this tower should be landing even on Trebuchet is actually getting a hit in as well.
Left tower also will land as well up on the top by B. Will we see Rough Justice trying to take a fast fight here? Because they've only got 7 minutes left, or 6 minutes 39, which is only really enough for 2 pushes. So they need to be quick, because if StoryEnjoyers take this fast, aggressive trade and use that supply to their advantage, you know, they've got a lot of very tanky units here that can just buy time. Rough Justice need to block this supply on their push, otherwise they're going to lose out just from that slow bleed trade like we saw last round, them doing StoryEnjoyers. So can they beat their own strat, basically?
Exactly. It's 6 minutes, so a little bit less time than what StoryEnjoyers had on their pushes. So we won't be seeing probably the deathmatch at the end there, with so many units left still.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go into a deathmatch on A. But it looks like Rough Justice is going to play it slow. They can let the second tower hit, so they have the advantage from both sides, which is, it's a nice idea, but at the same time, they're wasting another minute and a half by letting this tower push.
Yep, they do have the...
Those muskets are trying to delay it as well. They are still getting some mortar shots in, but I don't think they're really killing anything with these mortars at the moment.
Oh, no, nothing yet. I mean, there's so many...
StoryEnjoyers are just rotating them to supply every time they get hit.
Yep, and we talked about the imp shields before.
Ooh, Zavan going down there, was a nice shot.
That may be the go put, and for... Oh, actually, sorry. No, other side around. Never mind that. But yeah, so also seeing triple...
Zavan was the Shenji player as well. If they push now, they don't have any Shenjis for StoryEnjoyers. Rough Justice actually opting for a gate push here as well. Can they pull off what StoryEnjoyers couldn't? One of them has to go block this supply once this fight starts, though.
Risky.
They're going for it, but they're also kind of selling out the first guy that's gone in.
Oh, they're going to the top as well. They're going to be trying to capture that A point at the same time. No one from StoryEnjoyers sitting on the top, so even though they may win the fight, they may not. They
and it's really smart having the chain dart there. They should be able to pick off these heroes very quickly on this point.
Mass Flames is actually holding at A point for now.
Sheppel's struggling to deal with Mass Flames at the moment. Really good play from Mass Flame here, buying time. Chain dart not being able to kill him. But they're kind of winning the fight underneath as well, and they are blocking supply, so this is looking really good for Rough Justice at the moment. Yep, if they can snowball some hero kills on this point, they can start securing this. They've got the supply, they've got some cav going to come in soon as well. They need to block supply now, though. They've got a longsword going there, but can he get there in time? Ooh, he just gets there in time. They got 1 or 2 units out, but they're blocking that supply still, snowballing through StoryEnjoyers. Look at this cav going through the front gate now. They are showing StoryEnjoyers how to do this gate push. Really well played, but the 2 guys on supply do die. StoryEnjoyers will come back with fresh units. All these guys from the gate need to push that supply now and block this while they try and snowball the hero kills on point. We see it's 12 versus 12 at the moment, but they've got to try and snowball this point with these hero kills.
Supply block once again, and they're also capturing out the supply. There's no
cap from behind is going to be huge.
Coming in there, yep.
Really well played. They're still capping it at the moment, little bits here and there, but there are units coming in. But we see fresh units coming in for Rough Justice. Can they secure enough on this point? They kill Ripcats as well. He goes down. 12 versus 9 right now, but StoryEnjoyers coming up with 2 fresh units of Queensguard. Should be enough to secure this point. Can Rough Justice come back up with their fresh units? We see them come up with Phalanx. We see a Reaper come up now as well. Can they manage to solve this, or do they need to reset now? Because they are struggling. They're going to start struggling, but they still are picking off heroes. 3 more StoryEnjoyers going down. Is a 13v13 right now. We see Yen falling now as well. Can Rough Justice keep snowballing this? They still have their Reapers on point. They got a Phalanx there. They got Impikes there. Deja Vu, Jekt, and iPop do all fall at the same time, though. It's now a 10v12.
3.5 minutes left.
It also falls down. Such a close fight. 3.5 minutes left. Unit score pretty even. It's such a back and forth fight, but it's looking in favor of Rough Justice at the moment. They've got more units on point. They're snowballing these hero kills, but they need to block that supply again. They've got 1 short sword there trying to do his best, but he's getting stunned off. But Lufa cannot get there. Stockfish falls now as well, but looking at this point, it looks like it's going in Rough Justice's favor. But can they hold now? There's going to be a lot of StoryEnjoyers come back up with a lot of fresh units. They've got to keep them off this point and try and snowball these hero kills. We see Ripcats trying to flank on the right. We've got Robert Disable trying to come in as well. But Rough Justice has so many units here. I want to see some more grape shots going down for them. They still have 10 artillery left. They've got to try and snowball these hero kills more. They have the hero kill advantage at the moment, and they have the resupply advantage. They spawn closer here as well. So let's see if they can keep snowballing. There's a lot of Reapers on this point for Rough Justice, but StoryEnjoyers trying to get back up. We already see some Serfs coming in for Zavan. No one's blocking supply at the moment, but it doesn't matter right now. Good Treb coming in. And these Reapers on point from Rough Justice, pushing them back. Can they snowball these hero kills? Toasty Cruncher, the only one blocking point right now. Now HDR and Mass Flames coming as well. You see more heroes falling from both sides. King Asura and Yen going down, but Rough Justice coming in with a lot more Reapers. They should be able to snowball this point here. Zavan falling as well.
Jekt with the grape shots doing work there.
Going down, those grape shots behind doing a lot of work. The Shenji's here the whole time. Eject. I think it's only a matter of time until they can take this point.
It is.
SGR falling down as well.
It's not going to be enough, and the hero deaths are actually starting to
going down as well. Mass Flame still trying to block behind the point on that little spot. He's going to block for a bit, but the unit trade is not looking good here for StoryEnjoyers. But Rough Justice need to secure these hero kills. Johan Kirth going as well. Ripcats falling. A has been secured. They managed to get it. Marseille's got knocked off the point. They've got to wipe these units now and try and just snowball this fight.
Yeah,
I mean, they've got enough units here. They should be okay. Let's look at these hero kills as well. If we look at the hero kills, Rough Justice does have a lot of people on 2 deaths, though. but so does StoryEnjoyers way more. Actually, no, Sicko is dead 3 times. Sicko's already out, and almost half, well, over half of StoryEnjoyers on 2 deaths. YeahBuddy now falls for a 3rd time as well. It is now 13v15 right now. This looks like it's going to be a pretty clean win here for Ruff Justice.
Yeah,
170 units left, 2 heroes down.
And to the surprise of many as well, StoryEnjoyers coming into this tournament as one of the favorites, and now suddenly Ruff Justice pushing them already to the brink of defeat in only the first 2 games. They are now looking at that 2-0 lead in the series. It's only 160 units left for StoryEnjoyers.
But we have seen StoryEnjoyers come back from these 2-0 losses before. We've seen them do it. Can they do it again? They're still trying to hold out on this B point, but with the number of units they've got left, it's not looking good for StoryEnjoyers. Picking off a few hero kills. Ruff Justice getting a bit too greedy here, trying to snowball in. Not expecting defense here from StoryEnjoyers. They're still trying to fight him, but now we see really good rotation for Ruff Justice. They are just rushing forwards to that point. They've got to have something holding the back though, because we see some units trying to flank from StoryEnjoyers. See some heroes trying to pick off Junkroot here. I don't think they'll be able to. Ruff Justice gets in position with these phalanx. They should be there in time to advance in on the corner. Yep, they get that advanced position on the corner. Junkroot does fall in the back lines though, so really good pick off there by StoryEnjoyers. That's 1 unit out, but Ripcats now falls as well. Ruff Justice need to get on this point and hold this position. Toasty going down. Ruff Justice pushing forwards. They can trap this corner if they want to, but looks like they should try and wipe it. All of StoryEnjoyers falling down here. Cursefly, Low and Cure, everyone falling here. Can Zarvan hold? Mask Flames now trying to come through from the back, trying to snipe off these Shenjis. But StoryEnjoyers all getting wiped here. It is currently 6v14. Robert disabled and No Mercy on point, trying to stall out as long as they can, but the 4 minutes left, I don't think they can hold this for 4 minutes. And there's still B that they can cap as well. 500 units to 4 is what I'm going to say. So I don't think they're going to be able to pull this back.
Also 13 heroes left alive against only the 4. Yeah, it's 34 units actually, right? And 2 heroes left.
Sorry, 34 units, 4 heroes, yeah.
That's good, but still, not
basically
enough
the same.
for sure to come back. Sextiant are going to be the last.
And this is what we said, right? Ruff Justice, attacking-wise, they really favor a split push. We saw it there. They brute forced in the gate while having 2 or 3 guys on point. They did struggle with the hero killing. Mask Flame stayed alive on that point for far too long at the start as a musket. It's a really well played from him against the chain dart. But Ruff Justice really showed their strength there. They blocked that supply long enough that they could get the control on point, and they kept coming back with fresh units and just snowballed that victory. Really strong performance there, served to nothing, basically. So really strong performance from Ruff Justice. But to give credit where credit's due, StoryEnjoyers have come back from defeats like this Halberd, so they should have enough anti-cav to deal with the 3 cav that the defenders do have here. 1 Hussar with Curse Fly, though, that could do a lot of work. If he gets a good Hussar charge off when Ruff Justice aren't paying attention, that could wipe the entire point. Because they don't have the best handicap, but we see here, look at the sheer number of muskets here for the attackers. That's going to be for taking down the breach as fast as possible, then they'll probably change off.
Absolutely. Also 4 muskets on the side of StoryEnjoyers. I think we also saw, was it 3? Let me check again. 3 pikes or scimitars there.
We see a split push, though.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be interesting as well.
So we can see they're going to try and pressure on B side while the muskets on A take down that breach. Do they catch StoryEnjoyers off guard here?
Yeah, and they're also switching units right away at the supply side. They may be having a strong strategy.
Yeah, there's those 3 blue helmets they were spawning in case there's a Sally. They see there's no Sallies, they swap off straight away.
It's going to be slow though. So the 5 muskets on the right side will be taking down the breach, and then on the left side at the B, they are building mortars actually, probably trying to destroy that the balls behind the gate there, I'm assuming, or even the gate itself.
Yeah, well, we see a lot of teams when they defend on here. They defend on that little gap on the bridge towards A. So those mortars should be able to punish a lot of that setup, because that's typically where a lot of teams will hold. Because it's not the easiest to treb. If they try and hold at the back where the units are stationed at the moment, you can treb that. So looks like we're going to see a good split push from Ruff Justice though, hopefully, because we've seen how effective their split pushes have been so far.
And you can see the mortars from StoryEnjoyers all being aimed, 3 of them at the A point. Nothing going on there, of course, right now. Right flank is destroyed, left flank also about to go down pretty soon. StoryEnjoyers have pulled back quite a bit. They're sitting now around the B point, and also slightly around the A point. Gates still closed, so still breathing. Get your heart rate down just a little before it starts to rise again.
Yeah, I should take a breather from this intense game at the moment. Just whew. We might see a fast aggressive push here on A though with a couple of people, because we see that now as a dual blade setup there.
Yeah, there's a Queen.
Will Frank be able to snowball some kills though?
Pretty good setup to take at any point, really.
Yeah, it's good doing a split push on this map. We see it a lot in obviously ranked and normal games. We've seen it a few times in these CBL games, because if you can get a split push, one of your sides will normally win, right? You kind of sell out one side to win on the other is what a lot of teams will do, try and get position. And A is the better one to do it, because your team could full all in B, and while you're drawing their whole team there, you lose a couple guys at the start, they respawn, you snowball A, and you take the map. That could be a way to take this as well, because it is a hard map to take these 2 points if you're not fast and aggressive. So that we have seen teams do that in the past, a full B push, and then respawn and rotate to A. So it looks like they're going to try and do something similar here.
Yep, and actually,
Potentially.
Ace Guild Hero sitting in a gate there with a mortar, just trying to bait StoryEnjoyers. He's saying is, come at me, I'll be shooting the mortar from inside the gate.
I'm all by myself, guys. Please don't hurt me.
Don't hurt me, please.
Psych.
He is making the Shenji run around, that's for sure. We see the dual blade on the A point, trying to get in.
Yes, we see the little A push trying to get a little bit of pressure here. And they do have the number advantage for the defenders on A here, so they could win this A fight quickly and then rotate to B. But then at the same time, Rough Justice could win this B fight quite quickly if they're fast. Those Shenjis are out of position on the right. If Rough Justice see those Shenjis, they could clear those quite quickly. Yeah, we see a Queen's Knight trying to flank, though, on the wall from YeahBuddy. If he can get a good flank in the back, he might be able to clean some stuff up.
They pinged him out, though.
Luther and Junkroot trying to flank on left. They're really doing a lot of split pushes here from Rough Justice. I feel like the fight on A, they're just trying to bait them there. They've got outnumbered. It's 5v4 on A.
They're playing
StoryEnjoyers
to be on the B as well.
We see the fight now going on the breach on B. With a good setup here for the attackers. They should have the advantage there because they're fighting Reaper Queen Shield into Queen Reaper Madao. So they should be able to clean that fight. Yeah, and that fight on A is looking really strong for Rough Justice here. On B, sorry. The fight on B is looking really good for Rough Justice here. They need to block that supply. We see Luther's going for it now. He's done a great job blocking supply so far. He's got 3 heroes there. The fight on the B breach has gone down. YeahBuddy already falls. We see Cranks just capping A for free at the same time as well. That A fight's going on, but they should be able to secure B quite easily. They need to get to that supply and block more units. Luther's still blocking, but there's Wu is there. He's got to be calling out for someone else to go there. We see Escher is going with his shields there to try and block. He needs to get on there now and stop these heroes. Zarvan's going as well. They've got to get on and block them from getting unit out. It's going to be close. They might be able to get some units out here if they're not careful. I think they're going to defenders get units out, so they might be able to turn this back around if they're quick. But B is being quite heavily capped.
From the
and rejoiners should be able to go to A.
Yeah, still interrupting the B point. Just 5 seconds left.
Sheppel, Alejandro, and Crank doing good work on A. I would like to see them actually capping the point though at this moment in time.
Yeah, but there's
B
still
is still looking good for Rough Justice. They're keeping a lot of people back on that back supply, but the rejoiners are going to come back in. They should be able to wipe off this B hold. Rough Justice really need to start respawning on A now and snowballing that.
From StoryEnjoyers on the right side, but they're finally clean with the supply now.
We do see Toko though having his phalanx on that right side from A. If he moves a bit further forwards and braces towards B now, he should be able to hold off all their rejoiners coming in, and their whole team can spawn on A and try and snowball this now. You see all of Rough Justice now spawning on A. Toko needs to try and hold as long as he can, but I feel like the position he's in is not the best. He needs to go back towards the bridge and hold there. Because he's just letting StoryEnjoyers walk straight through for free. But they are still capping B. They still managed to hold that because StoryEnjoyers are getting split off.
StoryEnjoyers going to A too fast probably. They thought they had it, but now there's the Reapers and the big shields once again.
Those Reapers still doing work. Rough Justice might get snowballed on A here though if they're not careful. But we see the Cav going in from No Mercy getting wiped for free. No Mercy going down. We see Prophetic falling on the other side.
B is safe for StoryEnjoyers right now.
Here on A. Yeah, if they get this position set up, they don't have to cap the point. They're just going to get position and start farming these heroes.
Shenji from S Flames right
now. They've still got 13 artillery left, but defenders still do have 9 as well. They do have a couple of mortars at the back. We see Sexy Hunter on a few mortars trying to clear. Toasty does fall down, but so does Pertinax at the same time. We see Rough Justice getting control at this point. Luther dies on that supply now as well. But Rough Justice getting control here. This Cav from Cursefly coming from the right. Does everyone see it?
Oh no,
with a huge stop from Stockfish there. What a fantastic play from Stockfish, potentially saving that whole point because none of their anti-Cav was bracing that side. Really good play from Stockfish there. And Rough Justice needs to just keep killing these heroes. Ripcats goes down as well. No Mercy Pones looks like he's going to fall again. That might even, is that even his 3rd death already?
We could throw. Will
no, it's going to be a second.
Mercy Pones still sitting on a point there, trying to delay it. Here comes more Cav runs again from Ripcats. I think
he needs to deal with Mercy Pones as soon as he can. He does fall. SGR falls as well. There's a lot of units coming back in for StoryEnjoyers here, but Rough Justice have the advantage here. They've got a lot of anti-Cav on this point. Look at all these phalanx holding it.
They need to continue delaying it. It's 2 seconds left on the 8 point.
They need to get on these. Rough Justice need to get on these grape shots and use them. They've got so many they're not firing right now. But they are snowballing these hero kills. Machuka falls again. Longcure now on short sword and Zarvan on that point holding, but they need to be using these grape shots and start clearing this here. Longcure and Zarvan fall. They're starting to cap. Are they going to finish the cap? They do finish the cap. They finish the cap. They need to push forwards and snowball these heroes towards B now. This could be the win for Rough Justice. If they win this game, they win this series. This is huge. It's looking in their favor at the moment. They're going to try and snowball. They kill YeahBuddy again. They're going to kill Master Flames on this bridge and the units of Shenjis and Phalanx there. And they're going to snowball across to B. Alejandro trying to bait a few of them on that C side as well. Gets a good treb off onto Toasty Cruncher's halberds, killing a few of those. And we see Rough Justice snowballing to this resupply. Do they get too aggressive here, though? Can they lose a few heroes here to these halberds?
Oh, definitely those things, though. Looks like
Sheppel does fall. These halberds are going to be. They're going to try and hold her and get a few hero kills while the rest retreats. Gorm Berserker holding off the world by himself, but he will fall shortly with these halberds. when the rest of the team gets there.
And we see
Still no
Ruff
stuff on
already
them.
with curves out. StoryEnjoyers right now clearly not having a good time on this map. They got 5 heroes out in the fight currently. Ruff just is coming with them with 14 alive, and there's so many sitting on 2 deaths already. We saw him
Ruff
move
just
more
has 2 people on 2 deaths. StoryEnjoyers have about 7. This is not looking for StoryEnjoyers, but I like the aggressive defense here. They're not giving up. They're still going in, but Sexy Hunter just got grabbed and has fallen now as well. That is his second death, but we see StoryEnjoyers trying to be aggressive, but this is a good treb coming in here from the attackers of Ruff Justice. If it lands in time, it's mostly Cersei, but that's a big hit on Robert Disabled's unit there as well.
Any units counting now. And we
I
see
like the
Ruff
defense
just-
there from StoryEnjoyers. They were aggressive. They didn't just run away. They picked off some more units kills and some more hero kills, but it's not looking good for them right now. They do still have 6 artillery, and the attackers only have 7, so it's still close on that. But Machuca falling here now as well. This is not good. Machuca is now dead 3 times. That was a really, really bad play by him there, getting caught out for that 3rd death.
Yeah, StoryEnjoyers
Mars
continue
Flames and
trying
Corn
to
Berserker
make
trying to
plays.
delay on this fort here.
They need to get anything done that they can. You can see them running around. Normally you would group up and try to fight at one place, but as you said, StoryEnjoyers now starting to lose lives for real with the 3
It
death
feels so
limit.
uncoordinated right now. It feels like it's not them. They were so controlled in their first couple of matches in this tournament. And now this series right here, they felt so out of place. It feels like it's a different team.
Absolutely not, though. StoryEnjoyers we were expecting today. We haven't seen artillery placements like we saw being used against Wise of Sirius on their attacks. Very effective with the ballista as well. Attacking, of course, now it's a defense, but even then, just Ruff Justice being so much
Dropping
better.
this supply as well for free.
Mm-mm.
This is not what we want to see on this map. If they get that supply, they have to drop C and they go back to base point, and they're going to have 7 or 8 minutes on base point then.
Yeah, but just look at the units as well. It's only Red and Pikeman raised, and also a couple of Half Sergeants left, but only sitting at half health already.
Yeah, there's
Big
just no damage here for the StoryEnjoyers team. And then you, like I say, look at Ruff Justice. They've got Wu Wei's, they've got Cav, they've got Shenji still, they've got a couple of Phalanxes, they've got Imp Pikes, and StoryEnjoyers are all on Surfs, basically.
Yeah, they're still
It
trying.
should just
but-
be a walk in the park. Then we see StoryEnjoyers trying with their arty here, but I feel like it's too little too late. Crank does fall initially, though, which is a good pick off by Curse 5, but do they have the damage to keep snowballing through? Zarvan getting caught out on the side here by Sheppel on the back lines. They're surviving for now, but he falls. Domigay falls. All
Yeah,
of
Ruff
StoryEnjoyers
Justice
are falling.
drifting.
Look at this horde of Ruff Justice just swarming across them,
Oh, it's
completely
insane.
destroying that hold from StoryEnjoyers. Just a swarm of numbers, sheer volume just going through.
Yeah, they're just
And
cutting
it's
through them as
falling
if
now.
StoryEnjoyers were Surfs. Once they were Surf Slayers, but now they are getting killed as if they were just the same. Whew, C
Another
point.
CBL, another lose for Mask Flames.
Mhm.
This is a good attempt from StoryEnjoyers, but Ruff Justice just pulled them apart. Their split pushes just kept pulling them apart day by day. And these 4 or 5 scrims a day from StoryEnjoyers clearly were not enough for Ruff Justice. Really
Yeah.
just brute forcing through with the hammer of justice coming down on StoryEnjoyers here.
Yeah, GG's
And a
coming
really
out
controlled
already. We see
controlled
Mothman
fight from
and-
Ruff Justice. So really, really well done to them. And we have to admit, a surprise win, right? Like we said, they
Oh,
were a
yeah,
strong team,
absolutely.
but taking 3-0 against StoryEnjoyers on the map that they chose as well.
Yeah.
Really, really strong performance here from Ruff Justice.
Absolutely.
Or as I was told to say, Ruff Justice.
They're going through to the
Bravo.
semifinals, that's for sure. Well done, well done.
Bravo.
for them. That was a great performance.
I think
for sure.
I've got to say,
I think. Do you not think it's weird there? NerfEverything have a few players here with just a couple purple units, then they've picked it out here with green units and grey units. It's very interesting choice here. I don't know why you would pick so many green units here for this matchup. I thought you would have gone for at least up 2 to 3 purples units going into it, but NerfEverything picking a lot more green units here. But like you said, Falconettis have been selected for them on the defense here to start with. So. Salio is on, no. Salio is coming out straight away here. There we go. The defense. Yeah, exactly. A good distraction pretty much for the majority of the hamsters outside. So they'll be looking to get elsewhere, but they have put the units at the front gate there. So there's no way back in for them. And there's also out here, hamsters will try to push the both siege towers up, but Falconettis will rain down cannonballs as much as possible to take these towers out of the map the first rotation at least. And then musket players getting involved as well. So yeah, definitely might well see these fall very early on. That's a great car for the charge as well, though, from Ordinarily. Ordinarily, I don't even know how you'd say that without twisting my tongue up there, but he did a good cav charge there through a few units here. But yeah, like you says, the cavalry units are all gone now. That is them all off of the map, and the heroes along with it. So there's a life gone for 3 players there. But going forward, they've not lost too much. They've gained time, but both siege towers did still manage to make it to the tower. So a very pretty much wasted cavalry usage, and the Falconettis didn't manage to fulfill their duties as siege towers, and the siege towers will make it. So yeah, it didn't really do anything to help them in the defense. Well, the interesting thing is Kadabra's got his Falconettis, just did have them down at the back there, but where have they positioned them now is the question, because they have them somewhere. I'm just trying to have a nosy. They're swapping them out, a lot of them, because they're so easy. There he is. He swapped them out to Halberdiers as the push comes in from both sides here on the siege towers towards the A zone as Trebs come in. Mortar shots are coming in, and here is a big fight on the zone here. It's going to be very difficult to tell who is winning these fights so far, but flames coming in from the hamsters here, raining down supreme on this wall of units of Halberdiers and Palace Guards, and it looks like they're winning the fight on this side, but NerfEverything winning on the left side. So yeah, it's very, very even fights here as it goes down the stairwell, chasing some heroes. Yeah, hamsters lost quite a decent amount of units there in terms of like looking at the overall unit comp setups and values here. If you check that on the screen there, you can see the 951 units here for NerfEverything. If push C, there we go. There we go. That's on screen for you. You can see they've got pretty even for the 5-star and 4-star units, but overall in terms of units available, yes, they are 2-star units, so it's 262 against 130. That's where they're taking up that extra amount. So it looks like they've got a far superior amount of units, but really, on the grand scheme of things, for the most of the pushes here for hamsters, they're still kind of relatively matched up as it stands here, but a very good first defense.
Rotation comes in for the hamsters, going towards the left-hand side, to the left siege tower that also did reach the walls, and this was the push I was talking about before. That's really difficult to pull off, because you have to fight such a long way on the wall. I mean, you can trap, but look at these towers. They are just giving so much protection for the defense and the wall as well, if you're looking to push up the stairs with the defender units. And with that, looking at the trap, it might hit something, but in the end, there will be so much coming in from the defense. And we see again one cavalry outside, just making sure to disturb as much as they can, as the attackers are moving in. Hamsters making it quick, using the Cocos and the units, while the rest is still on the way up. So Hamsters just trying to
Right, in the back of the Palace Guards is quite good though. The Palace Guards start retreating and they retreat directly into the Treb, which is probably not what they should have done. They should have just held their ground there as they were waiting. Hamsters pushing up onto the siege tower and managing to get a lot of their units up here in comparison to what NA have here. And they're actually having a good opportunity here to gain a push, get some trebs in, and there you go. Kadabra's unit and a few players will fall to that treb along with the hero units. That is a very good, solid push there from Hamsters as they start to make their way down
the stairs. The one side with the Cocos and the Flames, just making sure to push through. The Flames got a bit too far ahead of the other units, losing some out, but the push supported by the Flames and Cocos is just so strong. We all know one unit of these Flames is enough to just change the complete outcome of one of those pushes, and that's exactly what we have seen here.
Caps are coming on both points as well here. I'm on B here at the moment with cavalry units and a few units pushing down already towards B here on the scene, but we're on A. You've got Shallowbert doing his job up on himself, few heroes just taking the A's on there as well while the B fight is going on your main screen here.
Yeah, and we see
there is two heroes.
Two sets of Shifu plus one unit of Queen's Knights trying to take on the full force of the Hamsters, not able to stand a long time here. And with that probably taken out in a few seconds, while the rest of the team comes from the B side, which is interesting because usually you don't see a team defending the B side here on this map. But NerfEverything is going for it, and they wiped out everything that was looking for the point.
Ferrari Scuderia coming past here with his cavalry unit though. He's going to try and go towards that supply point where a lot of the heroes are hampered and just got their units set up here with their ISGs, and they'll slowly whittle down here with the cap charge, pulling off a good one there, getting a few hero kills, and there's only a few more heroes alive left on the supply point push here. That is a perfect slot and a perfect opportunity there, but Shallow Hunter taking the point here on B. As ACAP is done already, the rest of the defenders will have to go and drop back in towards the home zone, because at this point in time, I don't see you defending the B zone in a position where you can be potentially trapped and mortared out of it. Also, why defend B when because if you defend B too hard, the whole set of Hamsters can just go straight towards a home point, and obviously home point is all that matters really in the grand scheme of the matchup. B doesn't have to be taken, but for that extra time, they will look to do that.
Yeah, we have just seen two sets of Orochi getting murdered here on the B point as well in the retreat of the Hamsters, and that's just making numbers kinda even. I think Hamsters still have a slight advantage in tier 4 and tier 3 units, but that one might go to a hero deathmatch in the end because both sides have so even units. But looking at the pieces of artillery, Hamsters have 27 pieces of artillery left, and that one, if placed correctly, maybe mortars, maybe grape shots, will just be such a big advantage for the Hamsters, and I think Hamsters are looking great here in this matchup. Looking at the units, Hamsters still going with Yan Yudao, having one unit of Falconetti left, having the Rattan marksman, and then going with Cocos and all that stuff, and it looks like NerfEverything have the units stacked on several separate heroes. I mean, we have Kadabra with still all of his, or almost all of his Queen's Knights, with the Halberdiers twice. And that are some units that can't be played at the same time. And with that, the defense is really struggling here in units. Interesting to see. NerfEverything were definitely the favored one going into this match, but the Hamsters are just doing such a great job. And now the push comes in from towards the end cap from two separate sides. Falconetti in place for the attackers, and they will just wipe so much of the defense. Here we go.
Hamsters are getting pushed out here at the front gate here. It's all about that fight here. If they could win that one, they can turn and defend the main entrance towards the B side. But so far, it's a very good fight here for Hamsters. They're gaining a lot of ground here into the home point here. They've got heroes raining down from the top, though. You've got Ordinary with his musket trying to take out the Rat. marksman with his muskets and his bombs here, and he's doing quite a good job of it because NerfEverything are managing to hold this point so far. But the point will start to be captured because too many players are fighting and not paying attention to heroes actually on the zone, and they have blocked off their spawning point respawn side here with our barrier unit as the cav charges and potential supply point has been taken in the back here as well. NerfEverything, a very difficult task here to come back from this one here. They've lost so much units here and so many heroes here. It is 13 versus 3, and that looks like Hamsters will take the win on this one. Map 1.
Exactly, a one trap going straight into the gate, making sure no respawns can come through from NerfEverything, and the point is about to be kept. And with that, Hamsters taking match number 1, which is surprising because we thought NerfEverything would be definitely, it was even, but in the end they had just more units and were able to get the
that you have as a hero. You've got 3 lives. Why bring 5 units? That's my opinion, because most of the time you die with your unit, right?
Yes,
because you're trying to protect them. So why bring 5 units? I don't get it. I don't get it. And maybe in hindsight they might look back at this and go, yeah, that's probably not a good idea. But wait and see what they do here. They've still got options here. They're still in this, and they have got a fight here on the attack here against Hamsters, looking to try and get their first win in the series.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, you have mentioned those 2 guys playing 2 times green units, and I think the biggest issue about green units is they are really strong in 1v1 fights and stuff like that, but in the CBL you won't ever find a real 1 versus 1 fight, because there will always be teammates for the enemy and for yourself helping you and the enemies, and with that it will always be a 3 or 4 people fight, and in those fights those green units start to struggle, because as more units of the enemy as they are coming, they will take more and more damage. And I mean, Rattan Pikes are just that strong because they debuff almost every single unit and make them not deal any damage anymore. But if there are too many enemy units, they can't do that anymore because they can't hit the enemy
exactly
as often.
Hamster's doing the exact same as what NE did in their first one. A sally out with companion cavalry. All 3 of them though haven't been focused yet whatsoever here from the attackers, like waiting around in the background and looking for their opportunity. Hamster's just trying to find the opening with their unit of cav in the back here on the screen, and you can see them just trying to get anywhere on the map, make up as much space as ground, and pretty much distract them as much as possible, and hope that they can take these siege towers down. Because so far, the far right siege towers are about to fall, and then it's the middle left one that we are looking to focus after that. But I don't know if their focus is going to be on that one or not, because it is very, very close to the wall, and it's a very, very quick siege tower to get to the wall. So
yeah, exactly. And the siege tower is
on that
full life, so it wasn't focus at all here on this siege tower. I think the biggest focus for the defense was to make sure there's only 1 siege tower landing towards the wall on the A point, just to make sure you can't get pushed by both sides, but the push is going from one side, and that one you can defend. Can kind of easily defend. I think they will continue taking down this left siege tower in the picture now, just to make sure they don't get pushed by several sides.
Exactly that. And then the 2 players are getting pinged on the outside there. It's Bravo, who's getting chased by a few heroes outside, and Shalobert is still alive here. And the only player that went out on the silo is still alive might actually get away with his life here. He's getting chased by the dual blade, and the dual blade decides that is enough. He is out. There is units there. I can't get in. But well done for him to get away with that. Shalobert survives as a hero. 2 of the other heroes will fall with their companion cavalry. But like we said, the siege tower did eventually make it on the far middle left one. The far left one did go down, and now they're not focusing this one on the right hand side. So even after all that time, they're still going to have the second right siege tower potentially reaching that wall after that time.
Yeah, exactly. And the mortars of the attackers are starting to rain fire towards this A point, because they definitely want to take down as much as they can. And the defense is falling back. The defense is not going for the A point defense whatsoever. They have still 11 pieces of artillery. They have managed to slow down the attackers by definitely a lot, and I think this push was really worth it. They have to watch out for the Imperial Spear Guards here, because they are getting focused by the attacker heroes, but I think there will be a fine.
Knowledge has just lost always Wu Wei for nothing here as well, because he treated, but it was still run towards the B zone, and he's just lost quite a few of them Wu Weis. That'd be a very disappointing position there if you are Knowledge. Oh, it wasn't Wu Wei, sorry, it was the Samurai, or actually Samurai. Interesting choice. He lost 10 of them in the background there. Difficult fight. And he's still losing more as well, because these units are still out here and getting picked off at the B zone here as they start to cap B before A is even taken. Interesting choice.
Yes, I mean,
Nobody
A,
going towards the A zone.
You need
Sorry.
only one hero. I think they will just dedicate one player to go towards A and cap it to the end while setting up with mortars and all of that stuff. Here we go, longsword going towards A while the rest is going to the wall and probably starting to put down some mortars. And here we go. We see already the first trap safe Culverine being put in the back here from the defenders, and that's exactly what you want to see. Another Culverine, I think this one can be trapped, but you could just spam Culverines
Sure.
there and
Chuck up my view there as well, just because I'm watching the attacking side here going towards this left side, and you got that area, and I'll keep on this one. There we go. So you got any getting control of the wall here above the B zone supply area side, and now this is potential opportunity here to kind of set up your mortar choices and start bombarding the down on the home point here, because units will always set up here on the defense, and then from here you've got 2 sets of stairs, technically 3 sets of stairs you can go and create your push from. You can either go down towards the supply point side in the back here, which we did see Hamsters do in their attack. They went down there a few times, took a few units around to that supply, captured the supply point, and then they had a push going in through both sets of gates ways as well. But they'll be getting falconeted from Bravo across the other side of the wall, and that's going to take out a lot of the units here quickly and potentially take out the mortars up top.
yeah, I mean, there are not that many mortars left there on the top. Hamster's really doing a great job in destroying the artillery from NerfEverything here. And I'm not sure what NerfEverything is going to do against it, because it feels like they have not the right positioning to take down the artillery from the defense here, because they are just placing the Culverines and Falconetti in such great spots. I mean, we have a trap going in for the Falconetti, but they are gone way earlier there, because they have seen the trap coming from so far away and just decided, we don't want to stand there if it hits, and we'll just rotate away.
Hamster's got a good ballista at the bottom of the stairs here. Eridan picking off heroes here, but like getting them down damage wise, but the push comes in down the stairwells with palace guards here, and heroes have been getting picked off from NerfEverything. But as back and forward, 1 apiece here now. Wodge picking off 1 here for NerfEverything, and that's going to stop the push going down at the moment. But yeah, it was a good start there for NerfEverything. Look at make some ground up on the top of the wall here, and they're also blocking off the other set of stairs so that nobody can come through the units.
Yeah, I mean, Falconetti just doing a great job, supported by the Imperial Spear Guards, to make sure they are not getting shot at by the longbow. And with that, Falconetti just really good value here on this map. We haven't seen Falconetti being played that often in the group stages, but here they are just almost getting played every single round, and I love to see them because the long range and the huge impact they can have when being played right is so strong, and we see them being played right here again and again, and with that just taking so much value.
Verdequin, Sani, Swift, and a few other players going towards his back supply point way with Queen's Knights here, but they're going to be matched with another set of Queen Knights in the back here from Hamsters. And where are they going to push here from? As the Palace Guards and such like all set themselves up, you've got Wu Wei, you've got Halberdier Sergeants, and it looks like a good amount of NerfEverything's units are all getting bombarded by the Falconettis up top here.
Yes, and the flames of the defense in the gate just working perfectly fine here. We can see the fire coming in. The flames from the attackers can't really set up well because they have to fear the flames from the defense. And with that, the first push from NerfEverything towards the gate is just completely shut down, and I love the flame work here from the defense. They are doing perfect work. Flames from the attackers trying to run in, but I don't know why.
NerfEverything, they'll gain the supply point here, so they've got that option here, and they're going to be able to bring a second set of units if they get that quickly now, because they slowed down the push up the top of the stairs. They can't get that in. It's the Flamers that are doing the work for Hamsters. It's stopping it, but they do have the supply point, and they are getting some kills in their advantage. They are gaining extra members, the supply point, and it's only people that are respawning and are going to have the opportunity to get onto the supply point.
The Flames will be out of ammo in a few seconds, so 1 or 2 shots they can still rain in, but then they are out of ammo. And with that, the push towards the end cap can begin. Flames just being brought one last time, I think. Shooting in, not really doing much. Coco's throwing at them, maybe making them explode in their own units, and that would be devastating for the defense here. Here we go.
The Maul jumps into the Falconettes and gets instantly clapped, and that's Clapper who does get clapped. But it looks like they're winning the advantage here, and NerfEverything with the units and the supply point advantage here, and able to find the potential to get in. They've got units going straight through towards the gateway now. Now it's opening up here. Are they going to have it? No Falconettes are going to have any ammo left soon enough, and that's a full-on push from NerfEverything. They're going to be able to send Trebs here at that gateway here as well. They have 3 left available, and still 15 pieces of artillery left.
Oh my god, look at this, many units coming in through the gate here. The point will be not long to stay here if the Hamsters are not able to bring more units. 1 unit of Orochi, 1 unit of Green Shield, but they won't be enough. The Hamsters really need to bring new units as the point is about to be kept in a few seconds. And I don't know what Hamsters are willing to do here and what they can do here, because the point is just so overwhelmed by red units, and I have no idea what to do next here.
Yeah, NerfEverything have managed to get in and turn around so they can watch from the units coming back in as a cav charge comes in, but it is stopped by the Palace Guards for the most part, and a Treb tries to go in through the gate here, does stop a few units here, but the ISG are the only thing getting close by. 2 heroes stopping the point, and that's Eridan, and then Knowledge Gambit is about to help to do that for a second, but he'll be targeted by all the players and units instantaneously, will fall to his death as Snitchkov gets on next.
Yeah, defense now trying to rotate from the left side. Orochi stopping the cavalry. Great job by Drogon here to stop those cavalry from reaching the point, and with that maybe helping his team even more to win this point as the defense struggles to get their T4 shields through the gates and just getting wiped. Their point is almost being kept, and that's not long here. 1 dual blade on the point, will it be enough? Probably not. Chain Dart standing on the point, not stopping the capture, and I don't know why the Chain Dart wasn't able to stop the capture there. It was just right, making sure the Flames that could have shut this down were out of ammo, and with this winning this round. Too much damage, won't be healed up, but still a bit damage taken. It can be easily healed up by the healers, by the healing archers. And I think those will be a big point to keep an eye on, because they will have to be jumped by the defense. Otherwise, they will have a massive impact for a blue unit.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Well, we'll have to wait and see how these get used and how well they actually show on the battlefield. They're using them in the attack, wasn't it? Yeah, so. Because it happens. So they'll gain that because they're obviously further away from the supply point. They can't just restock and quickly go back to the push. So that's a way to keep their units in the fight for a little bit longer. So we'll wait and see if that works for them. And if not, we'll know why. We can't say it's all down to that, but it might be.
Yeah, exactly. Another unit, another blue unit with massive impact potentially will be the Cicadian Militia, brought by the defense twice here for the first fight. And I didn't see a real counter coming in from the attack. I don't know, maybe the attackers have like a musket or something, but they don't have them themselves. And if they don't manage to kill those, they will be in big danger. And I will have big problems here getting those special units off the board. And I already see 3-4 pieces of artillery, 5 being deployed by the defense. And I really love this, because that means you can just immediately spam the attackers once they enter the city or the fjord. And I mean, you don't have time for more artillery, to be honest. I love to see it.
Yeah, even setting it all up at the very start, you don't very get much that time as well, because you're down at 7 minutes, less than 7 minutes already. And like, just think, you spend too much time sitting and wasting all your 10 shots of your artillery, you're going to be wasting a couple of minutes of your time rather than making these pushes. And obviously, it's quick enough to get the walls and the breach down and the gateway down that you don't really need it. But you've got 15 trebs still available. So, I mean, that is an option that you have to use. And the best place to use it is further on in towards the home point. Your mortars normally get used after phase 1, which is the A and B point. But phase 1, you still could start off using that mortars to kind of find out positions. Maybe you're going to find the units that are going to be in that position that you're going to come around at. So we'll have to wait and see how they do it here on the attack for nerf everything.
Yeah, and we see NerfEverything really taking their time in the attack, placing even more mortars, going down from the time to 6 minutes and still dropping. So I don't see a push really coming in. I don't know what it looks like on the B point, but it seems to be the same picture. The breaches have been opened. And yeah, I mean, they're really taking time, so maybe it will be only one single opportunity for the attackers to make this push work. And on a map like Fjord, it's really difficult because the respawners can just respawn with cavalry, can just respawn with everything they want and immediately go to the point. And it seems like now is the time for NerfEverything to enter the city, and with this start probably the fight, as the defense already set up on top of the gate, retreating quickly here on the A point, not willing to take the fight with twice Queen's Knights against almost everything from the attackers. Modao getting trapped here, and also push through the breach. So separate pushes.
Yeah, Ferraris Scuderia coming from the B side as well, but his unit of cav is instantaneously wiped here, so they can't get the flank from the behind. But the push coming in from the main gate is doing quite well as they go through both breach and the main gate. Now we need to use their trebs wisely here. Ferraris Scuderia sending one in here, but that's going to hit a lot of wall and a lot of tent here, but might actually hit a few units in the back.
It seems like the push from NerfEverything through the breach is coming through. Only one unit of Imperial Spear Guards left, and also for the point there's not much left. Hamsters really need to step forward and step on the point if they want to keep it, because the traps are hitting so hard, and the point is still in favor of NerfEverything as they're bringing even more through the breach. Queen's Knights trying to fend off the breach, but that's just too much, and the point itself is now being wiped, but there's much more to come from NerfEverything. But still, I think Hamsters are doing a great job in here, keeping the point, just being kept like 1 or 2 seconds, but not more traps coming in. Palace Guards and Shifu making sure that the 4 shields don't step on the point, and then Queen's Knights trying to finish everything that's on point, and they will do a great job with it. Point almost cleared, and with this, 1 Hussar unit of the defenders and 1 green skeleton cuff is coming in, but not much more to bring here from the defense, and the attack are bringing even more units here.
Yeah, exactly. I've noticed when I'm not chatting, by the way, my voice is still going up on your audio meter, so I don't know if that's picking you something else up as well when you're speaking. It's already that's going
picking up the game zone as well.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. The A point is getting kept now, and with this, probably the fight for A and B is over, and the defense will fall back. And I think they did a kind of great job. We can look at the units, and no, they didn't. They definitely didn't. 120
definitely not.
tier 4 units behind, and then only 20 tier 5 up, and also lacking in tier 3, which can be really strong, even if they are only some halberdiers or something that just deal damage. But still, tier 3 can be strong in this meta.
Yeah, definitely, but it's a difficult task now. This is where it gets really difficult. NerfEverything have the advantage here, but obviously Hamsters with the height advantage for mortars defense. If they still got a few sets there ready to use, they've only got 4 pieces of artillery left, so they'll be looking to find positions there to try and rain down on as much of the NerfEverything troops as possible. But there is so much time here for them with the cap in the C zone, and obviously the little extra zone which will give them the berserkers free of charge as well. And then yeah, they've got this option here. They've got plenty of units, they've got plenty of time, and they can just work their way into this point here. The defense for Hamsters, where are they going to put it though? That is the question, because it's very open unless you're down at this archway. But yeah, We'll see what happens there.
Yes, exactly. And as we can see here, attackers are already placing the mortars and start raining down fire on the defense. And the defense not starting to use their own artillery, which is concerning because they have the big advantage of this hill up here. Okay, here we go. 1 mortar being placed already and then 3 more hopefully to follow, while the attackers are starting to set up with their own mortars. And the Falconetti on the bottom here, protected by some shields, but thrown at by a musket, which is difficult for them to survive. But at the moment they are managing to keep alive, and the bridge will help there as well as the units and the heroes can run up there and pressure this musket. Mortars and traps are starting to rain fire on those palace guards here, and they are escaping kind of well, but the push will be coming in from 2 sides, it seems like. Probably 1 push coming from the main alleyway and 1 push coming from the bridge. And oh my god, Falconetti losing 4 pieces there from the mortar, but now mortar is destroyed and the Falconetti of the defense start raining down. Here we go. Attack starting to set up here and starting to make a move, it feels like. Falconetti is shooting into the units of the defense. Flames trying to stay safe, still managing to be full alive, but the rest is not there. It's so much less units than the attackers are bringing. Only a few left here, some shields, some Modao, and some palace guards, but they are getting shot at by so much.
Yeah, the difference in the 4-star units that they have available here for NerfEverything in comparison is definitely outweighing the defensive units. They've got a lot more 2-star units, which you don't really think will be able to hold up against any 4-star and above units. But it's a good option that they're using. NerfEverything are taking as much artillery phase as possible here, making the most of killing as much units as possible here, and then building themselves up towards the home zone.
Yeah, exactly, but it feels like they didn't manage to really take out that many units. I'm just looking at the tab view, and the units of the defense seem to be kind of fine there. Most of them are with full units, and it feels like the attack is struggling more, as their Falconetti are only 5 alive, and then some Queen's Knights that are low, some green shields that are low, and I don't know what the attackers are figuring out here, but they are going from the back completely to the other side, changing things around and pushing from this staircase where Cuff can't go up, so they won't be able to support themselves with some cavalry, but only with units. Some Rottans from the defense, shooting from the top, just pressuring here everything, Coco throwing in, so the attackers are rotating once again. And now probably for the final fight, here we go. Defense is not set up correctly here. If the attackers are managing to be fast enough, maybe they will get the Flames off guard and stuff like that. But at the moment, they're just rotating around. Flames still 5 alive, which is really enough. Falconetti on top of the mountain will rain down death here from the top. And they are shooting at the cavalry at the moment. Flames.
Yeah, NerfEverything's got a good wee option here going down through the middle part of the zone there. They're starting to push on there with their cavalry coming in, the companion cav, looking to find that opening here now and slowly whittle down the remainders of the units here of hamsters on the point. And if that falls down quickly here, that will be a straight off push up towards the home zone, and that's what NerfEverything are starting to do now. They're starting to make their head ground, push themselves up, wipe the units, and then there's already units going up, Queen's Knights in the background, going up here, trying to get the Rat and Marksman here. Good advantage going in favour of NerfEverything.
That's exactly enough. Everything will go towards the end cap. But looking at the hero deaths, hamsters are doing a great job in staying alive at least. The Falconetti will be not long for this world anymore, as they are getting jumped by heroes in a few seconds and some Queen's Knights as well. But the end cap is still in the hands of hamsters, and they have some
It
time. As
won't be for
NerfEverything.
long though, by the looks of it. But wait and
Yeah.
see how well can Hamsters defend here. It's unit wise, they don't really have so much on the defense now. They've got some Queen's Knights, they've got some Zycilian Militia, potentially Wu-Weis as well, and then there's a few green units involved in there. A unit of cavalry, a couple of them, Dagger Axe and Yeoman Cavalry, and then it's Rat and Marksman and Falconetti. I mean, it's going to be very difficult to ask here, but look at the swarm of red coming across the home point along with mortars and trebs coming in here. It is going to be a quick wipe. Grape shots are all set up very, very quickly here for the attackers of NerfEverything as well. There's 4 grape shots being put up, ready to smack every single defender out of the water. But Triola is going to try and pick them off in the back here.
So here we go. Defense is going in with the last remaining units, but they are just getting shot by a trap, by the artillery of the attackers and the Cocos. And the end cap is about to be kept, so no, not anymore time for the defense. They have to stay on the point. 2 minutes 50 left, which is too much really to block with the heroes, and with that they will have to try to wipe out the attackers, but they have so much more here on the point and next to the point, so I don't think they will make it. The trap might hit some of the attackers units as well.
This Treb is going to do a fantastic work on the actual only remaining good unit of the defenders. I think the Cav comes in here now, but that's about 2 seconds too late. There's only 2 heroes alive on the point. Make that 1. It is going to be Shallowbert falling. Now the next one to go. Oh, who was that? That's Shallow Hunter. Now 1 more short sword on the point. He will fall. Glaive, Bouncefire, and Shisnov are all trying to fight and stay alive here on the point, but look at the amount of red units and red heroes to survive this fight here. Shallow Kuro doing a great job on his horse, staying alive as long as possible, but it is seconds after seconds that just start to tick away, and you've got under 2 minutes here to survive here. Bouncefire next to fall. Link is going to be falling as well, but Toxic Mag, and that is 3 dead. Make that 4 dead. 1 minute and 48 seconds is far too long to defend, and there you go. A sea of red will eventually take it. NerfEverything win the round on the attack of Healing Fjord as expected.
So much more. So with that, they lost the fight. And NerfEverything.
Strange one. Let's see where we go. And Caster is still going with that double purple and green units again. Interesting choice. Interesting choice.
Okay. Here we go. Defense setting up on the A point. And the attackers on both sides, honestly. They are preparing for a and B push at the same time. And I'm really interested what they are bringing here for us.
Where we go in this sky, we're split up. It's just the one side that they've got the majority of them. No, they're actually split up both ways. It's as normal, both A and B split up with units here and taking down the gates and looking to take down the breaches, because that gives them as many options as possible to make their attack whatever way they decide to go. It's all about scanning around and making the defenders maneuver themselves between points A and B, and then wherever you can maneuver them, you want to be able to put thing away.
I mean, 5 heroes on the B point, so B won't be that big of a fight as the A point will be. And the 10 on A, just with a big infantry push here, Mimulus and T4 shields just for the front to block everything, then some nice Queen's Knights behind, and Doroshi and Halberdiers and Modaus as anti-cuff. So nice setup brought from the attackers, from the hamsters for the A point, just using the mortars to take down as many units as they can find here. In the beginning, getting shot at back from the defenders' mortars, which they were able to destroy here. And now probably looking forward where they can push as the breach is down. And both of the breaches, honestly, are down, I think. And the push on the A point has nothing to stop it anymore, except from, the defenders, which is always the case. but Hamsters will definitely have to figure out a way around those, or just making sure they win the fight so they can continue pushing towards the point. And here we go. First push seems to go in, and I'm really interested what the NerfEverything is bringing here, because they have a ton of tanky units like Shifu and Palace Guards there. 3 units of Shifu, you barely ever see them, but they are really cheap and they are dealing great damage, having mass CC immunity, and with that also good damage dealing. So they are a nice unit, but usually just not enough in normal matches. But here we go. A point is getting attacked from the gate, right through the middle. Units are pushing through, but they have to watch out, because otherwise they will be flanked in a few seconds. And here we go, we see it, they are running out again. And why not? The B point is getting capped now. B point looks great, I think, what I see in the small window there. And they have just to delay the defenders a bit longer to make sure they are not able to go to the B point.
There we go. That's a good wee push on from this Bayside gate. They've managed to gain some momentum going forward, and they're coming breach with their extra bodies to try and wipe off the units of Hamsters here. But Hamsters still doing a good job. Doing a good job to stay alive here and bringing in the units here. Got the supply point in the back now as well, and they're going to be able to get the chance to get towards B here now with the supply point in hand, the units there in hand. It's all about whether NerfEverything can rotate around here from the A zone with the remainder of their units that are there. B zone in a matter of seconds will be taken here, and they're going to have to drop back NerfEverything, or else it's going to be an absolute domination here for Hamsters going forward. They've capped the point here of B. Now the momentum going, but a calf charge coming down here from Bogglegum. Change their mind.
Exactly. But B point is capped, and with that, the respawn for the attackers is so much closer to the A point than the one for the defenders. So they will have to retreat on A and fall back at least to the supply we have seen Hamsters defend before. But I don't know, the push was really great for the Hamsters, even though the unit count isn't that great. I mean, they have 135 more tier 4, tier 3 units, which they are trapping at the moment, which is weird, but yeah. No one died.
Yeah,
so
the fight zone's
fine.
still going on A here as well. They're still
Oh,
surviving, but that's the last of the heroes alive on that one. But it looks like they'll just whittle down the units of Grey Hair Garrison, and then that's it. Game over. It'll be A zone taken as well, and they'll have all that time to take C and then look towards building an artillery phase once again. And this is where then they have the opportunity to use all of that attacking artillery. 20 they have available of artillery, 21, sorry, and 9 trebs still available after that one just goes into nothing at the bottom of the stairwell.
Yes, exactly, and here we go. The defense is setting up not next to the big building. There's just one set of tier 4 shields, which is interesting because that's what we usually tend to see here, but the defense is just bringing so many mortars, and they are in trap and RT safe spots, so the attackers will have a hard time pushing here and getting the better trade out of the artillery phase, because they themselves have to fight uphill, and this is interesting. This is really hard to do, and it feels like the flames are now getting targeted on the C point, which is dangerous for the attackers, and they definitely have to bring them out of the danger there.
Yeah, definitely. You can see on the small screen, if you check the small screen up there, where the defensive structures are set up here. They've got 3 mortars, they've got Sicilian Militia, they've also got Falconetti gunners, and then a second set down here with mortars, just aiming down from the height advantage that they've got, trying to pick out the units down below, and even other mortars on the attacking side. But good position here for Hamsters in there to again find the options, because NerfEverything have units pretty much all over the place here down the supply point area that are be easily in mortar zone if your mortars are placed in the correct places for Hamsters. But so far NerfEverything is just holding the ground for now.
Yes, and the javelins, the green javelins from NerfEverything, I'm not sure how much value they can get, but they are definitely forcing the attackers away from the entrance here, and that's a nice job done, because then you just delay the attackers even more. They will have to set up once again once they want to push, and you will see it. You will see when they will push and when they want to push, and can prepare for that. And don't have to just wait for the movement in. So you have a bit more time there. Coco's being shotted by mortars, being shotted by Falconet, but still managing to get out safe. Queen's Knight suffering a bit, but also they are fine. So defense really doing a great job here.
Hamster's got a good treb off there and a good position there for Falconet Gunners down at the there that are trying to hit the supply point and doing quite a good job of it, but nothing's on the supply point. It's slightly off center to the supply point, and if they can get the mortar and the Falconets into that, that'll be a good amount of units that they can take damage, which includes Palace Guards and obviously the units of Halberdiers and the Queen's Knights that are on the supply point.
Yes, here we go. Trap on the supply might hit the Queen's Knights. Would be a nice trap there for the attackers, and maybe even more. Here we go. Trap is going in, and that one is hitting hard.
Does hit them all as well. That's a great trap. Does hit some of the javelins, hit some of the Queen's Knights, and now NerfEverything start to move more units down a wee bit here.
Yes, and Hamsters are starting to make them move forward. It feels like they're getting closer and closer with the heroes, putting traps in and making sure they are keeping NerfEverything on their feet. Trap slightly missing the Palace Guard, which is nice for the defense here because they don't have to heal up those, and they are ready for the big fight that will be coming in a few seconds here as the attackers are getting more and more aggressive on every single entrance.
Yeah, this is where they have to start thinking about an option to go forward. We're down to 6 minutes remaining here. They've done a lot of artillery phases here and flying over the map at the moment. There's no really any push coming in from the attackers. They're just trying to find a position and then look to go as 4 heroes all start pushing up towards the bridgeway, towards the supply point. But they are just heroes at the moment, no units following. So this is where it all becomes a different story. They're following the berserkers into battle instead of their own units.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, those berserkers, they can let those die because they are just AI berserkers, but the rest of the units will follow soon because, like you said, 6 minutes is not that much of time to figure out a way to go in. And I mean, the supply is not the main focus. They have to get the end cap in time, and if they don't manage to get this one, then they will lose the match in 5 minutes 50 for 950 units to go through on the defender side, and they are making the move now towards the middle or the left side of the map.
Yeah, coming up at the center of the map pretty much towards the staircase here. Are they going to look to go that way, or is that just a bait and switch and they're going to come through towards the supply point zone here? And that's what it looks like they were doing, just baiting as much as possible, and then Hamsters are just going to have to try and find an option in here because they need to win. They need to win this attack here to stay in the match. And so far, they're not even committing yet. They're not willing to commit these pushes yet.
Yes,
but they've split themselves up. They're splitting themselves up here for it. This is where it's going.
And here we go. Main push is coming in, supported by flames from the attackers, and only a few halberds and T4 shields supported by some Queen's Knights, and now Orochi and more Queen's Knights are defending this, but it still looks great for the attackers as they have the flames advantage, and now the cavalry is coming in. I don't know if the defense has anything to say about this. Oh, okay, they have their own cavalry going in, and the flames are about to die here as the cavalry is just on top of them. But I think this fight is going towards the defense, but the fight on the supply is just being won by the attackers if they manage to bring more units and manage to push the whole supply point so they can cap it.
Yeah, if everything's got a cav charge going over supply point, it does wipe out a lot of the units pushing that way, and that's a good momentum because they keep sending more and more units here, which means more and more time is being delayed here, and we know how crucial time can be on this map. If you can hold off as much as possible, this fight is actually going in favor of NerfEverything. And it's very tough to ask for Hamsters because they're going to have to recuperate and reset their positions because a few heroes did die. But NerfEverything, great, solid defense to start with here in this position using the Falconets from up top.
Yes, exactly. And now Hamsters are really in some trouble here. 692 units left for the defense, and they only have 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go through. Falconet is still shooting from top. Really safe position they have there. They can be trapped, but they will see that one from a mile away and just rotate away. So the Falconetti, their artillery, and everything the defense has set up here is perfect for them. 3 minutes 25 seconds only left, and here we go. The second push towards the supply will begin in a few seconds.
Yeah, exactly. One treb left available and 10 pieces of artillery for the attackers, but with only 3 minutes, there's not enough more time to do any more artillery phases. Have to start making headway and start pushing towards this home zone, or else they could be out of the CBL here for good for this year. And we are seeing the push eventually going in here now. Leading the head, it's Lupo Okame with the longsword.
Some cavalry wiping the push from the bridge, and now it feels like only the main push is left. That one is looking great, even though the Falconetti are doing a great job from top. But they are breaking through, and the end cap is about to be capped, as some heroes are on it. One hero with halberdiers, making sure they are getting as much points on the end cap as they can get as quickly as possible. Rata maximum of the attackers are getting jumped now by a longsword, just making sure there are not that many left. And now the defense nerf everything is coming back with even more companion craft. Falconetti are still on top, even though they got damaged and don't have that much left. But still, nerf everything doing a great job defending it, and only 2 minutes left. So I don't know a really good way for Hamsters to go into this fight, and I think they will nerf everything.
Hamsters are too much individual plays. I think there's a few individual players doing their thing away from the rest of the group. They're getting picked off here slowly, and eventually it's going to be tying things up with less than 2 minutes available. These units are nowhere to be seen. They've not even made any headway on point, and that's been a fantastic defense from NerfEverything. Their choices of units in position of where they've been with their defense and their artillery placement has been on point for this defense, and Hamsters just not having enough momentum or not even trying to use an option to go different directions. They kept waiting it off and never finding an opening.
Yes, exactly. Now they are finally breaking through those defender units, but there are even more units of the defense, and only 1 minute and 15 seconds left, and I don't think they will make it through this end cap defense, as there are more units to be killed here. Trap going in, cavalry going in, and that might be an option here for the attackers. Chained out on the point, dual blade as well, and now they're finally breaking through. The trap is sadly hitting some of their own units, but the time is just the biggest problem. Cavalry will deal with the heroes pretty well, as it does. Amazing.
So how about the hero kills though? They've got hero killing class, 3 scimitar classes, muskets, and a maul and a poleaxe, all trying to fight these heroes off, but a few of them are heavy armor and they'll take a little bit longer. But the cavalry comes in from NerfEverything across the point. That'll take a lot of stopping here if you're just heroes now, because it is just a hero fight for Hamsters on the point, and they're all starting to fall. That is it. Murder on the dance floor here, and it's in favor of NerfEverything.
Yes, NerfEverything, great defense here, losing A and B early in the match, and then managing to get the first defense on the end cap we at least have seen here in the CBL. I'm not sure if there have been another defense possible on the end cap, but they have done it, and they have done it in style. They've done a great job with the artillery, with the Falconetti, and definitely deserved this win. 3-1 for NerfEverything, and they will go on to the semi-finals.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll probably be playing today once again.
Yeah, they'll be up again soon. Gold, but normally they take a lot of purple units going into these matches, because they means they've got 3 lives, they've got 3 units, 3 strong units as well, going forward.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some setups with a ton of green units and double gold, but they didn't tend to work out. So I think the purple setup with a bit gold mixed in is still the strongest setup, and YeahBuddy is going for it. Argonauts definitely going for a bit more golden setup there.
I mean, we see that, but NerfEverything actually won their battles. So I mean, they won it, and they had 2 players that had like double green and double purple. It was interesting, but they've won it, and I don't know if that was down to them or if it was down to everybody else around them. But yeah, definitely a very strong performance for NerfEverything. And we're going to send the thing into chat here so you guys can see the nerfs and the bans and stuff such like as well. Oh, it's already been done. There we go. Cool.
Exactly.
So you guys can see it in chat as well, so you don't have to ask the question. Well, we are deep in the midst of the battle, because Healing Fjord is such a quick map and there's so much action involved in this one. There is literally no time to look elsewhere. We have to keep paying attention. This is the only time will be nothing to look at for the most part of this map. There's always something else going on other than the breach and the gates going down. And I'm going to look over B, and Alpha is going to be the one looking over the A side.
Yeah, and on the A point, we can already see a four mortars set up for the defense and another one being placed. So defense definitely looking to get the artillery advantage here. As soon as YeahBuddy pushes in, I think we will see those mortars just rain down fire on YeahBuddy and all of their units, and they will definitely have to figure out a way to counter these, and otherwise they will have problems to really push on the point, because those mortars will be a big
Ho-Ho's about to be the first hero to die, though, over on the came in, mate, and his teammate managed to get away his life, but Ho-Ho gets picked off here. Argonauts finding a first kill at the very start here.
Argonauts also is Falconetti setup on the A point, but immediately getting pushed by the cavalry. Heavy Cuff going through, no defense for the Falconetti at all, and YeahBuddy is just wiping the heroes and the units of Argonauts on the A point, and that point is just looking as it would be over in a few seconds. Just some Reapers and Wooby from the defense, but that won't be enough. The defense really has to come with the Heavy Cuff, and they do. Here we go. Heavy Cuff just going straight through, dealing massive damage, probably coming back for one more charge and then being wiped out, but maybe there's more to come. And here we go. More heroes and more units are coming. I see some Reapers respawning on the top, and the cavalry from Argonauts coming from the side, but they won't make it through the phalanx here, and we will see if Argonauts decide to keep on defending the A point. Here we go. Cavalry makes it through. Perfect timing of the CC onto the phalanx, so the cavalry can make it through, and now the Heavy Cuff of the defense is coming on the point. So I think defense will be fine. They will wipe out YeahBuddy if YeahBuddy doesn't bring more here.
Flarestar otherwise is trying to fight on himself with two heroes here with his Wooey. He might get a couple of kills here if he kills this longbow and the Maul player that is trying to get away with his life, but he does get knocked off the horse, and there we go. That'll be him falling. YB with the advantage here with the heroes, but there's only two of them on the B zone. No units going towards the B as they start to cap a little bit, but the majority of A has already been capped, and Trebs are going towards the A zone.
Yeah, Trap not hitting anything this time, but they will have another 11 traps to place, and they will definitely hit more than this trap. Some Heavy Cuff being placed behind the A point, and the Heavy Cuff just did a great job in defending the A point here, because the YeahBuddy kind of lagged a bit on anti-cuff. The phalanx wasn't really able to stop the cuff as it got thrown over, and now the defense has another life to go through. Here we go. Trap is going in. Phalanx, Palace Guards are getting hit. Phalanx as well. And the attackers are just looking so strong. Placing some grape shots. Placing down main mortars in the back. But here we go. We see push is coming in. YeahBuddy definitely not willing to fight a third time for this push, but want to take this in the second round of attack. Here we go. Fight is breaking out. Palace Guards in the front as we are used to see it, but the phalanx is just dealing so much damage. And
Flarestar's trying to flank from the back here with a unit of Palace Guards, or Queen's Knight, sorry, but yeah, it doesn't manage to prevail. A lot of the YB boys over on the B side aren't getting through, but the A zone is pushing quite well as a cav charge is about to come in here from Druash. Can he do anything with it though? Seems like it just get wiped by the phalanx.
Yeah, phalanx of the attackers is just dealing so much damage. They are stacked into each other, and they are just wiping everything as the Heavy Cuff comes in and gets picked up by the Imperial Pikes. More great timing for that one. Socialist Hippie had a great eye on the cuff and just made sure this cuff won't make it through. But now another unit of phalanx is going on the point. Another unit of Heavy Cuff will come from the back, and the Imperial Pikes won't have their charge up. So this unit of Heavy Cuff will have to be picked up by another unit, and they don't manage to do it in time. The cuff gets deep into the unit setup, and I think that Argonauts will still hold on to this point for another 1 or 2 seconds at least, and then they can jump the point. So really, really bad position for YeahBuddy now if they don't manage to bring in more units. And if we take a quick look at the unit count, the YeahBuddy just has the upper hand here, and they will spam more units and probably take A and B, and with that, the whole matchup.
I think Argonauts are overcommitting here towards this A zone, but maybe they're just trying to do what Apes did and defend A and B and not listen. For the most part, you'll tend to lose it on the home part unless you're NerfEverything. But that is see what's happening here, because YB sending their cavalry charge coming in from the main gate here, and it's looking very strong. But Argonauts are still holding off here. 2 minutes left.
Yeah, 2 minutes, but no units left for Argonauts. 12 heroes alive. Some rather marksmen and mace sergeants are coming for additional support, but they will be picked up in a few seconds as well. And with that, only heroes alive, and they will have to jump the point for almost 1 minute 50 here, and the point is almost being kept, so a really tough
We are
task.
about 2 seconds away from the cap here as well, and it's just 5 heroes to stop it. Grape shots are being shot at the heroes as well, and the die, the less likely they'll be coming back into this game, and it'll just be a snowball effect here. A is taken, that'll be a game, because no way are anybody coming back from this one. They are so far gone, and they're only at 68 units and 2 heroes alive. Most of the heroes are probably outright dead completely as well.
Yes, exactly, and that will just be a snowball till the end cap. Argonauts have nothing left to defend it. Only 36 units and 1 hero here for the defense, and that's GG's. YeahBuddy taking the win on the A point. Nothing more really to fight here for. They will just take C and then take the end cap. I don't think they will struggle to get any of those points they want now.
Yep, all they need to do is open up the home point, and that's what C will do. As soon as that capture comes in, it is just going to be a sea of red, because there's only 4 heroes on it, there's 1 unit on it, and guess what that unit is? It is Mace Sergeants. It's the only thing to try and defend this from a sea of red. Almost 400 units worth of units and so many heroes. It is just going to be absolute destruction here for YeahBuddy as they roll across the home point.
Yeah, exactly. Mace Sergeants just wiped in seconds. Heroes probably as well on 17 units and less now. Here we go. End cap is about to be kept, and with that, a win for YeahBuddy. And they did a great job there on the 8 point. I mean, it was close. The time was running out, but 1 minute and 30 is still plenty of time there. And they did it, and I think we will see a great defense also coming in from YeahBuddy, just looking at the performance right now at this match.
Yeah, very attacker favoured. It left it the really last minute to take the zone, but they fully committed towards the A point. And you
Bit ahead of your enemies, and then you will win the matches. Sisters and half mortar setup.
Yeah, interesting choices. There is there's no really any falconettas here for this one. Dunkel's got a set, but I think that's the only set of falconettas they got in the defense. But like you said, they've got plenty of ballistas in the defense and mortars. They're looking to kind of pick off heroes with these ballistas, or even at least mark them down a few togs so that somebody else can pick off the kill. And because obviously Healing Fjord being one of these maps, it's really quick, but the more hero kills you get, the better that is, because you are limited to the amount of lives you have, and that will be the end of it. If you are killing heroes 3 times in one battle, they will no longer see the battlefield again until the next map.
First trap already being placed, and I don't know how you place a trap there. Oh my god, you are still outside. How do you place the trap inside of this? Can you place already traps while you're in the cinematic? I have no idea, but it felt like it because, yeah.
I've never seen it so quickly as well. They literally just spawned in, unless they spawned in earlier than everybody else. But
yeah, and
there
then
you go. That's a very quick
run
trap.
on top. So I
Did it do any damage? That's the question.
No, sadly not. It was slightly misplaced. But if that one would have made it into the units, I think the Falconetti at least would have been out of the world, and some other units as well. So definitely this trap is dangerous. If you can pull it off, you can get so much value. Some heroes may be sleeping a bit in the beginning and losing their units to it, but YeahBuddy being lucky and not being hit by the trap, and yeah, with that.
Yeah, Argonauts with a different strategy here. They're not going towards the B. They're not even faking the B push. So that means that all YeahBuddy are already defending inside the. So they've got one hero scouting over the wall, but for the most part, they're just defending the A zone, because they know that there is no B that way around yet.
Yes, exactly, and they are bringing a ton of Reapers. I see 5 units of Reapers running around here, and the push is coming in already through the main gate. They are not taking any time. YeahBuddy not defending the top, so Argonauts have free entry into the city here, and they can now put up RT as they want. But the ballistas are already shooting at them, and they are dealing some damage.
Yeah, good position they're getting themselves in here, Argonauts, but they are getting hit by mortar shots. So
Yeah,
good
the
position,
mortars.
mortars as well, because they're out of sight, out of mind for now until Argonauts start setting up their own artillery, which is about to go down now. And then this is when they can start to counter back at the YeahBuddy's set of artilleries in the back.
Yeah, but the artillery from Argonauts gets destroyed by a well-placed Gulrine from Gaba here, next to the D point, I would say, or the outpost. And this one is just countering every single piece of artillery the Argonauts are placing here.
ACAP getting capped a little bit because Heroes just decided to commit a little bit early. Argonauts, but they're just trying to kind of bait people out here into the open. The good thing is here, the Argonauts have actually, well, they say the good thing for YB is that they've already wiped out 9 of the set of Reapers already with just these mortar shots. So that's a good wee attacking start already in the defense. Plus, Brunhild has lost 3 of his. So the Iron Reapers that they're going to be using for these pushes are starting to slowly whittle down already just from the mortar shots.
Yes, but a beautiful trap coming in from the Argonauts. Sadly not hitting as much as I expected, but now the push comes in from the front and the Falconetti of the defense start to shoot into the great mass, and the heavy cuff is just going straight through massive heavy cuff here, and the trap may be hitting the units from YeahBuddy in the back, which what it does. Perfectly timed, but still, Argonauts seem to struggle here on the point. Reapers still alive, making sure they are dealing as much damage as possible. But here we go, another set of heavy cuff coming in, but being stopped by the rest of the phalanx units. So also this heavy cuff didn't really do that much. Argonauts phalanx will be either killed or at least damaged here from the glyph, and the next heavy cuff is coming in now, really dealing massive damage, wiping the point from heroes and units of YeahBuddy, and with that, Argonauts are on the point.
Argonauts doing a good job here, though. They're actually pushing. They're going to get the part of the A zone here, but YeahBuddy recuperating and now bringing their units down from both sides here. They've got Cav coming straight across the bridge. That phalanx unit has been wiped out, and half of them aren't even on the bridge defense now, so they're going to be met by Adap's phalanx unit, which is a full set of them, and they'll just start to wipe the units here and slowly make their way back onto that A zone with a full accompaniment of units and heroes here, and that will go in their favour. 7 trebs available still in the attack, but a good cav charge comes in here for Argonauts. That's Lucky Darrow. Duroro? Yeah, it goes in, but the phalanx unit's there now to eventually stop it.
Yeah, phalanx just so strong in stopping those cuff charges, but one cuff charge goes towards the bridge, and this one just takes out so many of the Rata marksmen. But there's coming more from both sides. I don't think the attackers have anti-cuff, so the heavy cuff is going straight through. Grape shots are getting cleared now, and here we go. The attackers are struggling to find a way in a small flank coming in from the Queen's Knights, and making sure the attackers will have to go back a little bit more. Cavalry is getting stopped and maybe killed here. Can't retreat.
I think it's time to show the viewers what the unit gone here, because at this moment in time it's down to 605 versus 543, and there's a good set of pushes. 2 full sets of pushes are done for Argonauts here, which means a lot of the higher tier units are out of the battle, and it is now down to either tier 2 and maybe some tier 3 in here, but you've got Queen's Knights, you've got some Wuis available still, but yeah, the most of it is blue units here going forward for the next push. And yeah, YB are able to defend this point here, and so far half capped A. Looks like YeahBuddy are going to be able to hold this one off here with the units that they have available.
Yeah, definitely. YeahBuddy making a great job this time, not letting the cavalry slipping through that easy as they have done it in their attack. So great improvement here in this round. And now Argonauts are pushing with their remaining units, but they are not as high level and high tier as the ones from YeahBuddy are. Trap going in, making sure to block at least some of the units off the defense, but they will definitely not take for long to rotate in this fight. And here we go, fight is going on. And
Adapt with a yeoman charge coming in here. Is it going to wipe point? It does look like it's met by an anti-cav unit, because they will be melted here because of the halberdiers in the back here, but that is a full-on fight for the A with 1 minute left on the point. There is plenty of players on both sides still fighting for their life, but Argonauts are down to 12 heroes alive and only 306 units. Most of them are tier 2 and below units, so at the moment, and they are not managing to find any forward motion here because the unit of Phalanx is just marching over the top of them all.
Phalanx just being so strong, marching forward and backwards and just wiping out everything they have in front of their pikes, and now being able to turn trap coming, but they eventually even escape this one if it doesn't hit perfectly, and they do. And with that, Argonaut 30 seconds left.
4 heroes left, or 5 heroes now because one just spawned back in, but he is going to be taken out as Josh. There might not have been a Sally out, there might not have been a thingy, but it's a fully dominating performance here for YB on the A zone. They have won most of these battles, as we mentioned, with 12 seconds left to go. They start to make their way towards the gate. The game is over. They won't get much of a Sally out done, but they have defended the Howling Fjord, and they will take map number 2 to take a 2-0 lead going into map number 3.
And what a match again. YeahBuddy just dominating the defense here. They did a great job, managed to snipe out so.
And obviously that means that the unit will have to retreat, so they're no longer a viable unit unless the player decides to hit V on them. Well,
Looking at the units, they have twice Phalanx, probably for something like a gate push, but then the rest is just heavy infantry. And they will definitely look for the A-point defense, having some heavy cuff in case Argonauts manage to get into the city and pushing on the B point. But then on the A point, the heavy infantry will just wipe everything that will be brought by the Argonauts. They are bringing themselves a ton of palace guards, which I think is interesting because they tank a lot and they do some damage at least, but they have limited range, and against some units like those Phalanx and also against Reapers, they don't tend to do great because Reapers will just break the block immediately with their charge with the flails, and the Phalanx just has more range. You can just stand there and break the block over time.
yeah, exactly that. Here we go, though. We are about to start underway. This is the typical start where we're going to see, though. We're going to be seeing, is there going to be a quick sally out here to take some units out of the way, or are they just going to decide not against that? Because YeahBuddy don't really need to do that. They don't really have the units of Sally prowess out with them. Everything is infantry based, so you're not going to see that this time around, which is good. But an early trap coming in from Argonauts to take out the culverins on the far left hand side, and you can see heroes are trying to focus that early on here for Argonauts and looking towards that B zone side.
Yeah, and we can see the Phalanx is being placed here on the bottom next to the gate, and oh my god, we see a 4-time heavy cuff Sally plus some green cuff mixed in, and that one will be hitting like a truck. Heavy cuff, no chance for the attackers to really stop it, except they have plenty of anti-cuff.
They're just destroying everything that they got in contact with at the moment here. Both Siege Towers got all their units wiped out completely there, and now the heavy cavalry are just roaming around the battlefield here. I'm just hearing people's gut-wrenching thirst of blood coming out of their body. But Kuma actually does a good job there to try and stop some of them here coming through with the Phalanx unit.
Yes, one unit of Palace Guard spotted in the back, not being controlled at all, probably taken down in a few seconds, which is sad for the hero, but yeah, you definitely have to always keep an eye on your units there, especially with a Sally like this. And the heavy cuff is still roaming around, and if we take a look at the unit count, they still have 13, 8, 16, and then we got 3. Okay, one unit of them is almost taken down, but then 2 more full units there, and they are just taking down so many units of the attackers, and that's just hard to watch here if you're an Argonauts fan and if you want the Argonauts to win. Lucky Dirwell finally got his Phalanx braced in the way. Another set of heavy cuff and a third set even going in. Phalanx taking out 3 units of heavy cuff. Great use of this Phalanx, but sadly too late to prevent the heavy cuff from doing that much damage. But definitely Dirwell, great job there with the Phalanx.
They managed to get the far left Siege Tower up though, but the other 2 Siege Towers potentially are going to fall here. One of them, center one left, is quite weak here. It must be a couple of shots out, and that'll be that one down, as well as the right side one. But far left when it did reach was about 2 seconds away, or a couple more shots definitely to be taken, but they've got somebody in the back already capping at B here, and that is a longbow player, so he'll be getting chased around the map here. I'm sure he won't be there for long because he will be instantly wiped quickly as it is, because the light armor class that he is, the longbows don't survive long enough against any hero killing classes or even a heavy armor class at that matter.
I mean, Longbow will have a great time here with all the Falconetti running around, and I think that's exactly what he's looking for, and probably already has done, because I see Falconetti being on 5 and on 9 left, and then on 10, okay, 10 of them, but the other ones on 5 and on 9, and the Longbow will get more value here as we progress. The Falconetti are getting focused by him, and that's just great Longbow work there. Another set of Falconetti is being set
Argonaut's fully committing that siege tower though, that left side siege tower. They're getting everything up on the boat here now. And what is YeahBuddy going to do here to counter this here? Are they going to defend the A and B zones still, or are they just going to drop A and let them come? It depends. It looks like everybody's going towards A though, and they've got units rotating around building artillery as well over at the supply point on their side.
Yes, the Falconetti here on the back won't deal damage for much longer, as the units of the Argonauts are finally past that point, and now the Argonauts are looking forward to the A point, and the Falconetti on the A point are just raining down fire on the units of the Argonauts.
Lucky Derwa just got hit off his own mortar there by a mortar, fell to the ground, has to make his way back up onto the wall here. Nobody goes to chase him, but Argonauts trying to make headway here. They're pushing towards the A zone here, a good position to be in here, and they've got a good amount of momentum going in their way. YeahBuddy ready to meet them though on the A zone.
Yeah, and looking at the amount of artillery that's hitting the Argonauts at the moment, I don't think the units will be full life going into this fight, and that could be the possibility for YeahBuddy to just wipe them, but now the artillery from the Argonauts is raining in, and that's dealing as much damage as they have taken before. Some Reapers of YeahBuddy on the point. Will they be enough? Probably not. They will be wiped out immediately, but another unit of Phalanx behind it, supported by some Reapers.
These
but they
trebs have been fantastic as well. The trebs are just hitting into the back of YeahBuddy every single time they go up the way. It hits again, and their unit just starts to get whittled down here. They've got the advantage in units so far for Argonauts here up on that A zone here. They're definitely dominating the fight, but YeahBuddy are not willing to give up the fight yet.
YeahBuddy just committing more on the point, and it seems like it's working. YeahBuddy taking down the units of the Argonauts on the point. B point is still getting captured once again, and I'm not sure what they have on
Warrior is on himself on the point. Will get chased down here by Kublai here though. Is Silent Warrior going to get away with his life? No, it doesn't look like it. The pike player Kublai is going to wipe him out on B, and the B is still secured. But that whole time that happened, what happened? Because YB manages to win the fight on A as well, and it's not even half capped yet, and it looked like it was well much in favor of Argonauts going forward in that push there, but it's a big turnaround here for YeahBuddy, who have managed to get the result going in their favor. They have less 5-star units, but a lot more other units available here in the grand scheme of things, but it's about 30 difference.
Yeah, I think YeahBuddy did a great job in keeping the A point, but the Argonauts are up in units, because YeahBuddy still have their 102 1-star units, then more 2-star units. So Argonauts definitely looking great here in this particular fight if they manage to push in time, because at the moment they don't have that much time left. 4 minutes is not enough. They will have to focus on one of the 2 points. They still have 19 pieces of artillery, 11 traps, which will be nice for them, but the time won't be enough to fully use the artillery, and now the decision has to be made. Do they push the A point, or do they go for the B point?
And it looks like Argonauts have got on the wall again, and they're committing towards the A point here. They're all that way as quickly as they possibly can. They've got 3 minutes and 42 seconds to take this point here. One of the 2 points is needed to extend that time here, and if not, they are going to be out of the battle.
Really lucky for the hero with the ballista. He shot at the mortar and broke the mortar with the ballista, so Mortar was really low, but the artillery of the Argonauts just getting shotted by some nice culverines from the defense. YeahBuddy doing a great job with that, but but Argonauts keeps trapping them perfectly here.
Yes, good, very good predicted traps here from Argonauts, doing them very early on. Not to mention their mortar placements here. The shots are coming down onto the A zone. Definitely starting to find units that they need to find here before they make their push. And it's about the Falconetti, which are somewhere to be seen on the map. There's a couple of them still out. Jiaolang still has 4 left, but they're trying to get focused as much as possible.
Yes, and here we go. Push is going in, and this one is looking great for Argonauts until now. Defense is pushing in. YeahBuddy has some Wooey, some Reapers in it, but still, Argonauts are doing a great job. Mortars are raining down fire on the defense, and this one is really, really close. I don't know who will win it, but it seems like Rattans from Argonauts are just dealing so much damage to the Reapers. Another unit of Wooey of Ho-Ho is coming in from the back, trying to get the flank in. Some Rattan Pikes going on the point. And YeahBuddy knows if they lose this fight, they lose the match, because they have less good units and they will have to win in this fight. We see in the bottom, one of the players for Argonauts is opening the gate, so cavalry is free to go in, and we will see if they will manage to get the point cleared. And some more units of YeahBuddy are going towards the point, so point A is hard to cap. Some Queen's Knights, Alchemists, everything is on the point. I don't think Argonauts will have enough to cap this point, but they will eventually rush towards the B point and try to cap that with the remaining units. Some traps are coming in. Nice trap here onto the top, onto the Queen's Knights, wiping them out completely, but the gate is still in favor of YeahBuddy. They have the nobody's brace there. And
what can we say apart from YeahBuddy? Looks like it's going in their favor. 1 minute left. Majority of them are still coming back with units, but the units are of no use at this point in time. It looks like YeahBuddy have held off the defense here in Kurok Castle. A and B point not being captured, and it has been a very strong defense here from YeahBuddy, who have managed to survive this onslaught here of Argonauts on the A point, but surviving every single push and keeping the dream alive of their route to the finals.
Yes, here we go. Argonauts pushing with some halberdiers they've brought over the ladder, some more phalanx coming in from the back, and with that one last push will be coming in, but there are still some halberdiers from the defense, and the phalanx is just so much spread out, it can't really brace here all together.
They're taking so long to get there. There's so many units of phalanx as well, and it's just too little too late, if we say anything. A big trap going to come in here, but I'm pretty sure YB do not care to maneuver away from it, because at this point in time it's 16 seconds left and it is going to be no use to them anymore. The cavalry coming in from Salt Planet through the gate, but nobody is going to be able to do anything inside the gate because the point is on the wall and B is so far away that YB will take the win. It's a 3-0. It's a strong, valiant performance once again here in the defense. Winkrow picking up the MVP for his side.
And then again and again, and then in the end we see Argonauts were running out of time and were just getting wiped by YeahBuddy there.
Yeah.
On the side of NerfEverything, if I see that correctly, yeah. A lot of the Wu-Wei Mansion Guard, though, like almost every single player, or at least half of them has it.
They can be very punishing, but at the same time, you can deal them quite effectively, especially with the setup that Ruff Justice have, with those Orochis, with those halberds, and a lot of the Impikes as well. They should be able to effectively deal with these Wu-Wei. So I've got to, from the unit setup, I've got to give it more towards Ruff Justice side here.
Yeah,
but it's going to come down to that supply. Whether they can block that supply and stop the rejoining forces coming back to A, if they're even holding A. We might see a different setup here from NerfEverything. But let's see now as this game's going in.
We'll see if Ruff Justice also not only Ruff, but also has the brains here, as they clearly have a different game plan than any of the other teams we've seen so far. Of course, first off, tower games. Let's see if any tower will fall on this map. We haven't seen any fall today, and also not during group stage. I think White Oak Fort always being fought on the ground. Almost all of it.
I want to see a ballista snipe from defenders here.
Yeah, we're gonna get one. First blood. Who's gonna get it? Nothing yet, though. Yeah, Prophetic sitting on the with the glaive on the ballista there. Not sure how, we'll find out how well his aim is being today.
And Luis land this shot on Blood Story. He's looking for it. Here goes the shot, but he misses.
Oh,
Both ballistas are now down, so they're not going to see any little first bloods of those ballistas there. But they can be so devastating. We've seen it on this map many times before. Those ballistas getting some cheeky little kills at the start.
yeah, just a feel bad moment right from the start there. Of course, we also got our gotta watch our longbows. I feel like they won't be as effective. Of course, we got Kadabra sitting on the longbow now just to snipe those serfs that are pushing towers. Probably will switch back to his dual blade later in the match, and that's something else, right? With this unit bans, you can now suddenly almost take out certain classes that are just not as effective anymore. Looking at those longbow players specifically, but also the spear perhaps and the pikes, because it's just so many, so much more difficult to push through those units now.
This longbow, though, he is trying to kill some cavs over here by the looks of it. Yeah, there's Jack's cab over the back is slowly being shot by Kadabra.
Killing 2 already.
He's had a couple, so that's a good pick-off for him there. Doesn't sound like much, but he's got 5 unit kills. I think a couple of those with that cav, so like you said. Actually, he did. He picked off 5 with that cav.
That's annoying, huh? Alright, so towers are going to land. Doesn't look like there's much of a contest there. Same for the gate. We won't be seeing any defenses inside it.
Yeah. They're leaving the left breach up for now, but they have taken down the right breach. It looks like Rough Justice got it at half health and leaving it there for later. So there's another strat we see from a lot of teams in CBL. Obviously, defenders can build arty. They do have Falcos as well. They can kill that breach themselves. And in fact, having said that, the defenders are now killing that breach. They have a mortar shooting into it right now. The ZX with a mortar over on supply, killing that left breach, so it doesn't give the attackers the option to go there. It's a really smart play from them. They can see that Rough Justice weren't going to kill it, so they're killing it themselves. See how Rough Justice want to approach this. We can see we've got Deja Vu and Alejandro trying to pressure a little bit on the right-hand side. We've got Birdie and Lanoga right over there as well. Crank could go and help, but then Rough Justice splitting across the map. Few on the gate, few on the right side, few on the left tower. I feel like they're going to wait for this tower to hit before they fully commit to anything here.
Yep, absolutely. Already, yeah, there we go.
I see a couple of blisters going down already.
Here. Yeah, that's nice. So we're already seeing the adaptation we talked about earlier. Also good to see that NerfEverything already, like, even when Rough Justice, yeah, when Rough Justice was starting to go to the right side, you saw NerfEverything immediately responding, going to that supply and just making sure that they had eyes on them. Trebuchet coming in. Yeah, a little bit of a hit there. It's already Imperial Pikes dropping a couple of the lives there.
Yeah, again, a few good little pick-offs there. Picked off one of the Reapers as well. Like, doesn't sound like much, but that one Reaper difference could be the difference in winning a fight or not. So, some good little pick-offs here with those ballistas. We see 2 more now going down to punish that back right side, as I was talking about earlier on in the Argonauts matchup. Because that is a spot where a lot of teams will hide their units, because mortars can't reach. But now if you get on the side here, 2 ballistas going down, they're going to snipe a few more units off.
Yep, exactly right. 16 of the 18 Iron Reapers left, so 14 even. There we go. 2 more, 12.
12, yeah. Look at that, 6 Reapers already down.
Yep.
And that is how powerful these ballistas are, or can be.
Same for the Halb Sergeants, 3 gone.
We've already killed another 12 units with those ballistas. We see now a mortar going down from NerfEverything to counter that.
I'm also looking
good
at the left
placement
side.
from them to defend, but is it a bit too late? You know, they've already lost
Yeah, exactly.
almost 20 units just from those ballistas.
Yeah, damage to be done. I'm also looking at the Palace Guard unit, 2 gone. Imperial Pike unit.
They're pinging the ballista on the other side of the map now. They're going to start trying to take that one down. That one does fall as well. But this is also forcing NerfEverything to use their artillery. And we've got to bear in mind, attackers do have double the artillery here. So if they now start getting some mortars down to counter NerfEverything's mortars, they can win this arty war. And looking at this setup, I think NerfEverything is going to try and full commit to this point on A, because they've got a lot of shields and tanky units here to try and survive on point long enough for the rejoiners to come back. So Rough Justice really have to prioritize blocking that supply when they take this fight eventually.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see NerfEverything still trying to clear these 2 ballistas on the right-hand side, but they're struggling to hit them. And now the mortar does go down, so good defense from Rough Justice there, taking out those mortars. They still have these 2 ballistas on the front right-hand side now. We see Ferrari Scuderia, they're looking to potentially punish out on that right side, try and get a bit of a distraction going.
Yeah, he got his Iron
Alejandro is there with his companion cab, though, so he should be able to deal with that.
Should be easy 1-on-1. We see more mortars being built here on the right side again.
Yeah, that's interesting. Nice little pressure on point here. You better not get caught out, though.
Ooh, or it does.
Nice ballista shot from Teros to take down
Oh, looks
That
like
hero
Frank
on
is going to
point.
go down as well, though. Or is he? Oh, barely getting out of it.
Manages to get out, and they should be able to punish Dragonite now in return for this. They're going to take this trade because they've already killed one. If they kill Dragonite here as well, they can snowball on point with 13v15.
Button for sure. Ooh, is it? Yep, there we go. Junk root from the top.
And they're going to have Rathan Marksman coming in the gate as well to back up with some more damage. They should be able to take position on point here. Looks like God King Asura is probably going to be going to block that supply once this fight starts because he's positioning on that left side with Palace Guards. I imagine he's going to yeet him straight in and go, but really good positioning from here from Ruff Justice and a really, really slow response from NerfEverything. Can they even do anything here?
Definitely, Alejandro winning the Kev battle on the side. Here comes Kev also from the left.
They are delaying a bit with some impact, so Encastro doing a really good job of delaying here on the point by himself. See the Cav flanking from Burdokin here, doing a lot of damage on that backside. Is it going to be enough, though? We do see Ruff Justice players starting to fall now, but they have a lot of unit control on this point.
Yeah, they got all their Reapers still. They're going to come back. They pushed beyond the point so that the Kev couldn't hit them, and now they're coming back to the point and just cleaning house here for Ruff Justice.
Supply is now blocked by Terrace again. Kadabra's over there to try and clean it, but they should be able to finish the cap on A here. There goes the cap on A. If they can snowball to this supply, and I might be able to catch a few more. That was a really slow response there from NerfEverything, but they do get out. They didn't lose too much on this point, so they can still defend on this base point. But with their team currently down now, if Ruff Justice can snowball this, they might be able to get position on point. We see all of NerfEverything going back to that supply because the front supply was blocked for so long they couldn't get units out.
Yep.
It doesn't look like Ruff Justice is going to rush. They are going to take their time. There's another free short sword at the front they're going to try and pick off here. So we see all the way back at the front a little fight happening between Ups and Sheppel.
Yeah, and the unit game really going to Ruff Justice there. The hero game was pretty equal. Both sides losing around 5 players there. Sheppel picking up
very, very close. Sheppel on one health. Oops, almost winning that fight. But good pick off there by Sheppel. Let's see how NerfEverything are going to try and hold on this base point because it is notoriously hard to hold this with the attackers having a supply that is so close by. And they still have 16 artillery. But NerfEverything do still have 7. So they can still potentially get a setup here. But we've got to just see Ruff Justice slam down like 10 mortars here and start bombarding the hell out of all at this point.
Yep. We see the Rathan Marksman coming out as well. Oh no, they are gone. That's only 4 left. I like this from the They're taking back the supply there. That was actually being captured. So now is Ruff Justice only having the right supply. They're building a lot of mortars there as well in the courtyard.
All these lovely pretty trees on the point blocking our view.
Cut down those trees, please. Probably shape.
Can we have a lumberjack hero class next season that can cut these trees down, please? We see all these mortars now coming out from Ruff Justice. They've got them in these good spots. They know the angles that they need. They're starting to push NerfEverything back. And this is the risk we've seen from A, right? NerfEverything falls quite far back. Can Ruff Justice then pull that trigger and get on point and get enough control before NerfEverything can respond? We see Stockfish and a little cheeky cap here. Every couple of seconds there counts.
NerfEverything very aggressive. They're going full on.
Do you see this big aggressive push at the back? Quick there enough there. We've got Sir Crank with the new cav there with the Cloudwing cav. We've got a lot of cav here for the defenders. We've got the Imp Pikes there as well. I don't know if NerfEverything is going to be winning this trade here.
Oh,
going down again, but actually the rest of their team coming out. They are actually fully committing to this. They might be able to turn this, but they need to be quick before the rest of Ruff Justice gets over here. See Stockfish getting his marksman in position. Now he should be able to take out some of these longswords contesting this point. If they keep this supply blocked, they can maybe do something, but this looks like it's going in Ruff Justice's favor here. It's just these Reapers, man. These Reapers that they keep playing are just staying alive and clearing so much in these fights. NerfEverything, I like the idea, and they really committed to it. Really solid play there, but just outgunned here by the Reapers from Ruff Justice, and that cav coming through from Crank early on to delay. A really good clear there from Ruff Justice.
All of those cooldowns used on Imp Pikes, advancing, and Orochi, just probably too much wasted there for NerfEverything, and Ruff Justice patient with the play. That's also a little late, of course, but definitely paid out for them. And,
yeah, I like the attempt. It was a really aggressive try. They saw they could get the advantage on that front side. They went for it. They just couldn't quite get it through. So really good attempt from them there. But this is going to be a pretty clean take from Ruff Justice here in the end. I can't see NerfEverything getting units back in here to come back, but they are going to try, obviously. We see a lot of cav come in. We see some marksmen come in. We have seen how marksmen have cleaned this point quite well before. Up's trying to get his Zycadian to throw there, but they die pretty quickly. Decent cav charge, but then no one can get on the point in time. And Ruff Justice takes the first matchup in a pretty convincing style.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cleaned up quite a bit there, but there was just so many Reapers on that point from Ruff Justice that cleaned them. That it was the same story again on the base point. Those Reapers seem to be carrying Ruff Justice this time.
And he also bringing the Orochi Samurai. We're seeing 3 of those already. And very little frontline, to be honest. It's only 2 Imp Shields and 2 Palace Guards. And then just all the units that you mentioned before. So
A
yeah,
lot of muskets
interesting
on the
to
Rough
see.
Justice side.
They love those, it seems like. Especially on defense, they've been getting those out a lot. We'll see what they end
Yeah,
up
but you
with
see,
in the
I
end.
think
Right?
this could be to slow the ram down.
Yeah.
Right? Like it has to be. But
Exactly.
then Falcos are banned, aren't they? So they won't be able to kill them.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they'll be using the muskets to try and delay and kill the ram. We'll see here now.
It's going to be interesting to see at the end of the match if they switched out those muskets for different classes. I'm pretty sure they will at some point.
Oh, I imagine they will, yeah. I can't imagine they're going to stick with 5 muskets, but it could be very punishing because, like you said, there's not a lot of really tanky units being played. We've got the Reapers, but there's a lot of halberds, a lot of Wu-Weis, which those muskets can punish.
Yeah, and respect to the ballista there. Got Kingasu trying to get on it, but the immediate trap.
Instantly tripped. The other one's still up for now, though.
Yeah. Nope, taken out
falls
as well.
down now.
Only the attacker.
No kill for Crank.
I'm looking at Sedex, trying to see if he can get some snipes. Nope, his aim is not on.
Looks like they're taking down both breaches.
No, Bird of Chin not on with the aim today as well. Trying to get Jack there with the ballista, but barely missing him.
Yeah, much harder from the attacker side to get those hits.
Yeah,
So the defenders also have that height advantage, but still, we have seen it in the past. Let's see if he can get any more.
yeah.
Blister's not down yet, so he's still going to try.
Yeah, absolutely. It's close. This is an interesting mini game that you can play at the start of your sieges, guys. It's good, and there you can learn those angles, right? I mean, I know that you've been talking about as well, and I think all teams should be doing it as well on the competitive stage. You need to just practice
Definitely.
where to aim your ballistas, where to aim your culverins, where to aim your.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there is the typical, you aim in one way and it moves slightly when you fire it with a lot of the artillery, but there are definitely spots that you can learn to enable you to sort of 90% of the time land those shots every time, whether it's with cannons, culverins, or with those ballistas as well. So it depends on the map as well, because some maps you have higher quality artillery on it as a free arty at the start. So you see them stacking up at the front gate to make sure this ram hits.
Yep.
Where are they going to push after that? Because they're not trying to contest these towers, as we have seen no teams doing so far.
Mm-hmm.
We have seen 2 artillery already go down for the defenders, though.
Yeah, they are trying to punish the unit of Holps here on the right, on the middle tower. With those muskets, trying to get it down. So, of course, it's a good value unit, right? So trying to take it out.
I like this. I don't know if you've noticed this towards the back. So Bloodstory has built a mortar, and they're trying to kill the barricade that blocks off their rotations on the right-hand side of the map. So there's certain maps like this one where you can use the splash damage AoE from the mortars to kill some of the barricades that you wouldn't normally be able to kill as defender.
Mm-hmm.
I never knew about this one. It makes sense, but at the same time, it's taking a long time to kill it. But there's other maps we've seen, like Border Fort as well, specifically in Territory Wars. But I think it's the same in tournaments where you can't kill that that bit of wood. So we see they have now taken down that wooden barricade, so they can now rotate through there as defenders.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Which allows them to much more easily flank when they start pushing. You see, like Bloodstory can rotate around there now, and then when the attackers push, they can flank in behind and try and get that flank behind the attackers there.
And I think that the attackers did notice because Bird of Chin and Foreskudari also being able to see now that they are moving their units. But yeah, definitely interesting to use the map to your advantage. It's been something that
we see those ballistas going down already.
Yep, exactly.
On the right hand side.
Be a similar strategy. They of course have been on the hurting side there. It's going to be interesting in Junkroot to trying to counter here with the mortar. Already, of course, there's one up.
This has not landed any kills so far, though. Has he missed, or has he not fired?
Let's wait. Alright, it got killed already. Don't think he got any.
Ballista goes down, but I don't think he killed any units, sir. I don't see any deaths.
Probably missed a shot there.
A nice attempt by Ferrari. Maybe he was trying to shoot his Reapers, it was probably too close, it was taking the wall in front of him or something.
Looking at
They
the
have
other
already
side.
slammed down 9 artillery for the attackers, so a few more coming down now as well. But it's mainly mortars, so we'll see how Rough Justice responds. So if you saw NerfEverything, he fell very far back very quickly and got out positioned on point. So will Rough Justice fall to the same sort of thing? We see another Blister going down for Drying Out on this right-hand side. We see Junkroot with that mortar shot trying to clear off this wall.
And the left side, Deja Vu and Jack trying to destroy the mortar that's there. We do see,
We also see Crank trying to get a little flank on the right-hand side. Alejandro does go down. Crank will maybe fall here as well. Cadabra's chasing him and Abra, so 2 Jawblades chasing him. He might get picked off, but he's fast enough on his horse that he can get out. So good play there by Crank, distracting 2 people and still getting out.
Exactly right. Right Knight trying to get payback for the game before, as he was the one to fall when the fight began there.
Yeah.
But looking at the units, there's a couple guys. Pertinax losing 4 of his companion cavalry already. Also Stockfish having lost 3 of his Iron Reapers, so there's definitely a couple losses. Junkroot losing 1 of his Iron Reapers, so definitely a few losses on the side of the defenders, but not as many as we saw in the first game.
Yeah, we can see a few artillery going down for the defenders here. So we can see that Asura here on the front left is building a cone and trying to counter Lazati. All their muskets keep trying to push up and clear out. They have cleared that left side of the wall of the mortars. It's only the right side now. We see a lot of nerf everything going back to supply here. So they could be trying to do a fast change to then push on to point. Let's see what units they take care of. It could just be more artillery, but they could be changing units. It looks like it's just arty. Let's see what they're grabbing here. It looks like they're grabbing a lot of grape shots here. So it looks like they're going to try and push and slam these grape shots down. Yeah, a lot of them picking up grape shots and ballistas here. They should be getting ready to push shortly. You see more ballistas going down. These mortars still putting out some work here.
Right now. We see
Treb coming in for Drake Knight on the back here.
Also, ballista in front of the gate, and also and a government. So Langurai going to get good shots in there.
Treb missing. So they're starting to position as they're going to start pushing soon, so we'll see what happens. See Rough Justice very split up at the moment. They want to try and hit from every side.
Yep. Also, left breach is still up, so they can move over the walls if they want.
But it is very low.
Absolutely, it's a big risk. The mortars are built, of course, so it may be taken out. Right breach is down, even though sometimes it looks like it isn't, but it is down.
Let's see, Rough Justice does still have 6 artillery left. Everything looks like they're going to start trying to pressure here.
They may be trying to take out this group here from the right side.
But they don't have any sort of range support. They don't have any marksmen, they don't have any Cocos, or Zycalian. So let's see what work they can do here. It's a very heavy gold tier 5 setup here with the Reapers, the Orochis, so they've got a very strong position. They're trying to catch this flank, trying to take them out. Here, can they pick off anything?
We're actually bracing the Palace Guard, so they're telling Rough Justice to go into us, and the flank is going.
Rough Justice is going in, but this is a very split fight here. This is all of NerfEverything versus 4 or 5 of Rough Justice here.
There's Rough for sure. Clever Drogon on the side, also holding off at a Ganthro as a cap, so Rough Justice got free.
It's a really good aggressive push by NerfEverything. They took the advantage of numbers here, and they killed a couple of Rough Justice. They could now snowball this back to point. Rough Justice really responding quite slowly to this with the rest of their team. They're just going to be getting picked off one by one. Clapper Drogon does fall, but NerfEverything. See the cav come in here from Jet. Can it really do much? Looks like most of it does die in that brawl, but it got some good damage off. But a good solid setup here from NerfEverything. Just slow pushing forwards. They've got the Halberds there. They've got the Reaper Orochi setup with some Warriors supporting. Just slowly pushing in, but no one is blocking supply. So Rough Justice could easily come back from this with a heavy setup to take this out. But there's so many Reapers in here, I don't know if they'll have the damage.
Yeah, definitely. And they're also, it's going to be weird.
They are catching a couple of heroes here, though. They're stopping them from going to supply. NerfEverything just ignoring the point and trying to push here. This could be their downfall.
Yeah, Big Trap, they're playing.
Getting through. We should be able to pick off Burger King on the point here, potentially. No, Burger King, good stop on that cav. But now Shepherd and Lufa on this point to stall it, while the rest of Rough Justice are respawning, coming fresh units. That supply is now blocked by Saini. But a couple of NerfEverything get picked off. Bloodstory now going down for Rough Justice, though, as well. This is still looking pretty good for NerfEverything. But Rough Justice is trying to get a few kills here, and they are stalling slightly. But that supply is now cleared, so they could potentially come back from this. This is looking very good for NerfEverything right now.
Yeah,
really solid push from them.
The gate with his Wuwai, actually killing 2 units of cav right there as they came in with the reinforcements, so perfect.
Yeah, the unit trade is looking really good for NerfEverything here.
Absolutely. Supply still blocked as well by
Rough Justice is trying to stall it and come back again, but they've just lost so many units already.
Yep. It's 300 unit difference now almost.
Really solid attack there from NerfEverything, just balling up in one big blob and just brute forcing the number advantage where they had it. So really solid performance by them. A does now fall. Rough Justice.
Be more falling
here.
They
have to fight here, but I think they're just going to get pushed through.
Oof, Rough Justice not being awake right now. They're just suiciding so many units.
It's looking a bit rough for Rough Justice here.
Absolutely.
They're trying to hold in this choke, but that Treb should be doing a little bit of work there. But there's only just some halberds here, really, with a shield. NerfEverything could just send one person to point, which they're doing now. Up's now going in, but he's probably going to flank behind onto supply. Yep, he's going to try and flank from behind here. Rough Justice losing 2 more members, a third going to Blood Story. This just looks like a real desperation hold here. It looks like they've kind of lost all plot, really. Jack falling now as well. Junkroot going down. NerfEverything still having this strong position with these halberds, just slowly pushing forwards, bracing again, clearing the fight, pushing forwards, bracing, clearing. Really, really solid performance here from NerfEverything, just taking those fights and snowballing it one by one. And Ruff Justice looking really shaky in this.
Yeah,
Coming
absolutely.
from that solid performance in their attack to now going on to this one where they lost to the same thing, really. They got forced too far back from the point and just got picked off one by one.
Yeah, so surprised to see them shaking like this on the map that they chose as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure they didn't only prepare the attack, they also prepared the defense. I wouldn't believe it if they only prepared for the attack on this one. But this is not looking good. Suiciding units one by one. Even like, of course they were down after those first two fights, but only maybe 200 units and not the over 300 that we're seeing now. This is going to be extremely hard to hold now for them. They got 6 artillery pieces left, but the attackers have 15, so that's a huge advantage as well. Also got still 6 trebuchets left and 6 minutes on the clock. So yeah, anything to play for NerfEverything, and Ruff Justice just gotta find their small advantages here.
I mean, it's NerfEverything's game to lose at this point. They're the only ones that can lose this. They have such a big advantage here. I can't see them falling off. They've got to just take a slow, controlled fight here, as they have done already. Build up a few artillery and just slowly push the point.
Yeah.
They don't need to rush here. They've got 6 minutes. They've got plenty of time. They can just slow push in, build a couple of arty. You already see the artillery going down now. They're just taking that space with the imp shields at the front and just building a lot of artillery on the point. They'll start clearing the heroes that try and contest one by one. Blood Story already on the point, getting chunked down by one grape shot. They are sending some Reapers in here from Ruff Justice with Stockfish, but by himself against a mass Reaper in Pike Wu-Wei setup there. There's not much that can be hit on there. JJ and Sheffield trying to fight on that top side, but Ruff Justice taking the lead on that point. Once they kill those units, they can snowball back around behind and flank behind these units on the front here of Ruff Justice, which we do see that happening now with Clapper Drogon and Lanogarai and Burdekin going from that point side, flanking in on the side here and pushing through Ruff Justice here, clearing this point off. We do see Crank picking up a kill, but the rest of Ruff Justice is not looking very good right now.
Absolutely, we do see the marksmen in their place where they want to be, but with those Arm Reapers walking towards them slowly.
53 units left to 485. A very, very dominating performance here by NerfEverything. And this is what we want to see, right? We want to see a good back-forwards fight. We don't want to be one-sided, so this is great for this series.
Absolutely.
But I'm surprised by Ruff Justice getting pulled apart like that after their strong performance so far.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing, right? We're just seeing two teams extremely strong on the attack right now. Maybe it's just NerfEverything also showing that they have got what it takes to take this match. NerfEverything definitely showing up in the second game, faltering a little bit in the first game, but it could have been just that these teams love attacking. Defense, not so much. Hiding Fjord is a map of pure attack, I feel like, even if you're defending. So it's going to be lovely to see in our next two games.
We did see a strong attack from Ruff Justice on Fjord earlier, but we haven't seen them defend it yet today. So maybe they have a shaky defense as well. One and just got snowballed through the fight. So really, really well played by NerfEverything, and it just felt really lackluster from Ruff Justice after their strong performance.
Not that many Reapers this time. At least on the attack.
Yeah, not as many. Like we said, they're quite slow moving units, so it's difficult to get the best use out of them. We still do see a couple for each team, but that could be the difference, right? Those Reapers stay alive long enough to be able to hold those points. It could be the difference between win and loss. So we do see for the start, obviously, Ruff Justice, they're playing all their Reapers, 5 Reapers from the start. So they're looking to try and delay. I think we're going to see a very aggressive hold from them on the front.
Could be. Let's see if we get some rotations as well. We've got 3 guys on the NerfEverything side starting on that B point. Got Ordinarius, Dried Knight, and Ferraris Kudari making a rush to open up the avenues there. Of course, A gate being pushed with the heroes here. And now it's all about waiting for the initial moves. Musket's gonna see if they can take some shots, but against the imp shields and Palace Guards, not much you can do there.
Yes, we do see the artillery now coming down for NerfEverything, getting those mortars down to start shelling that point. Big hit already going in. Did they pick off one of those Cocos? No, they did manage to get out.
No, they didn't.
Unfortunately, right, because they were trying to set up on that close spot, so good mortar positions there, but they're not really taking down the breach that quickly. So I think we might just see just a full gate push here.
Yeah.
See a trap going down on JJ's units here. Will he spot that in time? Oh, no, he does not.
Ooh, but do they get killed? Yep, that's a good hit.
5 getting killed there, and probably more of them very injured. That's a bit of a mistake there to be making.
Well spotted, to be honest. That was pretty hard to get that angle, I think.
Yeah, really well done there from the attackers. So Nice little pick off. We don't see any secret artillery spots, but we do see the defenders using the usual couple of mortars on the back, but they're actually doing a couple of mortars on the front here to punish and try and kill these mortars outside. So I like this position from Bloodstory and Asura. It's hard to trap those to deal with them. If they can get the shots off first, they win this trade, but the attackers have now seen this and they are now shooting them. And they're going to hit units at the same time, so this is a good little spot here for the defenders, but the attackers have seen it and are responding. They have now taken out one of them.
Yeah,
The defenders missing their shots here, so Bloodstory missing that shot. Canisura hitting the thing here. He's trying to go for that cav. We do see a lot of cav coming out. Looks like it's going to be a full B rotation here for the attackers.
It's feeling kind of slow.
Ruff Justice have the units there.
They're just
And there's still the dropper, but Ruff Justice are in position. They're going to have units on the top wall. Can they get there in time? They are trying to treb Jekt very out in the open with his Icalian here. But not a fast enough rotation to be able to go straight in. We do see the defenders with enough people over there, so Ruff Justice have enough players. Are they going to rotate back to A now? Yeah, we see a full rotation back to A. They're going to try and go through that breach, which we have seen other teams do on this map, trying to take that trade there. But they have a faster position to get there. It takes a lot longer for defenders to get back into this breach position.
We're going to see that another trap coming in, trying to aim at that.
You see this one poor imp shield of Encastro going himself first.
Huge flank though, maybe.
And the Cav now coming in for Aranel. He should be able to pick off Jekt's Icalian here. Oh, you don't want to see that. Jekt losing all his Icalian. There are 3 left, that Cav coming through. They are still holding him in the breach, but they have no control of this
here
point
he
right
comes
now.
in the back of the Orochi as well. That's going to be huge to get the breach through, because NerfEverything seem to be struggling a little bit to get through. Trap may be landing, but it might also be a suicide trap here.
Yeah, but meanwhile, A, though, is just being fully capped. We've got 3 of Ruff Justice still fighting over on the B side. We saw Ferrari Scuderia did cap that supply over on B as well. So Ruff Justice won't be able to recap units out here. They need to just take this fight and fall back.
It looks like NerfEverything got a strong
I
hold on
don't
this
think they
attack
can
right now.
clean
They
this
got to
supply
reach.
quick enough, but they're going to try and go point. Sheppel needs to kill Ferrari quick enough for them to get units out. They've got to cap back the supply first as well.
Yeah,
We
they
see
still got the
Shigelter
hold
trying
against
to delay on their
Orochi.
supply outside.
Here comes the Cav
So
from
really-
Jekt though. He was just getting his militia lost, but now Cav coming in, and I'm not sure if they can hold it
Yeah,
off.
there's only
Oh,
one
he
help there,
comes
but they do
through.
have a couple of imp pikes. Is he going to commit to it? No, he pushes out and he goes around the side.
Sh-
So he's going to go
probably
around the
still
side now.
got-
Can he flank and get in?
Ooh.
Now that the anti-cav's coming back for the attackers. Burdakim with the advance here into that cav, killing all of Jekt's cav here. But now that advance is down, they don't have the best anti-cav here on this point. There's a lot of cav coming back from Ruff Justice. They stalled long enough. They should be able to get back in and try and get some controllers. But can they brute force through this? There's still a lot of units here for NerfEverything. But Ruff Justice with that close supply. Look at this mountain of cav coming back through here. 5 units of the companion cav coming through.
And such a close game still. Not that many heroes dying right now. It's 2 dead for the side of NerfEverything and 1 dead on the side of
Yeah,
Ruff
units
Justice.
still pretty close. And
Units
Ruff Justice
really
starting to
close
come
as
back.
well.
It's all these
So right
palace
away.
guards now coming in as well. We see Reapers coming as well. They are now starting to push back the heroes of NerfEverything. But have they lost too much already in these fights? They're already down 100 units now. They need to try and catch as much as they can here and not let them set back up again. We see NerfEverything trying to set up artillery. Ruff Justice need to push into this if they want to try and maintain this fight. That is a good little setup here from NerfEverything. They're not overextending onto point quite yet. They're setting up a few artillery. They're trying to take it a bit more steady because they know they've lost that trade on point now.
Yeah,
They
Ruff
can
Justice trying to
Justice
play them,
capitalize on this.
this may be a risk though, because Ruff Justice is only keeping 4 guys, 5 guys close to the point, to the A point, and sending all the other guys back to
And
the
they're getting
supply.
trapped.
Definitely getting trapped, and I feel like with only 4 or 5 seconds needed on that A point, this may be the capture for
Are Ruff Justice dropping this now after committing to it? They're
No,
not
no, no,
going
here
to
they
get
come
this
from
point.
the
They
top.
just lose
Oh,
the
but they're
point
going to be
here.
too late. They need to win the fight now if they want to stay in this game for sure. Yeah,
It's
they
not
will be
looking good for
fully
Ruff Justice,
committed
but they
after
are
that.
winning this fight slowly on A here.
Yeah, everybody's coming over. They got the Redless Marksman coming in as well, but this trap could be
Now
very
the attackers
well.
will spawn on this point, so this is a bad position for Ruff Justice to be in. NerfEverything pushing through and trying to snowball this fight. We see this cav from ups flanking around the back. Can he get a good flank in here with this Cloudwing cavalry coming in from the side?
Whoa.
Oh, big hit from ups there. Big hit into there. Killing 2 heroes, killing a lot of units. This is not looking good for Ruff Justice. NerfEverything really solid push again, going just as one big blob and brute forcing through. They saw that Ruff Justice liked split pushes, and they said, we're not going to deal with that. We're just going to force a 15-man fight and just take you on head on and beat you up. And they've done that in these last 2 games now. So really solid performance here from NerfEverything. Really showing that they can take that front on 15-man fight and brute force through Ruff Justice.
Absolutely. And the trebuchets have been on point, always being in the right places where they wanted to fight, where they expected to be fighting. And that was just massive fighting there from NerfEverything there. And already sitting on C point as well, not delaying any time, of course. we are expecting a supply hold there. But right now, look at the units. There may not be much to hold with
600
that
to
amount of
170.
units, right? Yeah.
And they've got some halberds left. Maybe they can, catch a few units, but set 600 units into 3 sets of halberds, I don't think that's going to be enough.
That's going to be impossible to hold here.
And still 4 trebs and 16 artillery for the attackers. They don't need to rush. We see Escher Gelter probably going to fall here now on the front by himself again. That's going to be his 3rd death going down if he does get picked off. He's trying to get a few trades there, but just throwing his life away. They're now 14v15. It's feeling like Ruff Justice's mental is broken here.
Yep.
Can they come back from this for their attack? Obviously, we have seen this map is more attacker-sided, and we saw how strong they were on it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Can they actually come back and take this? Or will NerfEverything just go for that 15-man fight and just brute force them again, like they have done in these last 2 matches? So NerfEverything really having a momentum swing going into this next match.
Mm-hmm.
I know this one isn't technically over, but looking at what's left, it would be a miracle for Ruff Justice to win this.
Yeah, just with the heroes, you should be able to clean out all these 170 units for sure. 140 only right now. So
a couple of grape shots going down, but they're not picking off any heroes, and now they soon will fall. At least they fought to the bitter end, picking off Drogon, of course. Drogo pleb dying, but the rest of Ruff Justice falling very quickly afterwards. So again, huge performance there from NerfEverything. Like I said, they saw that Ruff Justice liked to do their split pushes and win those split fights, and they just went, okay, well, we'll fight you 15 people on one side and just snowball that fight. Really solid play from Ferrari Scuderia, though, capping that supply on B while his team was winning that fight on A. Really solid there, because it meant that Ruff Justice could not regroup. They had no supply. It took them too long to clear it. And even though they tried and did clear that fight, they just lost too many units by that point. So really, really good from NerfEverything there. As we can see, Triton again, 139 unit kills.
Yeah, so then just match point, right? In this time,
Good fight there. So really well played from NerfEverything. And Ruff Justice have a lot to prove now going into this next game. Can they now take in White Elk Fort? Really getting forced out of position and just losing control of the game. So now they're on their 2-win streak on the attack. Have they got that high enough mental and focus to be able to go into this next one now and take the victory here?
That's going to
they could end it here and go through if they win this next matchup.
Exactly. They got room to play with now, and they got NerfEverything bringing 3 Sicilian on the defense. We saw that didn't have huge effect because they got taken out pretty soon, so it's going to be something to watch out for if the Sicilian can get into position, because it can be such an effective unit.
We saw a full A spawn from the defenders, though, and now they're all sprinting across to B because they saw a lot of people there.
Yeah, the muskets going to go for the breach, but everybody else is basically on the left side now.
Which is the exact same thing we saw last time. So will we see a rotation for a B push again, same as they did last time? I mean, if it worked the first time, why not do it again? Are NerfEverything ready to deal with this? We saw how effective Ruff Justice were with their split pushes. Can NerfEverything take the fight to them and just beat them at their own game now? We saw them do it effectively in the last 2 games where they could take control with them attacking, but can they do it on the defense? Because one of the harder parts of this game is trying to force your enemies into taking an attack that's in your favor. So obviously they have the control of when they go and when they don't. So a lot of the better teams will force enemies into a bad position when they have to attack. And can NerfEverything pull that off? Because Ruff Justice looked so strong in their last attack. And in all their attacks today, to be fair.
Yeah, totally. Like this, all teams seem really strong on the attack. You can make a clearer game plan, as you said, and defending just seems hard right now.
I mean, it's all going to come down to that supply, right? We've seen it on White Elk, we've seen it on Kurak, we've seen it now on this map as well, and earlier in the day on this map. So if you can get control of that, if you can keep control of that supply, you have a much, much higher chance of being able to pull off this defense on these first points. If you lose control of it, you're probably going to lose.
Yeah, definitely. Something else that also helps, but it's probably that in all the games that we saw no flames, we saw no falconettis, and these are 2 units that, especially on defense, if you're set up well, you can take out any attacking team and really actually decide the pace of the fight. Of course, same for the attackers if they get in position, but as a defender, it seems like it's more easily for most teams to hold off on defense with those special units.
Yeah. I think we are going to see a similar strat from Ruff Justice again, because we see the same people in the same places. Junkrat, Prophetic, and Lufa being on this B breach here is the same people that did that last time. We see a very similar setup on the front, and we see the same people over on A. So it looks like they're going to go with the plan. If it worked the first time, let's do it again. Let's see if NerfEverything were paying attention, watching it, and if they can react to this. Because there's still a lot of NerfEverything over on A here. A little attempt at a treb on this resupply, but most of them are blocked by the building here. couple of defensive mortars going down. We see Ferrara Scuderia with a mortar down on the B resupply, trying to shoot Junkroot in that breach. And pressure there. The Rough Justice could definitely take a good position here. NerfEverything aren't in position yet.
I'm surprised
Starting to come over now.
Surprised to see that there's still 14 trebuchets left. We see NerfEverything making a lot of rotations on the bridge, and it should be pretty easy to get some traps in there.
Rough Justice starting to get some pressure in here now. They do have control actually over on A. They actually have the outnumber on A. NerfEverything might be dropping A for free here. Rough Justice could pull back here and just cap A for free. But NerfEverything are trying to take the fight to them in the front there. Rough Justice need to get to that back supply and block soon, but we see Ups with his cav getting ready to flank because there's no anti-cav here on these guys pushing towards point. Ups could completely wipe this prophetic Luther and Junkroot setup here. We see the cav coming in now. This is going to be big. Drogon does fall on the front. A is getting capped at the same time. Up's getting a good cav charge in here. Wiping a lot of those units. There are still 9 Reapers left. Now down to 2. The rest of that does fall, so that's a good pickup there. But A is being capped in the meantime.
Pushing back now, pushing really hard. But here comes the flank from the A point. Alejandro and also Chapel coming in to the back.
Yeah, one guy capping A the whole time. This is not the best trade for Justice, but they are going to cap A from this, and that is pretty big. Yep. This gives them the advantage now. They haven't really used much artillery for well, they've used 13 artillery, to be fair. But they still have a lot left to go back. NerfEverything took a good trade, but there's still a lot of time on this map because they're going to cap B for free.
And they need to get out. They probably need to get out ASAP as well.
Hope they can spawn in now with Rough Justice and start punishing some of this, or they are going to struggle because they did lose a lot of units for free there.
But it's also, we see NerfEverything actually retreating right now to the C point. I feel like they want to definitely hold C, but you see now that Kadabra, also Saini and Xaranel and Bogogum actually losing units here and also lives at the B side because they were too late.
Yeah, they're just going to be taking a good trade. Let's sacrifice these few units so we can retreat back. But good job from Eshegelta here, and Shep will pick it up another whole unit of Impikes here. Luis losing most of his. He has 6 left now, so basically a free unit picked up there. So they have turned that trade back a little bit in their favor, but still a big trade by NerfEverything at the front. That they said, okay, we're not going to deal with this split push again. We'll just fight you 15v10 and we'll win that fight again. So really good, solid performance from them. They really punished. They saw that the first attack, they didn't have any anti-cav going for that B breach. They came and wiped that 3-man setup with 2 cav really cleanly and then brute force on the front. So really solid defense there from NerfEverything. But do they have the ability to hold this map now? We've seen them hold on this base point once, but it was not the easiest hold. They did almost lose.
But I feel like they do have everything that they need. They got 13 pieces of artillery. 1 is already placed against 17 from the attackers. They have the high ground. They got 3 Sicilian militia at the start. I think 1 died, so they have 2 now. And those 2 units can be extremely effective thrown all the way down from this top location. Mortars are going to be hugely effective as well. So I feel like they're definitely in a good spot, but it's going to be extremely hard, of course, with the attackers coming in. But the attackers have an uphill battle to fight for, that's for sure. C is being captured, so there's going to be plenty of time. Berserkers.
Yeah, they've got a lot of time left. Are they going to spawn the Berserkers and try and push in with them, or are they going to hold? Looks like they're just going to spawn them in. No, they are holding now. Okay, good. Because they can use, it's not much, but it's a small advantage having those Berserkers going in as well. That can be the difference between this fight. Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams earlier in the tournament doing this hold here. Some good mortar shots there, going down on their units, trying to push up. They pick off, actually don't pick off anything yet, but they're going to hit again now. There's some good solid hits here. But it's just such tanky units, they don't die to the 1 hit from the mortar. That's why we're saying sometimes ballistas are better than mortars, but in this position, obviously the ballistas couldn't shoot this, so good mortar usage, but not much impact yet with them. We see the mortars now coming down from the attackers. We saw this on some previous ones as well. Good spots here to counter their mortars. They do have the culverins on base that are countering those mortar spots, so really good from NerfEverything. One of them will get trebbed down, but there's still 1 culverin up there that's going to be able to take out a lot of their artillery.
Yeah, pretty smart though, I think. The one that they hit didn't get trapped, of course, and now the muskets are trying to go and take it out. But trying to hide that 1 culverin, pretty smart move there.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken out enough of the mortars to be worth it, right? It's just taking out a second one now as well. There's another trap going down. I don't know if that will kill it, but we'll see shortly.
Yeah, the attackers have 9 pieces of artillery left to place. The defenders now got 7. The defenders also still having 3 pieces of mortars, 4 pieces even.
The trap did not kill that culverin, so it's still going. And they're building more mortars. They're going to instantly fall. Okay, they cancel them. They're still trying to kill this culverin before they build any more.
The mortar at the supply for the attackers also killed by the muskets. So definitely the defenders doing a good job here, holding off the mortars from the attackers.
All right, that culverin does now go down, so we see they're going to slam down some more of these mortars. They are doing some good damage for the attacker mortars here, picking off some of the units, but defending mortars also doing a lot of damage here. I don't know if they're really picking off anything yet, but they are definitely doing some damage.
You need to pay attention to the heroes as well, of course. Almost right Knight getting caught out there once again in the front line, but this time able to get out alive.
Yeah, pretty solid setup from both teams. So we do see the Schutzdieners here for the defenders as well, which can keep some of their units alive that are getting hit by these mortars. We see they are playing more aggressive. They're not completely falling back like they made that mistake in White Elk. They have these shields. They've got these palace guards that can buy time on the front. And again, it's going to come down to this supply. If the attackers can get on that supply and block it whilst winning the fight, that's the only chance they've got. If they don't block that supply, they will get snowballed. But we'll see. As soon as they cap that horn on the bottom there, we will know if they're going to start pushing or not.
The attackers are now starting to get more effective with the artillery for some reason. They have managed to take out 14 units overall. So definitely doing a good job with the artillery that they are able to place. We see Louise losing 9 of his Schutzdieners, for example. So that's going to be a little less healing going to the front line. We do see Ordinarius or 5 of his Acadian militia as well.
We are running down a lot of time now, though. So they have to do something soon, or there's just going to be one push and then done.
Yep, and there's enough units left for 2 pushes, so definitely want to make use of all of them. Unless, of course, you
definitely.
straight away.
You see one person might be going to the horn now. He's looking around for it. Looks like they might start pushing there.
Yeah, here they go, here they go.
We see an aggressive trap going in here. They're going to start this push soon.
Here comes
a lovely good split push from Ruff Justice again.
Yeah.
So a few of them going to come up the ramp here towards the supply while the rest push the front. And NerfEverything aren't really in position here. If Ruff Justice pushing now, they could take control. But NerfEverything does have the high ground. They are still shooting with those mortars. Let's see if one side can get an early pick off on some heroes here.
Yeah, prediction trap here once again.
Slowly
only
coming up.
Sitting in the front there with the Reapers and the Halberd Sergeants
Might
as well.
catch a few of the cav though. Ooh, just misses.
Keep an eye out on a Sicalian unit, still hiding there all the way in the back.
Yeah, that could be coming. We see the Berserkers coming up now, so they are going to start pushing in with them. See that aggressive trev on that supply, but there's nothing really there at the moment. They've got to try and take this ground on this bridge side. Meanwhile, on the front, they are still having a good fight, but there's still the mortars from NerfEverything being fired by one person at the back, but they are losing this melee fight on the front. Ruff Justice taking control here on this front fight. If they can snowball this through, but no one is blocking supply at the moment, and they are winning the fight on top of the ramp now.
The Cap is winning the
Castra does fall the Ruff Justice units, but they need to get on that supply and block it, because they're going to start getting more units out from here. So many muskets here for Ruff Justice. It's hard to push through, but one musket does go and block, which stops 5 people from getting units out. Ruff Justice need to try and snowball towards this supply. With so many medium armor classes, it's going to be difficult for them to actually get through. Sandy falls down, Crank falls down as well. Can someone get on and block this supply again? Because there's 5 people grabbing units out right now. 4. NerfEverything, they managed to get on, they get Blade on, so they can potentially snowball this, but meanwhile, NerfEverything pushed all the way down to their supply at the bottom here. They've got a lot of units down there to control. Do Ruff Justice have the units left? Meanwhile, they are capping base point with 1 pike as well, which is going to split off the team of NerfEverything, force them to split up. Ruff Justice spawning in, have that close spawn to this resupply. They're going to try and get back up, but the heroes are dying on the supply.
Can
they get back in and block? There's a lot of heroes grabbing units out. They are going to have the glaive there that can block. And they've got these Berserkers all coming up now as well from the bottom. They've got Cav coming in. Ruff Justice should be able to snowball this fight on this supply, but they are down on units at the moment. They have to catch all the heroes here. If these heroes get out, it's not going to be looking good for them.
Yeah, the heroes definitely dropping hard. Now they didn't have enough units. They looked like they were holding the supply, but now suddenly they're taken out. The units that were trying to capture the final point were taken out finally. There was a really good push by Alejandro and also by Deja Vu from Ruff Justice. Now they get it cleaned out, but it did buy enough time to get that supply because the reinforcement that had to go to the final weren't able to go to the
now
supply.
While these heroes are dead. They've got to go fast, but not get picked off. There's 1 set of halberds there. If they can brute force in here with the heroes they've got, they should be able to snowball this.
They're hesitating though. They are hesitating. It's 150 units now.
Are on 2 deaths, so they need to snowball this point now and force NerfEverything to go in with the heroes 1 by 1. They're going to try and brute force with this cav now, cleaning a lot of those halberds, getting up. If they can get these halberds braced on point to stop this cav, they do get braced and deal with most of that. But there's a lot of units coming back in now for NerfEverything.
Here comes
They have the damage to all this. We
now.
have Kokos, we have 2 Zykaelian, we've got the halberds holding in front. NerfEverything have to get on this point and stop them from capping, but Toko and Alejandro do fall. But they're still capping the point, hit little bit by bit. We've got these Rattans doing a lot of work on the side. 2 sets of Rattans here for Ruff Justice, clearing a lot of this point. Ordinarius goes down. We have 1 Maul trying to clear. Nexiaranel goes down. Cav coming in. Deja Vu falls. This is not looking the best for Ruff Justice here. They still have this damage on the high ground. If they can maintain this, they can maybe clear, but NerfEverything coming back with the Orochis coming up now. It looks like it's going to be going in NerfEverything's favor here, getting control of that melee fight on the point. Ruff Justice still not out though. They have these marksmen that can potentially do something.
Can they hold this? Can they hold this? The trap is going to be huge if they get it, but the only 90 units left now for Ruff Justice. Sorry, Ruff Justice on the attack. NerfEverything looking really strong right now in this defense, clearly taking the lead with 230 units now advantage. And this should be done, actually. It's 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Is
This
GG for
is-
NerfEverything here.
It's going to be a
What
final.
a comeback. Winning the 3 games back-to-back like their last matchups. Going to be NerfEverything versus YeahBuddy in the finals.
Absolutely. NerfEverything, YeahBuddy. Oh, man. It's going to be a crazy game here. NerfEverything showing up really strong. Seems like their comfort zone is being 1-0 down and then taking a 3-0 win
They like
regardless.
having that comeback, don't they? They just want to make it spicy.
Just got to put some pressure on your team and then you start going. Of course, Ruff just is not ready, right? They got 2 minutes, but it's going to be really, really hard. Also, a couple of players out of the game.
Yeah, 56 units, 255. Few guys already out. This is going to be a hard hill to climb, but
That's story gone. This is going to be impossible to deal with.
they are still picking up a few heroes here and there. So they're still trying to the very end. We've seen things happen before, but with the number of units left, I can't see this being able to go in Ruff Justice's favor.
Yeah,
Snowballing through now with these units here. We've got a couple of Wues in there. It's going to be more than enough to deal with these last few members of Ruff Justice.
Oh, they
Seem
are
to try to
capping
get
the
that
point.
kick on point, but they're not going to be able to finish this.
Moving back here. Good attempt, though. Always good to see a team fighting till the final second. It's going to be 1 minute 15 here. Right Knight making sure that his team stays safe. Walking around there with Languai.
And this just goes to show how close a lot of these top teams are in the tournament, right? Ruff Justice with a really strong performance against StoryEnjoyers, arguably the favorite going into this, and then with a pretty poor performance here against NerfEverything. So really, really close. Some of these teams in this top level are really close in terms of skill level here. Pretty disappointing performance from Ruff Justice. I think they would agree with that here, but still really solid attack from them on White Elk and got close here. They just couldn't quite get across the line. So really well played by NerfEverything here, showing they had the difference in strength here. And was it down to the mental? You know, they won those 2 games back to back coming into this last one. It was all on the line for Ruff Justice. They had to win this. Did that catch them off guard? But NerfEverything really showing that they could adapt to Ruff Justice's plans of a lot of these split pushes and just countered it with sheer numbers. We saw it on their defense here, on just dropping A, going, that's fine, we're going to drop A, we're just going to completely destroy you on B. And they took that trade, and they were up 200 units because of it. So really, really good calls there by the NerfEverything team.
Definitely, and with 5 seconds on the clock, this game is done and dusted for NerfEverything, just showing huge improvements throughout the entire day and also during group stage. They take the win here, make it to the finals. And that's going to be it for Ruff Justice. They're out of the tournament. Finishing in the semifinals, though, great, made the right decision there, being able to lead at the end. And we have plenty of minutes left on the clock to close out the game and get to the finals.